You said feminism is
neutral. Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. Yeah, you're promoting, right?
Ideologies that make that the politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, they dead? With a crowbar, you say?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday on a Friday evening. I know, but it is our 2v2 series, and we love it. We're ready for it. Let's go. This evening, I have with me some new folks here at Mater Nation. We've got Mojo Risen, Vince Wilson, critically thinking veteran, and of course, our regular, very well known here, Admiral Gibbs, all ready to have some fun. The prompt of the evening is Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. Mojo, since you are on the affirmative, I'm going to hand it over to you to get your opening statement in, please. Mojo?
I'm not sure if I have an echo here or not, but I'm going to go ahead and read my opening statement and see if I can figure it out.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
You probably have one of the stream togethers open.
Yeah, you probably have the stream open or something, Mojo. I can go ahead while you're fixing that. I can start mine if you'd like.
Yeah, do that. Do that, because I don't know where I have the stream open.
Yeah, go ahead and figure that out while I'm doing mine. Okay, so why is Donald Trump constantly issuing executive orders that are major power grabs of authority? Donald Trump has issued 255 executive orders so far in his second term. Compared to past presidents, he has far exceeded the rate at which executive orders are being issued. Furthermore, Trump has declared about 9 national emergencies, while Biden declared 11 over a 4-year term. It's undeniable that Donald Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate through actions such as reducing independence of federal agencies, disregarding judicial rulings, and consistently bypassing Congress. Oh, and that question that I posed at the very beginning, that was actually a quote from Donald Trump in 2012 when he posted on Twitter, why is Barack Obama constantly issuing executive orders that are major power grabs of authority? So if you don't believe me, believe Donald Trump, who believes that issuing executive orders are a power grab of authority.
Perfect. Thank you, Vince. Mojo, are you back with us? No echo?
Yeah, I think I'm all right now. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Go ahead with your opening statement, please.
All right. I'm going to give an explanation of a business practice as to why we must change the merit and experience-based practice of retention and hiring for new positions with a system of nepotism and ideology. The proper course is to create and fill political positions which will simultaneously promote the principle of political leadership and the bureaucracy and respect the professional autonomy of the career service. But this requires that the career SES employees should respect political rights too. Actions such as career staff reserving excessive numbers of key policy positions as career reserve to deny them non-career SES employees frustrate the intent. Another, evasion of the general domination by career staff on SES evaluation boards, the opposite of non-career executives dominating the critical meeting discussions as expected in the SES. Career training also often underplays the political role in leadership and inculcates career first policy and value viewpoints. Frustrated with these activities by top career executives to make career professionals in positions that are not normally subject to change, who discharge significant duties and exercise significant discussion and formulating and implementing policy and programs as an exception to the competitive hiring rules and examinations for career positions. It is ordered that the directive agency heads to set procedures to prepare the lists of such confidential policy determining policy making or policy advocating positions and prepare procedures to create exceptions from civil service rules which careers hold such positions from which they can relocate back to the regular civil service after such service. This is the rationale given in Project 2025 for Executive Order 14171, restoring accountability to the policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. This is known as Schedule F. That's my.
Thank you, Mojo. I appreciate that. Critically thinking veteran, your opening statement, sir.
Is the mic working? Everything good?
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding. So, anyone that thinks that the current executive is consolidating power doesn't understand that if he didn't have the authority already there, that it wouldn't be happening anyway. Executive orders are a way to give clarification and issue new orders based off of new information, right? Or new problems that arise. The fact that those people that have been watching lazy presidents not do anything for so many decades, right? And not actually encouraging, the body politic of the government to do its job, which is how we end up at a negative net migration in 2025, reversing a 50-year trend and restoring U.S. control over immigration flows for the first time in a generation, straight off the White House website, right? And I'm scrolling down through here, and we've got literally we've got 365 from 2025 wins every single day. They say consolidating power, and I say someone actually using force of government for good.
Perfect. Thank you, CTV. And Mr. Gibbs, to you, sir.
All right. Excuse me. Let's start with a quick definition. Merriam-Webster defines alarming as causing people to feel danger or alarm or to be frightened. You know what's alarming to me is the obvious and blatant corruption that has happened for years. The duplicitous Democrats have built a house of lies funded by fraud and insidious immigration policies. They bring people in from other countries and they launder taxpayer money through USAID and NGOs and back into their campaigns. It's no surprise that Republicans have out-earned them since Trump's election at a rate of 7-to-1 to 11-to-1 times. The curtain has been lifted, and now we are starting to see all the nasty things they've been doing at the expense of the American populace. I would be alarmed if I was the Dems and my whole future was crashing down around me. Finally, we have someone coming in and changing the status quo. But before we can get real change, Lordy, here comes the weeping and gnashing of teeth. These duplicitous Democrats have long set upon their sanctimonious asses preaching to us about their moral superiority and how they care for the poor and indigent. While in reality, the only thing they are full of is hypocrisy, practicing the same stuff they've been saying since the 1860s. I will give them credit. They had good branding for a while saying, oh, the great POTA switch happened. But that's clearly a lie. It's amazing who's going to pick up our crops is back in vogue. How we suddenly find out that the Southern Poverty Law Center was funding the Ku Klux Klan and the neo neo-Nazis, how they all have their hand directly involved in Charlottesville's Unite the Right rally. Last week, we all saw the side-by-side of Nick Fuentes and Anna Kasparian saying the same things. Boys, the jig is up, and if I was the Dems, I'd be alarmed too. However, I'm not a member of the insidious Democrats. I'm a God-fearing Texan who is sick of the baby back bullshit that's been coming out of Washington for decades. So let's talk about some of this real change that's happening. I vote local, so let's start with what's important to me. Trade deals, forcing the EU to change their beef regulations to be more competitive. Huge fan. Going after the meat packers monopoly. Huge fan. Going after fraud and illegal immigration. Huge fan. Getting rid of sanctuary cities. Huge fan. Trying to bring manufacturing to America as opposed to useless service economy. Huge fan. Enforcing America's will abroad and holding countries accountable. Huge fan. The list goes on and on. Also, anytime Trump's butted heads with the Supreme Court and they definitively rule against him, he's obeyed. Now, do I like everything Trump does? Of course not. He's a 90s New York Democrat, but the Overton window has moved so far that the left has embraced what amounts to literal insanity. So, yeah, nothing to be afraid of here if you're a taxpayer who wants America to continue to be the world's superpower. It's high time for a cleaning out of the rot. And the only ones you should be afraid of, there's a vested interest in keeping the corrupt in power. If by chance you're just one of the rank and file Democrats who've been unfortunately bamboozled by these dishonest Dems and their nefarious propaganda tactics, I understand why you might resent the idea of a Republican coming in and getting stuff done. I think Trump has done a fantastic job of actually accomplishing his goals, which is rare for a politician. Every campaign promise he made feels like he's made an attempt to accomplish it, which disrupts the status quo. This may cause you alarm, but what you should be alarmed about is the fact that this could have been any of our presidents actually working for their constituents. Instead, we have the oligarchy of the corrupt leading the Dems, as we are seeing in Minnesota and California with the rampant fraud and their attempts to go after people like Nick Shirley, who is outright embarrassing them with how easily he's discovering their shenanigans. Now let's talk about what my opponents have brought up. They've brought up fucking nothing, and it's embarrassing, and I can't believe we're going to sit here with a straight face and say, oh my Lord, Trump's sitting here using executive orders to get shit done. And guess what? When the orders are unconstitutional, ruled that way, he obeys them. As I said before, CTV was absolutely correct with what he was saying. These people are mad because people are getting shit done, and guess what? The veil is lifted, folks, and they don't like looking in the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. As a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through the debate. We will do closing statements, read and respond to your super chats. Then, of course, your favorite part, we will move into the open panel and then full gauntlet mode. In the meantime, I think some of them are streaming up here. If you'd like to go give likes, subscribes, and shares to any of them, that would be wonderful and amazing. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's hilarious that Admiral Gibbs mentioned the whole idea of fraud being in this whole thing and the blatant corruption and the status quo being changed because first of all, I can think of like Trump Mobile. I can think of the Trump $10 billion IRS lawsuit. Eric Trump actually just recently, a few days ago, went on talking about how he's winning a Pentagon contract for a company that he sits on. I think he owns it. I could be wrong in that, but nonetheless, he's part of that company. And they won they wanted 260 something like that $1 million contract. Okay. Also, it's funny to me that you're talking about Trump accomplishing his goals. I very remember him saying that he was going to start no new wars and that he was going to lower grocery prices on day one. Remember when he said he was going to end the war in Ukraine on day one? Nonetheless, though, none of those arguments have anything to pertain to whether or not Trump is consolidating power at the executive branch. And I mentioned many things, the executive orders. I mentioned the fact that you talked about him ignoring Supreme Court rulings and how he's never ignored them. That's funny because Abrego Garcia ruling was done on April 10th, and he didn't bring Abrego Garcia back until June 6th and fought business for the longest time when it came to that. We also saw where he was dragging his feet trying to get refunds out, crying along the way when it came to them ruling against his IEEPA tariffs. So it's funny to me that you mentioned that, but everything you said is just untrue. And the reality is Donald Trump is just carrying in the status quo and bringing more power to the executive branch. Nothing you said is against that.
All I heard from you right there was, I have TDS, I have TDS, I have TDS. That's all I heard, bro, because literally you didn't listen to a damn thing that I said in my opening statement. And had you done that, you would have understood that Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, past presidents have done far more as far as exercising executive power inside the nation, right? And from that point, once you understand that and you look back in the past and you say, oh, past executives have done this, well, he can't be consolidating what was already fucking there.
So executive orders, you mentioned if he doesn't already have the authority, it wouldn't be happening. That was the exact words you used in your opening statement, except the IEEPA tariffs were quite literally in the executive order. They ruled that he didn't have that emergency power to do that. And so it's funny to me that you say if he doesn't already have the authority, it wouldn't be happening, but he is doing it.
Particular way, but then he turned around and threw another way that he had to be able to do it. All that is an argumentation for administrative wording. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, but now we have to pay back like $170 billion to corporations, right? And screw the consumers that had to pay the tariffs, right?
Oh no!
You know what's interesting about that, though?
You just act like that, this thing happened, then there was a change, and as if people aren't going to be seeking out their money, but you're going to bitch about the time that they have to spend getting back their money. It's like, give me a fucking break. That's how any of us have any kind of fucking government. And way to be able to operate inside of it at all is having patience and understanding that things take time. Period. Point blank. End of that discussion.
Gibbs and Mojo.
Yeah, well, what's really interesting at CTV is what he said, what Vince said already, right? He goes, oh, he drug his feet. He said this twice. Oh, he did Abrego Garcia. Then he said this other one. Well, I don't know if you've ever been in trial for anything, like whether it's business or crime, or if you've ever watched a case. But, lawyers use different tactics while judges rule on stuff. And they do all these different things. They have appeals, all sorts of stuff. And you mentioned this, dragging their feet. And then you said at the end, oh, well, they got done. So Abrego Garcia got brought back eventually. These other things you mentioned got eventually changed around. Like you're saying, consolidate. But once again, like I said, anytime the push has come to shove, he's eventually followed through with the judiciary, just like every other president in history. CTV brought this up. Oh, he's talking about previous presidents. Okay, they were bitching about him blowing up the boats. Well, that's really, if you really wanted to bitch about that, we would have bitched about it with Bush. We would have bitched about it with Obama. We didn't bitch about it. Some people did, but then they kind of sat down and shut up about it. And now, you know what? Now he's blowing up the boats, and you know what? Based like every president ever does exactly what Trump's doing. The only difference is Trump has been actually accomplishing his campaign goals, which are what he said promised to the American public. You brought up corruption. Well, we just saw the Burisma thing actually had teeth. We've seen all this other corruption with the fraud in California and in Minnesota. We're seeing this blatant. We saw the accounting error by Ilhan Omar. Like, it's crazy that y'all are going to sit here with a straight face and act like we're not seeing fraud at a rampant scale. Why is the Democratic Party all of a sudden out of money and had to take out a loan to run 2 campaigns for governor? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because they're not getting all the money from the NGOs that we're getting funded by USAID and had their money washed overseas. We know that is happening now. We have indictments coming. We have arrests being made. There's something like 400 arrests that's already been made and indictments already been done. It's just crazy that you're saying these things and you're going, oh yeah, Gibbs, they're the corrupt ones. We're going to talk about shit he did while he's not president. Like, oh, well, like crazy work, brother.
Go ahead.
Let's not forget that when Trump was asked about Iran, he said he'd bomb the shit out of it.
Hold on, CTV. It's Mojo.
Yeah, this is about the president. I don't care about Minnesota. I don't care about your stake. I don't care about the southern border, because those federal guard troops that are on the border were given by Abbott, not by Donald Trump. So that's not what we're talking about either. We're talking about Donald Trump and him consolidating power in the executive branch. Schedule F is a perfect example of that. Your tariffs that now taxpayers have to pay $170 billion for is a perfect example of that. This is a consolidation of power, and it's failing as well as succeeding. We're watching the federal government buckle at its knees right now because we don't have enough employees, and Donald Trump is replacing them with loyalists who aren't doing the fucking jobs that they were hired to do.
Keep mentioning $170 billion.
$170 billion, yes.
Yeah, that's right. They're talking about this fraud being like 20 trillion to 40 trillion in some states alone. Yeah, I mean, I get that you're going to keep trying to like push it off, and I get that y'all like frame this debate where we're going to be alarmed about, oh, Trump's consolidating power. What I'm saying is alarming is that someone hadn't come in here and clean out this fraud in the first place. You should be ashamed that you're going to sit here and be, hey, this stuff is good. I'm alarmed that someone cares about the taxpayers and wants the fraud to go away. Shame on you. Why do you hate people that pay taxes? That's what I want to know. Why do you hate
authoritarian
salt of the earth, the people that are paying for all these needs that everybody gets provided? You know what? I actually have been pretty anti-welfare. But you know what? I've seen so much fraud in this shit that, you know what? Maybe if we cleaned it up, maybe we would have some money to actually give these people and see if these programs actually work. I'm actually willing to admit that. But y'all are so evil and so duplicitous that you can't even claim that, say, hey, we need to clean out the rot in our own programs, in our own party, and you want to just shift the blame to Trump. Maybe y'all would win some more elections if y'all didn't sit here and just, oh no, Trump bad, and actually took a look in the mirror.
Yeah, you mentioned taxpayer funds. It's actually funny that $10 billion IRS, that's Trump robbing his own treasury and you, the taxpayer, for $10 billion, let alone the $180 billion that Mojo just talked about. And again, when we talk about Trump reining in the executive branch, it kind of goes to the unitary executive theory. We've also seen this where he's trying to do this with the Federal Reserve, with Jerome Powell, where he's tried to get him fired in any way that he possibly can by opening up an investigation, which just today ended up being closed. Thank goodness. We saw where he tried to fire Lisa Cook, and the courts had to say, nope, you can't do that because he wants, and then he's trying to put in place people and his cronies in these supposedly independent. What's fake news?
You're just making shit up. You're assuming the people's intentions for
where am I making up?
Things.
Oh, I'm assuming the people's intentions. Do you know why is he firing Lisa Cook?
Doing this because of X, Y, and Z. That's assuming intentions. That's fake news. You can't do that. Bullshit.
Okay, he literally fired Lisa Cook. Matter of fact, actually, you know what? Better yet, I'll pull up some quotes from Donald Trump. Let me go ahead and pull up some quotes about what he thinks about Congress. I don't have to. I have the right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs. That's just patently untrue. He's also gone after the
executive.
Hold on, let him finish him, and then I'll hand it back to you, CTV.
He's also told his supporters, we cannot allow a handful of communist radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume the duties that belong solely to the president of the United States. We have seen where he has done executive orders to try to rein in these independent agencies. They are supposed to act in this way. Executive order, it is 14215, where he has tried to bring in all rule changes and everything that takes place in the SEC, the FTC, and the FCC, that they have to come to the White House first. We've also seen where Brendan Carr has tried to take over the FCC and cancel certain programs. This is not fake news. You can go to your own president and see where he has said exactly verbatim what he's trying to do. He's trying to rein in the executive away from the independent agencies.
You want to respond, CTV? If you don't, I have a response.
Like I said, fake news, and it just there's too much. I feel like it's too much control. I felt like the conversation was flowing fine, and it throws off the rhythm. So I don't know.
I think it's funny that, like, once again, let's just bring up, I'm going to go to one that Vince has mentioned multiple times now. No new wars. Now, see, I followed Trump all my life. I followed him, since, I guess before I was born. I was like Chuck Norris. I lost my virginity before my dad. But, in the 80s, in 1988, he said, hey, guess what? If I was president and the fucking Iran fucked around, I'd go fuck up Corn Island. I'd fucking do something about the, strait. I would do all these things. And you know what? Lo and behold, in 2026, the year of our Lord, guess what he's doing? He's over there doing exactly what he said. These fuckers tried to assassinate him. Iran's been at war since they took over their country and took out the Shah. Like, these are not our friends. Russia's not our friend. China's not our friend. Venezuela isn't our friend. Now we own Venezuela's ass. Iran's getting the whoopings. And fucking China's over here starving because they got no oil. Their economy's crashing. Russia thought they were going to get rich off this. And then Ukraine went in there, used our intel, and blew the fuck up out of all their oil producing facilities. So it's wins all around foreign policy wise. Trump has been going over there getting shit done. We've actually took military tactics and new stuff we've learned from Israel. We implemented it into our programs. We got new manufacturing being built here in Texas, USOs, all sorts of stuff. Manufacturing is coming back to America, and we should be excited. We should be loving it. Beef, for the first time within 2 years, it's projected to have the beef industry changing. You want to see changes? Eggs are down. Beef is actually about to go down. Estimated for the first time, like I said, in 75 years for a price drop if you go from 2 to 3 years of the projection. But that's because of Trump. That's not because of Biden going over here and fucking over American farmers and ranchers. You know who that is? That's who did this, the Dems. They hate us. And then the Dems go, we have the audacity to tell you with a straight face, oh, Lordy, boys, shit's going to get more pricey because we don't have our slaves. If we don't have our subclass of Hispanics to come here and pick the crops for us, then God willing. And so what they do is they sit here and sell you on bullshit. And then they use these aliens that they brought in legally and illegally through the devious means to wash their money and bring them back over here. Just like we've seen with USAID, just like we've seen with the NGOs, we're seeing this track, all this fraud. It's going down everywhere. It's blatantly obvious to anybody with eyes, and you're just like, you're going, oh, but what about Trump? I mean, no, I can keep going. I keep
I'm
going.
sure you
I
can.
know that
I'm
you're not
sure you
used to
can.
people saying
I mean, you're
that, but-
infatuated with slavery. I don't know why. I mean, it's fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
because it's disgusting. I'm
We're still talking
Hispanic.
about,
I'm sick of my
we're still
Hispanic
talking
friends
about
being
the
slaves.
president of the United States of America,
Yeah.
not every other state. And we're not talking about beef because you remember those tariffs that they got taken down, right? He had to rewrite some. Now we got to worry about whether those make it through the courts or not. And you're talking about Iran, where we're spending $1 million a missile to shoot down $25,000 drones. Are you serious? We're ruling the world? This is crazy. We have lost more soldiers in Iran than we lost in Afghanistan, and you guys bitch like hell about that shit.
But are you high? Do you know how many soldiers
I am
we
not
lost
high.
in Afghanistan? How many soldiers?
Yeah,
do you
in the
think we lost in
pullout for the pullout in Afghanistan.
No,
Yeah,
the total. How much time?
Yeah.
We lost in
No.
Afghanistan?
The pullout in Afghanistan
Oh,
that you
just
guys
the
like to
pullout.
bitch about. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the entire time. You just said in Afghanistan. Like, what are we talking about here? You're just lying now. There's like 1,600 or like 2,000 troops lost. We've lost like 30.
Again, the pullout in Afghanistan, we have lost more troops in this fucking war in Iran now than the pullout in Afghanistan. And you guys bitch nonstop about that shit.
I need to get his dealer's number because, like, he's over here just making up facts. Like, goddamn, bro.
So,
like,
Admiral Gibbs, can I ask you something? Because I'm very curious here. We can talk all day long about whether or not Trump has accomplished his goals or done this or done that. That's a whole separate debate in and of itself. What the hell does this have to do when it comes to Trump consolidating power or not consolidating power? You're just doing this whole thing. You talk about TDS. CTV said TDS. This sounds like TDS that you're just like, I'm shouting off all the talking points, but I'm not going to actually, you're not going to actually provide substantive arguments as to whether or not Trump is or is not consolidating power. You're just like, yeah, MAGA. That's it. That's all you're saying right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this number of troops that's been lost. Right, because I just
in Iran.
There's been 13 in Iran. 13 in Iran.
And how many
did we
lost
lose?
in Afghanistan?
How many?
Assholes? If I'm going to have to control when I fucking speak and not speak, then you're going to control your fucking self and shut the fuck up whenever I start speaking. Otherwise, I'm just going to fucking walk out because I'm not going to have her keep correcting me. And when you assholes need to be correcting yourself. Now,
you all right, man? You're going to have an aneurysm.
Now, shut up and listen. You want to sit here and tell me that more troops are lost in Afghanistan than have been in Iran, or more in Iran than Afghanistan, right? So I do a quick Google search. 2,456 U.S. military personnel lost their lives during the Afghanistan war from October 7th, 2001 to August 30th, 2021. Quick Google search. I go on here and I look up another one. Quick Google search for today. I look up globalmilitary.net. They're not showing any casualties of people, right? Which is kind of weird. I don't see any. You'd think that there would be, right? But they're not showing.
Maybe learn how to use Google.
But we're looking at aircraft loss. So we're going to go to the next one. EpicFuryLive.com. Let's see how many troops they're showing lost. People killed, total strikes, wounded. Where's the American losses? 6? 47? 47 wounded? 47? What the fuck are you talking about? You come out here and you start fucking lying blatantly to my fucking face, and I can't find your fucking numbers, and then you want to wishy-washy tell me that, oh, these are the get the fuck out of here. You're not a serious fucking person.
You got issues, man. You got issues. You got to see somebody about that.
I do have fucking issues. They're rated all with fucking my doctors, right? Which is none of your fucking business. But what is my fucking business and your business right now is you not fucking lying. I'm not going to listen to it.
I said during the pullout in Afghanistan, and you went on that whole diatribe
You didn't
for
say
no
the
reason
pullout
at
in
all.
Afghanistan, asshole.
I didn't do, asshole.
Go back and watch the VOD. You did not say the pullout. You said the Afghanistan war. The whole entirety of the
said it
fucking
like
thing.
20
I was
times
listening
now.
very fucking carefully.
I'm not sure you can hear anything.
So, real quick, Afghanistan, Iran, what does this have to do with Trump consolidating power?
The power was already there. That's what you're not getting.
Yeah, I mean,
I can relate this. I can bring us back in a little bit, hopefully. I mean, it'll probably go off the rails in about 2 seconds. But we can talk about the War Powers Resolution, which Congress has succeeded to the president and said, hey, we're not going to pass this War Powers Resolution. Republicans in Congress are like, hey, we'll give you our power, President. Mr. Trump, you can do whatever you want. It tried being passed 5 times. All the times it was failed because Republicans are like, hey, Daddy Trump, we want you to do what we want. Maybe because they're scared of Trump actually trying to primary them. I'm not quite sure. But nonetheless, Donald Trump, once again, subceding that authority. And I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to try to go over the 60 threshold that he's allowed to do without having to get approval of Congress. So we're seeing what Congress is. Good.
Well, I think he needs to do. Well, you're rambling just a little bit, but directly to your point, though, right? The longer this thing with Iran plays out, the harder it hits them. So from our standpoint, from the legislative, the War Powers Act that they passed back in the 70s did more to cede power from Congress with a declaration than a lot of it that came before that. So it's Congress is not going to historically act in the way that they should in the quicker environment that we have without it getting locked up in debate. Then we just end up invaded because, they're not doing shit. That's why you have to have an executive. So the War Powers Act is literally what's allowing for the executive to have a lot of the power that he has to act on the stage. Am I out of place on that, Gibbs?
Well, I mean, I want to add to that really, okay, on top of that, Vince here, I don't know what the other person's position was, but Vince here used to be a conservative, right? He used to be I don't know exactly what it was, but I know did you vote for Bush? Were you a Bush fan? I don't know, whatever. However, if you were a conservative, you voted for Bush, or you were voted for Obama, both of them used the fucking stuff, like you just said, the War Powers Act. They expanded upon that greatly. And we've never had a president with more power than when we had under Bush and Cheney with the fucking unitary executive theory, where they were pushing this and they were testing it at every level. Now, if you want to say that they're pushing it more than the unitary executive, they're like gods, then you're just hot. That's really all I can say about that. And I need your dealer's number, like I said again, because we all know that is the most we've ever had where they consolidated power, period, in history. And then that's not even count, like you said, Abe Lincoln. We can look at Andrew Jackson. We can look at all these other people. Andrew Jackson was dueling people that disagreed with him. And you're talking about fucking Trump over here consolidating power in an alarming way. Come on. Let's have a serious discussion here.
Yeah, so we can have a serious discussion. George W. Bush signed 291 executive orders over his 2 terms, over 8 years. Donald Trump, 1 year and a half, has already signed over 255 executive orders and declared 9 national emergencies.
Executive orders. Do you agree that executive orders are not just orders, but are also clarifying statements to existing orders, and there's not just something brand new? You agree with that?
But they're typically new orders. That's the whole point of an executive order.
Brand new. Why would you bother writing anything?
Hold on, everybody's going. Why don't we let CTV clarify his final point, and then I'll hand it Mojo, Gibbs, then Vince. I think that was the order.
Yeah, the only thing using executive orders as a way to say that that's a consolidation of power whenever they are used for other administrative purposes, I think is misleading.
Okay, Mojo?
Obviously, they're new. Otherwise, they wouldn't be written in the first place. If you're just reiterating an old executive order, there's no reason to write it in the first place. So obviously, they're new. And you seem to think that they were just reiterating. That's not correct at all. And the one that I talked about, Schedule F, is reaching the president reaching deep down into the bowels of the executive branch, into the bureaucracy, and the people that have served in their positions in government for 30, 40 years. And he's firing these people, and he's rehiring people based on loyalty tests. That's what we're watching right now, the entire restructuring of the bureaucracy that exists within the executive branch. The USDA, excuse me? Go ahead.
What are these loyalty tests?
Loyalty tests to make sure that you are politically right-wing. They are
I'm
asking,
aware
they are
what the
sending
term
out,
means, but what tests?
They're sending out questionnaires to prospective employees in order to ensure that they abide by or agree with Donald Trump's policies in that particular area that they're working for or applying for a job for.
Okay.
Is that what this language specifically says, or is it more like, do you adhere to the laws of the United States of America?
Well,
no, it's not about the United States of America.
Okay,
Sorry.
Gibbs.
Okay, I want to respond to both Vince and Mojo's point here. First, I think CTV is kind of hitting on something here. I don't necessarily agree with exactly how he's framing it, but let me check it a different way, and I think he's going to agree with what I'm about to say. First, it's kind of like when you have a machine gun, right? You take a machine gun, you spray and pray, versus you have a sniper. What's more effective, 300 orders or the Patriot Act? I think we can all agree the Patriot Act getting through Congress was much more influential on empowering the executive than any fucking one individual order. In fact, any of these orders can be reversed by the next president in charge. The Patriot Act couldn't be. So if we're going to sit here and talk about which one actually gave more power to the executive branch and consolidated power there, we got to talk about that. We can talk about, Marbury versus Madison giving power to the judiciary, right? We can see all these different things which give power to what, right? And so the act is way more powerful than any one order. Now, secondly, and this is kind of what I'm saying is the effectiveness, right? Yeah, it's effective to do an order and clean up something or do an order and get something specific done. But the long-term impact is going to be coming from the stuff pushed by Congress and this judiciary ruling what's constitutional and what's not going forward long term. So when he pushes forth an executive order that pushes the limits of his power and judiciary rules and defines that power, that's going to be the end of that game unless Congress overrules it. Now, as for what Mojo is saying here, I'm sorry, what was your point here at the end? I missed it. I had a whole thing here, but you had your what was your main thing there? I apologize.
It was a loyalty test.
Loyalty test. Oh, okay, yeah, loyalty test. Yeah. So here's my real quick on that. Used to, till I don't know. I don't remember exactly when this stopped, but they fucking used to go in every time we had a new president. Everybody that wasn't part of them got fired. So this is not any newer or worse than before. In fact, I think both sides should do this. Both sides should give out a questionnaire. And then if you have somebody in there, you put them in there. As long as they're not, and if they're doing a good job, you can keep them. But guess what? I want somebody to go in there and go, hey, I don't want people holding you up at every ounce of the law every single time going, hey, I don't want this done just because I can drag my feet. I want people to obey the law, obey the executive if their commander-in-chief orders them to do something, and then let the courts decide or let legislation decide whether or not we should be doing this, right? That's how it should be done. The executive should be enforcing the law as is or enforcing the will of the executive branch. They shouldn't be having to fight their own people within their own group. But since the Democrats have put up this system of corruption in there, yeah, he's had to gut the system and clean this out some. And now y'all are sitting there mad because, now the Dems are fucking starving. And it's real obvious they're starving whenever they have a 14% approval rating with all the frauds being exposed, when we're seeing all sorts of arrests being made. It's just blatant corruption at every level.
Vince,
now y'all going, oh, Trump bad.
Back to Vince, quick, and then we'll open it back up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just want to ask people, can you tell me who Jerome Powell was nominated by? I believe it was it Trump? You know, it's interesting to me. You talk about all these Democratic corruptions. It's funny to me because Trump is fighting against the same people that he appointed. He appointed Jerome Powell, and he's fighting against his own Fed chair that he appointed. There was another gentleman that he appointed. I'll have to look for.
Well, shouldn't that tell you something? That I mean, that should be obvious, right?
Because
Vince? I mean, because like if you're willing to, if you put a person in a position and they start doing something that you don't like, and instead of just like, oh, well, we're friends, I shouldn't say something. He's like, no, fuck you. And he's still holding the principle. That's the guy I want doing that job. I want him. It's like, yeah, he sees something in the guy. Yeah, maybe he'd be good for the job. He goes in there and he's doing, no, bro, that ain't going to work. And he's got to make his case. But the other guy got put in the job that he's got. So, it's that, give and take between people that you want to see somebody that is holding to their principles whenever it comes to, and that's important. So I don't get why you're trying to do the wishy-washy thing.
Why it's concerning is because the Fed is an independent organization. It is under the executive branch, but it is an independent organization. Meaning the president can go in, appoint a Fed chair, and then Congress approves him. And only way that he can be fired is at will. So why it is concerning is when Donald Trump is starting investigations and continuously trying to find ways to fire Jerome Powell. This is just yet another example that Donald Trump wants to put somebody in at an independent organization that'll do his bidding, thus reining in more power to the executive branch. That's literally what that means.
Well, in order for it to bring power to the executive, there would have to be like a law passed, right? Him having a relationship, being unhappy with what this person's doing based off of previous conversations that it sounds like that they previously had, probably with his attempts to explain the much, larger game that we're all watching, right? Frankly, I was not aware, just being honest, right? I was not aware that the Brits had such control, still had such control over the world through the insurance and finance game that they do. And through these actions that Trump is taking, it's making it like crystal clear just how much the Brits have been having us do their dirty work. And now they're unhappy, right? Because now they're not able to use Iran as the problem that keeps their insurance rates hiked up. So
that's crazy.
Oh, go ahead, Mojo. Did you want to say
what's
something?
happening, bro?
I don't know
It's
that. I don't know
crazy.
that I necessarily. I don't know that I necessarily care about the insurance rates. I do care that we're using our taxpayer dollars to cover this shit right now. I think that's absolutely and utterly ridiculous. I do want to talk about the whole Schedule F thing, though. Gibbs, do you think it'd be okay if AOC becomes the president next time, and she goes ahead and changes over all of the USDA, and we regulate out of existence beef in the United States of America? Would that be okay with you?
I mean, listen, if AOC is able to get that in there and able to do that,
if she wins, you're giving her the power to do that by giving her Schedule F.
Listen, and thank God I'm in Texas because that's kind of our thing. What happens when you come for Texans is you get a country ass whooping.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna take on the White House? You're gonna go?
Listen, I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm not. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna hoot and holler and pay my fucking lobbyists to go and fucking lobby. I'm gonna see here just like I said in my opening. I'm fucking real excited about him going after the meat packers industry, right? Like, we're breaking up this monopoly. Now, you're asking me what I would do. I'll tell you what I do. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to legislate. I'm going to sue. I'm going to hold them up in court, just like you use. We're going to use the process. And you still haven't answered my point about any one executive action, any one of them being equal to the power that was given to the executive under Bush through the Patriot. You haven't been able to handle that point because we both know that that one act alone, and I can mention others, have given more power to the executive than anyone or probably 50 of Trump's executive orders. So, like, when you're sitting here with a straight face and you're trying to divert and you're trying to say, oh, well, give us this, give us that, I'm fucking all about might makes right. I'll bite that bullet every time. If she gets in there and she can actually enforce that, more power to her. Maybe I shouldn't have let her get elected as president. That's my answer to you. But here's my thing. You can't handle my point about, look, if we go back, let's look at some other stuff. How about we look at the War Powers Act? We look at stuff that was under Abraham Lincoln. I'm just saying, you haven't answered my point about any of these executive actions that gave, all of these legislative actions that gave power to the president at these times, and you're not going to be able to. You didn't answer my point about Andrew Jackson, brought up earlier. He would literally duel people that disagreed with him, and some of them died, and then he pushed through the policy he wanted. Like, so you're going to tell me that Trump is out there doing more than Andrew Jackson, who wanted to abolish all sorts of like crazy work, bro. Like, you just don't have any actual grasp of history if you're going to sit here with a straight face and say these executive orders are worse than all these other acts. Come on, bro. Come on.
I think we've.
Because like,
you want to go?
Jackson literally ran the Seminoles off the land.
Real quick. I just want to say that passing a law is a hell of a lot different because you have to go through a bipartisan Congress. The Constitution actually set it up for Congress to create the laws, not the executive branch. And because it goes through a bipartisan process, then everybody has to agree on it, or at least a majority. With Donald Trump, he gets to institute this shit without any sort of approval from anybody else, and we just have to abide by it.
If I'm a president and I shoot the congressman in a duel that's like speaking out against my act and he dies, do you think other congressmen are going to want to speak out against that law that I want passed? No. So like, because that's what happened with Andrew Jackson. Yeah, he was famous for that shit. And so, like, you keep talking about he's alarming because he's consolidating the most power of all these presidents. No, that's just not historically true at all. Like, he's not consolidating power in an alarming way. Nobody bitched about any of these other people doing it. They just let it happen. And so now all of a sudden, that because he's actually getting real change done, y'all are going, oh, we've been bamboozled by the Dems. Or you're going, we got to protect that corruption. That's really the only explanation you have here to be this upset.
Well, we can solve that. Just let AOC in, and she'll go ahead and legislate or regulate guns out of existence in the U.S. too.
Yeah, I mean,
that worked out for Mexico, didn't it?
So the debate question is: Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate, and I have already listed out the numerous times where we are seeing, again, I'll say it again, executive orders. We're seeing national emergencies. We're seeing where he's removing the independence of these independent organizations under the executive branch. We're seeing where he's removing even some states' rights by saying, hey, we're going to still force you. We're going to force feed you the National Guard. Even though you don't want them, we're going to force feed it. Oh, in ICE, we're going to just throw ICE into your backyard. We don't care about what you have to say. Oh, you're voting. You're voting.
Really?
Wait about the voting. Oh, well, we're going to nationalize those voting rolls for you. We're going to make sure that your voter rolls are accurate, and we're going to make sure we purge those voter rolls. We're going to take that power away from you, states. We're going to take that power away from you, Congress. We're going to take that power away from you, the judiciary.
I did not realize that you had drank the Minnesota Kool-Aid, bro. You're a fucking idiot now. You're an absolute fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, critical thinking veteran. What did he just say? States' rights. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord. I just brought up picking our crops earlier.
Oh
I brought
my
up the
God,
Southern
dude,
Poverty
but,
Law
like,
Center funding the
there's
Klan. Man, I didn't know we were back in
literally a whole population
1863
of
again.
people- There's literally a
Oh,
whole
my Lord.
population of people there that are defrauding everyone else in the nation, and you're sitting here defending it, right, on national television, as if it's like, you know, supposed to be.
Good
Oh
for
yeah,
you,
Raging
Tomato.
Tomato is definitely. Matter of fact, you're right. You're right. It's not national; it's international. What the fuck was I thinking, right? So anyway, right? So you're sitting here making me listen to this garbage, right? And next thing you know, you're probably telling me that Alex British was completely in his right, you know, to have the gun on him after the week before he was kicking a fucking an agent's truck, causing damage, right? And that would be a smart thing to do. You'd probably also tell me that the fucking chick that tried to run over the agent, you know, was completely within her right to try to leave a scene after she'd been ordered by a law enforcement agent to fucking stop. You'd probably tell me that now because you drunk that fucking crazy ass Kool-Aid. It's like, bro, you need to detox. You need to get the fuck off the internet. You need to go touch some grass for real, right? I don't know. Maybe go take a drive and just fight traffic for a week. Maybe that'll, you know, get you out of this crazy, like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm surprised that you can walk in here with your fucking blue hair dyed in your fucking beard now, right? Like,
So all I heard was nuh-uh. I didn't hear an actual coherent argument against anything that I stated. In fact, I heard a pivot to try to bring me and draw me into the Alex Peretti. You try to draw me into the Alex Peretti situation. I would only pose to you in that particular sense. I wonder how you felt about Kyle Rittenhouse and his right to carry a firearm. Almost did it, Mojo. I almost said the TikTok word for firearm.
You have no idea how sad I am that pedophile's dead.
Hold on,
Okay?
go
Well, hold
ahead.
on. I'll bite that bullet. I'll bite that bullet.
Vince, were
Vince.
you, I want to confirm, Vince, were you done? I don't know if you were.
There's certain language you have to use on TikTok, and I have been terminally on TikTok doing debates with Mojo on his panels and stuff. So I ended up accidentally almost saying pew pew. It's a TikTok language thing. Anyways, let's proceed.
No, understood.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, it'll be fine. You know, you just try to follow TOS for whatever platform you be doing on that. I'm not going to be upset about that. But I'll bite that bullet. You know what? Alex Peretti, the Black Panthers, all these people, they were embracing their constitutional right to bear arms, and that's based. I think that's based. You know, now whether they did it in an intelligent way, and whether they thought about what their actions were is a whole different question. But you know what? If you want to bear arms to defend your rights, you know what? Thomas Jefferson said the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriots or some shit, right? All right, let them try. They should.
Refresh.
That's why we have the right to bear arms. Like, you know what? I'll bite that bullet. You know what? I'm a Texan. We whooped Mexico's ass with our when they came for our guns. You know, I'm just saying we're the only state that was never successfully invaded by the United States during the Civil War. I'm just saying there's a reason why you don't mess with Texas when you can mess with us. Now, as for your thing, I'm not going to go out there and be shooting the government if they're going to be coming for my guns. Probably, you know, unless things get real bad. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sitting here going, hey, let me hire my lobbyists to go in there, just like with the bee. Let's start legal challenges to get this done. I'm going to use the system. And you still, neither one of y'all have been able to argue that what Trump has done is any more impactful, which is the whole cause for alarm, if you think it's bad, than what all these other acts have done where they gave more power to the president, like the Patriot Act, like all these other power acts that have been done, like what we had Andrew Jackson. You've not been able to give me a definitive substantive argument against that. Now, you can keep talking about these executive orders, but guess what? You can say, oh, he's fired people. Every president fires people. But the Dems literally fired Biden mid-campaign. And when you compare that, add that fucking firing in, guess what? They had the same turnover rate as Trump did. If you don't, it's slightly below it. So when you're sitting here talking about firing people, guess what? You put someone in there, and these guys are so mad when he fires someone, but then they're so mad when he doesn't fire someone. There's no winning. These guys just are hating on Trump to hate on Trump. He literally can do anything. If he cured cancer tomorrow, Lord, what about the people that worked in the medical industry? These people are going to lose jobs because Trump cured cancer. It's really the kind of argument they're making. There's a no-win scenario, and that's why they don't want to talk about the corruption with the Dems, and that's why it's not alarming what he's doing, because he's gutting with the corruption and this Tammany Hall bullshit the Dems have put in place, and that's why they're mad, because he's fucking came for them finally, and we're getting real change. That's what the obsession is here.
I really think, Vince, if you show me where
let Mojo go first and go back and
hold
forth.
on.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah. Let's go to the opposite side. We'll go to Mojo and then CTV. It's to you then. I think
did
you both
address-
started going the same time. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I did address the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is an act passed by Congress that has to be done in a bipartisan way. It has to be voted on. It has to go through committees. It's a long process. This isn't something that the president can just, use an auto pen to sign, right? Because Donald Trump uses that auto pen as much or more than fucking Biden did.
What about the Affordable Healthcare Act?
So it makes sense. So it makes sense that you would actually pass shit through Congress. That's the way the Constitution sets it up that way. That's the way we're supposed to be doing it.
What about the Affordable Healthcare Act, though?
Wait,
Hold on.
firing,
Let him finish, and then we'll go to CTV, and then Gibbs, you can throw your questions at him. Go ahead, Mojo.
as far as firing people, I mean, I'm talking about with Schedule F, they can reach all the way down into the bowels of the federal government, into all the agencies, and they can take one person out that happened to give a bad response to a customer service call for an app that they designed, and they can fire that person and replace them with a loyalist. I mean, this is ridiculous. You are getting rid of the people that are there based on merit, and you're replacing them with people that are there based on nepotism. And you guys should be against that.
CTV and then to Gibbs.
Well, the question that I had was, that was going to be my attempt to throw it back over there, was I think it would be much more useful for you guys to like at this point, to tell Gibbs and I how it is that the executive didn't have the power before, right? You're just pointing to an executive order saying, oh, they didn't have the power, right? But that's not accurate, right? Like, you're going to need to enumerate where the power wasn't there before, because like Gibbs and I both have illustrated the Patriot Act, War Powers Act, the Constitution itself, right? For a lot of the powers, right, they're enumerated to the different branches of government. So you got to tell me how the power wasn't there before, and then how it is there now, right? Because I understand it after having read these past acts, and I'm sure Gibbs will agree, that the power that you're saying isn't there was already there. It was clarified.
Yeah,
through the order. So it's.
Yeah, I mean, to add on what he said, he brought a Patriot Act. I could start, and I purposely laid that trap with bipartisan ones because it's so easy to see how disingenuous they are. We can look at the Affordable Care Act right under Obama, and we see all the TikToks coming from the Dems going, Lord, I lost my care. Guess what? That was pushed through Congress without a single Republican vote. We see acts like this all the time from both sides where they push acts through Congress that expand the executive, which guess what? That's what the Affordable Care Act did. It expanded the power of the executive, and then they were able to do all this stuff with all how they did the Medicare, or you could keep your doctor, you could keep your insurance, and you didn't, right? And so, like, you're sitting here being disingenuous because we both know there's tons of acts that have expanded the executive without a single person supporting it from either side, or an extremely small group of people that got sold something for their pork belly so that they would side with the opposite side. And we see that all the time, and it expands the executive. That's what happens, and then the judiciary defines their power. That's what happens. We're in a constitutional republic. We see these things, and then it's just crazy to me because guess what? Like I said earlier, Vince over here brought up the states' rights thing. It's crazy. In 2026, they use the exact same argument: states' rights, boys. We got states' rights. We got to save our crops. It's literally the 1860s Dems have risen from the grave and took over the party, and then they're going to sit here with this deflecting bullshit and act like what I'm saying is not true. You can keep saying, oh, these other acts are bipartisan, but when I point to examples that aren't bipartisan, your whole case fails. And so this is not any more alarming because Trump isn't even getting some of this stuff to issue Congress. He's doing it through executive orders that can be flipped the minute he's out.
That's the point. He's not using Congress like the Constitution.
He is using Congress.
No, he's not. He's not using them at all. Wait, I want to talk about the ACA real quick because the ACA, I'm sorry, the ACA, the only reason that passed is because you guys keep electing presidents that want to go get us into forever wars, like the one in Iran right now.
ACA,
that's why we gain control of Congress. That's why we gain control of the House and the Senate in a filibuster-proof majority to pass the ACA. So yes, that didn't have to be bipartisan because you elected a president that starts forever wars.
No, I understand how you could say that, right? And it has everything to do with what I said earlier about the British having control over the insurance, and that's how they've been bringing in their money. Because, I mean, if you actually slow down and think about it, what the fuck is Brit making besides maybe like Mini Coopers, right? So they got to have their money coming in somewhere. So that's how they had their money coming in. So, and I can see how you see Trump doing what it's actually not the same. It's actually on a scale much larger, right? We have, I dropped way more bombs. It's epic fury with absolutely golden name for this thing, right? But anyway, he comes in and he does that, and I see how you could say it's the same thing, but because of the actions and the commitment, especially right now with blocking the Strait, that is commitment to allowing Iran to keep filling up their reserves on Cargill and not allowing it to be able to get out because they want to keep the production going, right? When the production stops because they have nowhere else to put the oil, I mean, they're bringing decommissioned tankers back online right now to put the oil into so that they don't have to stop pumping. Because if they stop pumping, right, the whole game stops for them. They're down for a long time because once the system stops, it's a big fucking deal. It's a BFD, big fucking deal. Okay. So that's the game that Trump is playing right now, is the waiting game. When that game is up and Iran has to fold, and they will, and don't forget that China imports 90% of the oil from Iran, right? They are the main buyer here. So China has a leg in this game too. They're going to be putting the pressure on. So I see how you could say that it's the same thing, but the actions that are being taken are, strategically, tactically, and just remarkably different than what we've seen from past administrations. And it's not just Trump, right? It's not like Trump is the one that's coming up with all of the military exercises that are going on. It's, Secretary Hegseth and all of the admirals and generals and chiefs and everybody below them that are a part of all of this, right? So you keep pointing to the one guy, and I would keep encouraging you on the left, which have a whole problem with understanding like the seat of power in the chair, right? And the chair is the president. It's not the person, right? So the more power that, say, Congress passes and gives it to like they say, you need to do a thing. Well, then the executive then has to do a thing because the Congress passed a law telling them to do a thing. So every time the Congress tells them to do a thing, the executive has more power to do a thing.
Welcome to the
so there
Constitution,
becomes a point. Right. So maybe we're at a critical mass point where we need to start getting rid of fucking laws. That way the executive doesn't have the power, because like you're literally the whole debate here is whether or not Trump's consolidating power, right? I guess maybe if you wanted to argue the definition of consolidate as to whether or not, okay, we understand he has the power and it's just been way out here and nobody's been using it, but by God, now he's using it. Now it's all focused and you can see it, and it's like it's in your face and you can't deny that the executive has this power now, then sure, right? If that was your argument, which it wasn't for this entire time, I probably could have gave it to you. But since it wasn't your argument, and it's actually my fucking argument now because nobody else said it, CTV wins the fucking debate. Have a nice fucking day.
Okay, so I got a question for you, CTV. Let me ask you something. Would you say that Donald Trump has obeyed all legislation that Congress has passed in his second term?
I would say that when the Supreme Court has come back and said, no, you can't do a thing, that he's backed off.
No. I'm saying like the Congress. So I'll skip over the questions. Epstein Act. That's a great one. Epstein Act he has not obeyed the Epstein Act. He has slow walked as he possibly can. This was a bipartisan piece of legislation, and yet he has still today not complied with this. And in fact, when he went and fired Pam Bondi's not going and testifying in front of Congress. They're trying to. And there's even talks then recently this past week where they're trying to potentially pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know if you know who that is. You should look her up. This is a prime example of where Donald Trump gets a piece of legislation from his own Congress and ignores it. That's
that's
prime
kind of
example.
funny that you bring up Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Because her father was Robert Maxwell. He was very heavily involved with the British intelligence, right? So there's ties back to the British government, right? In this, it's funny. I was just talking about the British government in the insurance game, and all of a sudden they come back up again in this. Kind of should start making people start paying attention to how some of these people have been trying to control other people, right? And when this thing comes out, right, and everything, and it will, I am absolutely thinking they're not going to be able to keep holding this back the way that they are. Why? Victims. There's a lot of. I've watched a few different documentaries about a lot of this stuff, right?
What the hell?
So it's
what are we doing?
Well, I mean, you brought it. Fine. What do you want to talk about?
Well, you were supposed to talk about the Epstein Act and 534 congressmen and senators that voted for it, and Donald Trump is not doing it.
Oh, so I was supposed to. Oh, so can you?
That's
give me
what.
the script?
That's what he brought up. I don't
me,
know what you're
Can you
responding
give
to.
me the script next time? That way, I fucking know what it is I'm supposed to say.
I don't know. There's a
fucking
topic
ask
for
me
the
what the fuck-
debate.
Like I'm supposed to just say what the fuck you just want me to say, huh?
I don't know.
What
We
is
can
wrong
talk
with
about
you?
flying pigs if you want.
What's wrong with you? You talk to other people like that in real life.
Well,
I'm
just going to go ahead and start talking about flying pigs then. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I mean, I think this is pretty clear, right? Like we have brought up example after example after example after example, and yet every single time it's but Obama, but Joe Biden. But actually, we didn't even get to Joe Biden yet. I'm surprised.
Great Britain.
Yeah, Great Britain. I don't know why we're not addressing the points that we're providing. I mean, we're providing point after point after point after point.
Well, hold on. Well, what you're doing here is you're this is a dishonest thing where you're going to say, "Oh, we're not applying the point." I've sat here, gone through each one of your points, and explained how if they're consolidating power at an epic rate or whatever, alarming rate, well, then you know what? Honestly, he's not doing that good a job because guess what? As soon as his presidential term is done, they can just sit here have next president. If it's a Democrat, flip them all. So that already defeats point one of yours, right? Point two is I've gone through and we've talked about both bipartisan and nonpartisan bills that have been passed that expand the executive. Y'all haven't really had an answer for that. You had no answer for the Affordable Care Act. That's one that flows across. Gibbs wins on that one. We talked about the Patriot Act. Y'all said bipartisan, and then what's his name said, "Oh, it's because we had a filibuster-proof majority." Listen, there's been other laws that I could go through in history where either side have had filibuster-proof majorities, and they passed laws. If we want to use that as an argument, guess what? When I start going back through history and find other acts that have been passed that expand the executive, that defeats that point too. Now, I think you and I both can admit there's going to be examples of that when I go and start looking in about 10 seconds after I finish ranting. And so it's crazy that you want to sit here and go, "Oh, you're not addressing the point." Well, how about you do this? How about you explain to me how having a president that's following the judiciary, like whenever they come after him and not going through it, how a president that's pushing executive and pushing policy and it's getting done is any way more alarming than what's happened already, where we see clear corruption, where we have NGOs being funded, where we have potential illegal immigrants voting, we see all sorts of signature scams left and right, where we see all sorts of other things where they're not followed, and then y'all go, "Oh, this is just more alarming," whenever we see all these things that I keep bringing up and I keep seeing legislation passed that expands the executive, and you go, "Oh, that's just more alarming because Trump bad." No, that's ridiculous, because even by your own metric, he's being less effective. And if we go by this other metric that somehow we should be, you can't have it both ways. He can't be somehow more effective and more dangerous and less effective at the same time. So what is it? Is he getting pushed stuff through Congress that expands the executive? Is the judiciary coming over here and expanding the executive even more than any other president? No, neither one of those are true. He's getting legislation passed about the same rate. Now, if you want to say executive orders, well, those aren't permanent. So guess what? Even by your own metric, you fail on this topic. And it's just really embarrassing at this point, because you sit here saying we're not engaging when I go point by point through y'all's topics and show it has no teeth. Now, do you want me to actually have to go back and find other filibuster-proof majority acts posted that were not justice? Or can we just take that at face value and use the APA as an example and be good faith? Because if not, I can go and start searching right now. Like
ACA, and I was talking about the
whatever.
ACA with the filibuster.
Sure, ACA. That's what we're talking. Yeah. Okay. Do you think there's been
why,
another
that's
time
why I
history
brought
that's
up the
been filibuster
filibuster-proof majority? Yeah.
Okay.
So when you guys elect
Sure.
presidents that put us in forever wars, then of course you're going to lose the Congress.
Once again, that didn't respond to any of my other points. Are you telling me no other time in history has there been an act that's been passed that expanded the executive with a filibuster-proof majority? Are you going to tell me that with a straight face? That's never happened once in the United States history other than the Affordable Care Act.
I don't know. I didn't live in 1850. I'm living today.
Oh, okay. So then once again, if it did happen in history, then you're fucking just being bad faith, and you're trying to use this as an example when we know this has happened multiple times in history, and it's expanded the executive on several different occasions. You have no answer for this. It defeats your whole case. And this is why you're going, "Oh, I wasn't alive in 1850. This is why you didn't want to engage in the intimidation techniques used by Andrew Jackson. This is why you didn't want to engage in all these other examples I used with Bush or Obama, and I used bipartisan ones. This is why you're not engaging with those, because you actually don't have a real substantive answer other than Trump bad.
Yeah, I got a substantive answer here. So when you talk about Congress passing a bill and it expanding executive power, sure, that has probably happened at some point in time. However, the argument
like stored
here,
energy.
Oh, I'm not done. The argument here, to be clear, is whether or not Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. And I want to bring up a few other points here. You know, we talked about Iran. I can kind of connect the bridges here. Okay. We're seeing where Donald Trump is using national emergencies to go after drug boats in the middle of the Pacific and also going in the Gulf, or well, not really Gulf, but you get what I'm saying. In that region, right off the coast of Venezuela, he's using national emergencies as a justification for why he's able to conduct these strikes. He's also using the national emergencies to go after Venezuela. He's also trying to look at going after Greenland. None of these, by the way, has he sought approval by Congress. He's actually subverted that entire thing. And Donald Trump himself, I want to be very clear, and I'm going to use his quote. I've already used his standard, Donald Trump's own standard, that executive orders are a power grab, but I'll use another quote from him. If it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress. That is exactly how Donald Trump has been operating. It's one of the reasons why he has declared more national emergencies in just a year and a half than any modern day president that has done it. Biden didn't even have that within 4 years. You can't find another president that's issued 9 national emergencies within a year and a half.
You know why he was able to do that? Because the Patriot Act. Obama used it. Expanded Obama.
The Patriot Act. That was not the Patriot Act he used. He didn't use a Patriot Act. He did not use the Patriot Act for the national emergency.
All right. Since you two can't figure that out, CTV, go ahead. I know you were trying to say something in there.
Well, I mean, I thought it was kind of like my turn was after Vince, you know, so I was trying to get in there that way, find out that's not the case, so I'll just be a little bit more forthright next time. That said, so government is like stored energy, okay, guys on the left, because apparently I got to like explain government to you, okay? So stored energy, okay? So like there's a law, that's energy, okay? So then what happens is it gets put in this, say, air tank, right? And it's held there. That air tank is the executive, okay? So the air tank is the executive and the stored energy is the legislation that was passed, okay? So then when there's so much legislation that gets put in there, right, the pressure starts increasing, right? And then when something needs air, right, then you take out the air nozzle and you point it at it. If you have a lot of stored energy in there, you're going to get a lot of government response for whatever it is. And you're going to have a lot more interconnectivity between the amount of power that it has because of the amount of legislation. It's kind of like how it was ironic back when Don Lemon was doing his shit, right? He was going to get prosecuted underneath the Ku Klux Klan Act. Right, there's an example of stored energy that the executive would have to use in order to prosecute. But that's the entire example of government being stored energy and why it is that he keeps saying, to bring it back to whether or not power's been consolidated, right? Like I said earlier, if it was, you know, if your argument had been that it just focused it, then you would have, but you're not. You keep trying this typical emotional argument, you know, like trying to make Trump sound bad instead of just trying to focus on the United States as a whole, right? And how our actions on the global stage are having the net benefits that people are cheering, right? The United States and Trump as a result. So it's crazy. You got Nigerians, Christian Nigerians that are cheering. You got Iranians that are cheering. You got Venezuelans that are cheering. But we got people back home that have drank this Minnesota Kool-Aid, right? Apparently we're standing in line with old Governor Walz. And they keep telling me these things, and none of it makes sense. And whenever I try to ask for clarifiers, I get more bullshit. And then I get we haven't addressed anything that I said. And I'm like, I actually did. You just weren't either paying attention or didn't have the intellectual capability to grasp what was being said, neither of which is a responsibility of mine and has everything to do with you educating yourself so that you'd be able to be ready for the next conversation.
Vince or Mojo?
Did you want to go, Vince? I thought you raised your hand.
Yeah, CTV, you said that that Trump, like you're saying something about God, Christian, something like that. Was that something like Trump? I just want to be clear.
The Christians in Nigeria.
Oh, the Christians in Nigeria. That's what it was. What do you think about like if Biden or Obama were to paint themselves as Jesus? What are your thoughts about Trump painting himself as Jesus?
Himself as Jesus. Anybody that's even halfway familiar with Scripture understands that Jesus wore a blue robe when he gave his sermon at the Mount, right? Not a red robe. And
what did you think he was?
I thought he was more like a healer, more like he's coming to help
a doctor.
That's what I thought. That's what I saw. But you want to see whatever you want to see. That's the whole idea of art. Is it's subjective to the use of the individual, and the individual reveals their bias through that, right? So anybody's not Trump, and you're a fucking idiot. Okay,
and
thank you for revealing yourself.
And if you're in a cult, you twist yourself into a pretzel. That's some cult ass shit.
All
right
I heard
there.
was something about a pretzel at a fair, and somehow
and a cult,
you're on a Ferris
cult
wheel.
that you happen to be in, and whatever Donald Trump does, you're gonna fucking abide by whatever, without question, without fail.
The problem is you don't love the country.
You're gonna drink.
You don't love the country, and all you do is hate Trump.
Let's let Mojo finish and kick it over to Gibbs, and then CTV if you still had some more to add in.
Potential energy. That was an awfully interesting sidetrack there.
Stored energy.
You live in a different reality, man. That's so fucking weird. These are all new actions. These are all new actions that Donald Trump is taking right now. This isn't potential energy. This isn't something that existed in the past.
Stored energy, not potential. There's a difference.
Hold on.
It's the exact same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
In physics, it is.
No, it's fucking nuts.
Yes, it fucking is.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not doing this.
So
I have a response when you're done, Mojo.
Oh, go ahead, Admiral Gibbs. I'm good.
Yeah. So here's my thing. All right, let's just talk about a few things y'all brought up. Whatever, maybe it was the War Powers Act that expanded. That was passed by legislation. But the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act was which is what Trump quoted. One of the things Trump quoted in using the excuse to blow up the boats. Guess who that was pushed through for? That was pushed by Chuck Schumer. Once again, that was actually a bipartisan one, right? So we have the examples of bipartisan support where we have righties and lefties coming together and they push these things. We have examples of non-bipartisan. I just looked up some right here in modern times, so we don't have to go back to the 1850s. We have Civil Rights Act of 1964 was passed after a 60-day filibuster, so they did it through cloture. We have the Civil Rights Act of 1957. We have the Natural Gas Policy Act. There's all the Tax and Jobs Act. So that one was under Trump. We have all sorts of different acts. The American Rescue Plan was passed in 2021. We have all these examples of righties and lefties where we had filibuster-proof majorities pushed through that expanded the executive, and we have examples of where presidents are using the power, as CTV brought up earlier in his opening, of what using power that was already there. It was already established, and the judiciary, because we live in a constitutional republic, whenever something is pushed, defines the limit of that power. And every time that's happened, Vince Wilson here can say, he drug his feet. Lord, it's so mean. But guess what? Eventually it was done. It was done, it was followed, and no one disputes that. They don't even dispute that. And so they're sitting here giving us the game. Every time they cite one of these examples, I look it up, and it's one of these acts that was passed by Congress, and then it's quoted, and it goes to legal theory when it's got legal pushback against it in the judiciary. And guess what? Every single time, Trump either follows through and it's fine with the courts, it doesn't go through the courts, they stops, or it's debated and it's fine. It's still up for grabs. And every time it's come up against him, like I said, he may have drug his feet. But that's every politician ever when they've had something not go their way. They drag their feet and try to find another way. That's just what they do. And you can sit here, and once again, they can't give me a single example. This is why they don't want to talk about history. When I brought up examples, the litmus test, they're sitting here asking these guys what the political leanings are. I literally brought up the historical precedent of getting rid of all the people in office that was established for about 100 years plus. That's the historical precedent. Then we got up all this other stuff going on. They've not once been able to argue a substantive fact where the legislative didn't give them the power, the judiciary didn't define it, and these executive orders somehow gave them a permanent, powerful control over the executive that he's never had before. They can't give me a single example with historical basis and reality. It's not once. And you know why they can't do that? Because there isn't one. And it's a sad, sad thing that they're sitting here doing this branding, because that's all they have is propaganda and branding. They definitely read the good old fucking what's his name from Goebbels, who taught them how to lie, because they're sitting here doing
Stephen
Goebbels
Miller?
techniques right now. Now you're practicing Goebbels right now. Y'all are sitting here doing it. And listen, I think it's crazy that Vince brought up states' rights stuff earlier after I called them the party of the KKK, and we brought up the the fucking SBLC, whatever, Southern Poverty Law Center, fucking doing all this shit. And it's just crazy because then, like I see examples at higher levels. Nick Fuentes and a conspiracy saying the same. And it's like, guess what? Papa Gibbs is right again. And y'all have no answer for this because you don't have a substantive argument. Now, can you give me a substantive argument where the president has not used the power granted by the legislation and disobeyed, permanently disobeyed the judiciary? Because you can do that right now. Because if you can't do that, your whole case fails.
Can I ask one question? Yes.
Sure.
What the American Rescue Plan? What power did that give to the president?
The American Rescue Plan? What power did it give to the president? What power do you think it gave to the president? Did it give him none?
You're the one who brought it up as something giving power to the president. I'm waiting to see how.
Well, okay. What do you think the American Rescue Plan was?
It was the checks. It was the checks.
It was the checks, right? Okay. Who issued those checks? Was it Congress directly that issued them? Or did the executive have to expand and hire staff to cut the checks? Did they have to sit here and use the accounting of the executive? Like, you're sitting here going like that doesn't expand their power and give legal precedent in the future to give them more monetary power over the American populace. Like, this is a stupid argument. You even know it's a stupid argument. What power did it give them? It's the checks. That's a huge power to be able to cut checks directly. It's called legal precedent, son. Do you understand what legal precedent is?
It was only one check, son.
Yeah. And is that a legal precedent? Yes or no?
It's only one check. It's not.
Is it a legal precedent? Yes or no?
As a matter of fact, if they want to do it again, they have to pass.
It is. That's the answer.
Again.
Bro, it only takes one time to get a chick pregnant. It only takes one time. What?
It's just crazy to tell you it's not a legal precedent. They can cite going forward.
Put out a condom, damn it.
Yeah, so I mean, again, Gibbs, you're saying give you an example of where, say, legislature. I mentioned it earlier. The Epstein Act is a prime example where they have said you need to release all of the files, and there was a process by which they were supposed to say, "Hey, I don't believe that this should be released for X, Y, and Z reason," and that has been contentious as it already has been because they're saying they're redacting names that were not supposed to be redacted. That's neither here nor there. The fact is that Trump and his own administration has said openly that they haven't released all the files. They released 98% of them, but they haven't released all of them, and they're not going to release all of them. That is a blatant, obvious where he is ignoring. I think that's actually
victims' rights.
What do you mean? What about victims' rights? Yes, the victims are excluded from that act. He can exclude them. He can put a bar over them and say, "Hey, this should not be released." But he has not done that. He's not released all of them.
Wait. But they have been released. There's a schedule to be released. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled that he's disobeyed this. They haven't done that. And this is why if I Google right now, you can just Google AI.
All of them and don't.
You can just Google AI this, right? This is like such an easy fact check. Has Trump disobeyed any Supreme Court rulings? And what you can say is you can see real fast, guess what it says? It says, oh, there has been some contention about how he has done it slowly, but they don't ever say he's disobeyed it. And even you have admitted every time it's eventually been done. And this is what I'm talking about. Whenever they sit here and go and I have these problems, they go and try fight it in the courts. And guess what? Eventually, if it's ruled against them, every single time it releases. This is not alarming. This is what every president does. Like, what is different about this presidency compared to others, other than the amount of executive orders? That's so crazy.
No, it's the amount of TDS.
Which has increased from every president.
Let me ask you something. If I take a candy bar from the store, but then I go back, say a day later, and return it, have I not committed theft because I returned it? Do you think that absolves me of the crime that I had committed?
I would say that is not an appropriate allegory to the.
Oh, I think it's appropriate. I think what I'm trying to say here is just because he eventually obeyed an order does not negate the fact that he initially defied said order. And it's not just one; it's multiple times in which he has defied that order or he's dragged his feet. We can talk about, like I said, Epstein. We could talk about the fact with Abrego Garcia. We could talk about the fact where the tariffs, he tried to drag his feet as much as he could after the Supreme Court ruled on it. For months.
Yeah, it takes time. I mean, do we not know how slow this bureaucracy is? I mean, I don't understand you guys.
I hope we can agree.
On the one hand, you'll be like, oh, it takes time to get things done. That's why the pullout in Afghanistan happened the way. That's why. But then on the other hand, you're going to be like, oh, we need it done now. No. It's important to us. It's like, and then like, it's like once you get into your 40s, right, you kind of start understanding that, bureaucracy is going to move at the speed in which it moves, and there's not really a whole lot you can do about that until, like, you get a guy like Trump that comes in there, that there's just so many people that have such a big problem with him to begin with, and his name is on everybody's tongue, and then people start listening to what he's saying, and then he's like, hey, nobody's coming across the border unless they come through us. that's the government. And you're like, hey, that sounds like a great idea because, otherwise, why in the fuck am I giving these people money? Then the next thing, he's like, hey, this game that's rigged out here with Venezuela and Iran and China and all these assholes, we're going to fix that shit. You're seeing it getting fixed right now. And you're just Trump. Instead of, how does the United States need to see itself in the next 250 years, considering this is our 250th anniversary?
Do you know
are you not seeing the same thing that I'm seeing across the planet with the ice caps melting, right? And that the Northwest Passage is going to be opened up, and that we need to start really considering who's going to be transiting where and how global trade is going to be happening that way. Like, the only reason why there's any balance right now, effectively, it has been for the last 80 years, is because of the U.S. Navy, right? So I just wondered at some point where you guys are going to elevate the amount of things that you actually know about instead of staying stuck in your fields, right? And not actually maturing.
Mojo.
I once bought a pool cue, had it custom made from a guy in Vegas. Southwest was the name of the company. I waited 3 years to get it. I paid $1,300 for it. This was shortly after I got out of high school. But the hardwood that was used in that particular pool cue, the Purple Heart, the ebony wood that was used in that pool cue, would cost so much more today. I don't know what the fuck half the shit you say has anything to do with the goddamn conversation.
Well, that's probably because I'm illustrating the limited knowledge that you have about how the interconnected web of these events play out in the rest of the stage. Fuck. That's exactly what I'm talking about. As soon as you start,
do you know what Donald Trump's approval rating is today? Do you know? Because the American people don't fucking like him.
80% of voters, though, that voted for him, though. So
21% of the Republican Party wants him impeached right now. You know that, right?
Let me see what it says.
Is that a good one? Once again, what is the Democrats' approval rating for 12%? Like, what's your point? That has nothing to do with anything. You're the one talking about you're talking about what's important to the prompt. What does their approval rating have to do with if he's consolidating power? Once again, you still haven't fucking answered any of my substantive historical arguments because you don't have an answer. And now you're going to talk about what CTV saying not mattering to the prompt. You're going, I had a pool cue. I had some fermented cheese from under my nuts. Who gives a shit? Like, what are you talking about? Now you're talking about approval ratings. Suck my dick, bro. Like, you got me fucked up. I thought we were gonna have a substantive conversation. At least Vince is trying to give me acts. Like, you're over here going, oh yeah, is this what they do on TikTok? Hey, bro, hey, listen, the approval rating. That has nothing to do with the prompt either. At least I'm giving you acts and like historical precedent. You can't even give me the fact. You with a good thing to say, guys, that act that got passed, that one check, it establishes a legal precedent. It absolutely does establish a legal precedent. That's how law works. But no, we don't know how law works, so we got to talk about approval ratings. Kiss my ass. It fucking is ridiculous.
Okay, I'm gonna.
What act are we on? I want to make sure. Are we on Act 1, Act 2? Like, which act are we on? Because I think we're like at the Act 4 right now. Like, we've seen the CTV and like Gibbs show, and
right,
we're like, we're close.
Let me clarify. You asked the question, right? So we're past the murder act, right? Like, you literally got murdered in the last act, and what we're at is we're recovering the bodies, right? And we're trying to bring everybody back around. That's why Gibbs is
somewhere you got lost hilarious. In the damn woods,
right? So that's where we're at. You were just murdered.
Vince, why don't you bring us back around? Set us straight.
Yeah, I'll bring us back around. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about Trump. That's who we're here to talk about. We're not here to talk about previous presidents per se, okay? And I don't mind talking about your particular argument. I've already said that, again, the issue at hand is when we have Trump going around Congress to bring in more power to the executive branch. That is what's the issue here. And we can talk about past legislation that was passed. And it's funny you brought up the Patriot Act because Donald Trump has shown support for an element of the Patriot Act, the FISA program. He's in support of that, wanting it extended. Surprise, surprise. And so, again, we can talk about this other president and how they did this. Yeah, there's probably other presidents that have accelerated that consolidation of power. But the debate is Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. And I believe, based upon the examples that we have given, him ignoring, him going in and creating all these executive orders, him doing these national emergencies, him trying to get around the independent organizations and draw them in under the guise of the executive branch, him ignoring judicial orders, him ignoring the legislature, him drawing in power away from the states like election laws. There are numerous examples that I have provided specifically to Donald Trump that I have heard very little in the way of a rebuttal.
It's because you're not listening. But I mean, I can't do anything about that.
Northwest Passage
right?
have to do with any of this shit?
I mean, listen, once again, we can talk about all these.
I don't fucking know, bro. I mean, I can tell you about like how the Atlantic Ocean
No. I was
created
kidding.
at
I was
the
kidding. I'm
flood
sorry,
is literally
I'm sorry.
what created the fossil record, right?
Gibbs, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, I do have a response to that. It's once again, like I said, it's pretty clear what the Democrats are doing. Like he brings up states' rights again. That's crazy work. I thought the Republicans came down south and shot the states' rights out of everybody back in the 1860s. But hey, here we are arguing the same points again. We're finding out they were actually supporting the Klan and then the Nazis the whole time. The corruption I keep bringing up has come down. And now he brought up the Pfizer thing under the Patriot Act. You know what? I'll grant that. Guess what? He didn't come up with that. You know who came up with that? Back when my point was, that was Bush and Cheney with the theory of the unitary executive, and they brought this up. The reason why Vince Wilson here, apologize, that was his old name. Why Vince Wilson here and Mojo don't want to talk about history, want to focus solely on Trump, is because the minute you expand this and actually look at what these presidents done, Trump's actually not done anything more or worse than what any of these presidents done. In fact, he's only used what's already been established by Congress, by the judiciary, and put its power put forth it to the fullest. And then when he's been checked, he's stopped. He's drug his feet, just like all these other presidents when they've been checked. He's done nothing that's any worse at any level than any of these presidents previous. In fact, if we want to talk about expansions of powers, we can look at Obama. Obama did all sorts of crazy stuff. Obama was the first person to use a drone on an American citizen. Now, did I hear them bitching about, oh, Lord, they're expanding it to where they can drone strike American civilians? No, I didn't hear them saying that, man. I'm sitting here now. I hate to do whataboutism. And the only reason I'm doing that now is because I think it's important to look at historical context. And the reason why Mojo doesn't want to go back further in history, and this is why I even just looked up in modern history and started from acts that were from 1950 onwards, it's pretty clear that even if we go further and further back in history, their case holds no water. And so it's just wild that he's going to sit here with a straight face and then use the examples that I gave and try to say that's not proof of what I'm saying. If Trump was doing something crazy, what he would be doing is rallying the Republican Congress like he's got right now to put forth legislation that would maybe make him, I'm going to be a third term for life, or, I'm going to do some other crazy shit. Instead, what he does is he trolls the lefties and he says stuff like, maybe we'll have some people look into this. And then they hyper focus on this shit like they always do because they can't do anything but bite the bullet. But instead, what we have is a Congress pushing forth real legislation that gets shit done, as opposed to, I don't know, the shit Biden pushed where we spent millions and millions on fucking 8 gas pumps that were electric gas pumps. And they want to talk about us expanding it at a crazy rate. No, Trump's just playing the game that y'all set up, and you don't like it that he's doing it better than y'all do.
Well, we just won the debate because he said himself, if Trump were expanding power, he'd be pushing his legislature to push for him to serve a third term. Now, I remember Trump passing out hats to say, Trump 2028, you should go and look, Admiral Gibbs, at Andy Gibbs Biggs, or I think it's Gibbs, or whatever. God, I can't remember his name. He's putting forth an amendment so that Donald Trump can serve a third term. And we've seen where Trump, and I'm glad you brought that up because Trump has been pushing for himself. We've actually seen people like Steve Bannon pushing for Trump to serve a third term. There are people in Congress wanting that. Now, it's also funny to me that you also mentioned, him pushing Congress to give him more power. Well, that's what the SAVE Act is. The SAVE Act gives Trump more power from the states. You just defeated your own argument. Thank you for conceding the point.
You bit my bait right there. It was so easy. What was that? What's that Indian congressman's name that put forth his impeachment stuff and nobody signed on? Same thing with this. How many co-signers does he have for this bill? Nobody. These are troll bills. We all know it. They put forth fucking troll bills all the time. Everybody does this. Both sides do it. In fact, I'll give you an example. Oregon right now is pushing forth a anti-beef bill, right? And what they're doing is they're trying to say, if you inseminate cattle, battle, then that's a sex crime. Obviously, that's outrageous. That amendment, part and portion of that's not going to get passed. And then what they do is after you get rid of that amendment, the other crazy shit you push doesn't seem so bad. So it's clear that's what they're doing. We saw Ilhan Omar try to fucking earmark money to go to something, a restaurant, and saying that was a hospice care, like, or some other fucking bullshit. Like, I don't remember. I'm getting the hospice and the other thing confused right here. But I mean, we know, we can look that up. It was like a $1 million. Like, I'm sitting here hearing this out of your mouth, and we can't take what you say with a straight face, because I can point to actual corruption that's being done, and you can point to one fucking congressman that pushed some bullshit that was dead on arrival as your fucking great whole load of proof. But when I point to bipartisan filibuster proof bills getting done that expand the executive, or I point to things that were done by Schumer with bipartisan support that expanded maritime drug enforcement agency, you don't have any answer for that, because once again, you still haven't gone through any of these, and because these actually expand the executive. And when you go, oh, Trump's doing this, Trump's just doing this with the power that's already been given to him. This is not alarming, because this is what every president does, and you haven't been able to prove that he's been able to do anything outside the norm, unlike somebody, Obama. Even if what Mojo said was right, we elected old presidents that started forever rule, even if that was true, and I'm not going to grant that, but even if that's why, and it was perfectly that, guess what? That still proves my point that Obama used a situation to expand his power at a more alarming rate than what Trump did. And so when you sit here and say these things, we can't take you with a straight face, because alarm, just like I put forth in the definition, means to be concerned. And at this point in my life, I'm not as old as CTV. I don't know how old my opponents are, but I'm 35. And guess what? At this point, I've seen way wilder shit, boys. And guess what? We didn't lose any more rights than we did with the Patriot Act, and we lost a shitload with the War Powers Act. And guess what? I'm just sitting here hearing all these other things, and these were way more alarming, but nobody said fucking shit. And in fact, we plotted it like they applauded Palpatine when he got elected. And it's crazy they're going to sit here and try to tell me this is how liberty dies today. Get the fuck out of here.
Mojo, you want to go?
Yeah, Obama didn't pass or use an executive order to get the ACA through. That was Congress. So, and we are talking about the executive branch here.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Yeah, it was Congress. So this has nothing to do with the topic either. I mean, it's about as interesting as the Northwest Passage at this point.
You can't tell how these
you are.
Connected.
What you are pushing right now, though, is for a fucking monarchy. We fought the Revolutionary War, so we didn't have a monarchy. We fought the Revolutionary War, so we didn't have an authoritarian government.
Jesus,
and now here
so
you are
blank.
saying that you want Donald Trump to run for a third term. You are actually fighting for and against our Constitution by fighting for an autocracy. You want to create an autocracy in this country. You want to get rid of the republic, get rid of the democracy that we have. And yeah, so I would say he's succeeding, and he has you to back him up in that succession.
Now, I would say that what's happening is that the veil, right, that was over everybody's eyes has been lifted, and we all understand now that during Trump's first term, that wasn't actually a presidential term. Trump was simply occupying the office while the entire bureaucracy fucking machine around him and the democratic fucking corruption of just bullshit was surrounding him and preventing him from being able to enact any of the type of meaningful things that he wanted to be able to do, right? I think this second term is a much more clear example of what he wanted to be able to accomplish then. And that is why I feel like that a third term, right, which is a term of years, right, not like, oh, you're going to be king forever. We're going to establish a monarchy. Oh my, it's like, I literally, nobody takes you serious when you say things like that. I don't, like, if you think, it's almost like you're volunteering to be the person that gets dunked on in the conservative video when you do that. It's like, I don't know why you do that unless you're just trying to be that guy. I mean, okay. I mean, it's not a great look, but I mean, you're more than welcome to wear that hat if you like. But yeah, shit. Go ahead, guys.
I mean, which president was the reason why we
for a dictatorship? You're arguing for a dictatorship right now. You're saying
wait,
Donald Trump didn't get anything done.
Nobody heard that.
You're saying that Donald Trump didn't get you're saying that Donald Trump didn't get anything done in his first term because of the bureaucracy, because of the way the government's set up. And now he's doing what he wants to do, and he's using the executive branch and consolidating power and becoming a dictator. And that's exactly what you want. And you're telling me that he succeeded in doing this. You have just given the debate up.
You know, the
Like,
two times in
you're just
history we were
reading.
closest to, hold on. The two times we were closest to a dictatorship in history are under Bush Cheney, right? I'll even say that they're Republican, and under fucking FDR. You know why we have the term limit thing?
I
in?
would say
Not
Lincoln.
because, well, maybe Lincoln, sure, I don't know, but we're gonna just use modern people, right? Because we don't want to go back to the 1860s. But like, let's sit here and actually take this seriously. Like, why did they put FDR term limits? Not because they thought he was gonna be a dictator, even though he pushed all sorts of stuff and had power for so long that it was basically a dictatorship. Why did they did it? Because he died in office and his successor was a fucking moron. What's okay and not up to the task. And so that's why they put term limits on, not because, we're afraid of people running for office multiple times past 2 terms. Now, I'm not actually advocating for the 3rd term thing. Maybe CT is, if he is. I don't think he is. Maybe he is. I don't know. Don't really give a shit. It's not pertinent to the point. What is pertinent to the point is that once again, every time we examine history and y'all's fucking strategic reframing of it, or what we like to call revisionist history, it falls apart. Every time I look at this, you go, this is the worst one ever. And I can point to examples in history where we had more consolidation of power. Has Trump consolidated power more than FDR during World War II? Absolutely fucking not. And for you to sit here and say that with a straight face is goddamn ludicrous. Like, we're sitting here talking about martial law. We're having drafts. We're having restrictions on rations. That is maybe the most restrictive we've ever had. And the only reason FDR gave up power is because he fucking died. And then you're going to sit here and go, but Trump has got to be a monarchist, a dictator. Are the monarchists in the room? Can you point him out? Where's old King George Dick Suckers in here? I ain't seen one of them ever. Because guess what? I'm a Texan. I don't fucking like big government. And if I was really thinking he was going to be a monarch for life, I'd be over here up in arms, sitting here, time to remember the Alamo boys. And we going out there, we'd get fucking hit by an 18 warthog and die. But guess what? I'm going to sit here and hear what you're saying, but you're sitting here not saying anything based in fact. And every time we use historical examples, you have no answer. You just have fifis and feels and bad things. Like, it's nothing with actual anything of substance. Can you give me an example of why FDR didn't consolidate power, and more so than Trump has right now? And if you can't, because I know you can't, because there's no way you can say that with a straight face, then you lose. It is that simple. Go ahead.
If someone can remind me, I just want to make sure we say this for
it's just about Trump.
Maybe the 10th time. Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. I don't know where the debate was. FDR consolidated more power than Donald Trump. I don't remember that being the topic of the debate. If you want to talk about FDR issuing executive orders,
okay,
yes.
then how about this? Why is it that you think that it's alarming?
Why do I think it's alarming?
People like you are asking for a dictator. That's why.
Nobody's asking for a dictator, right?
You are.
No. You don't get to fucking tell me what the fuck I'm saying. Right? This is where
I
we were
listened to
sitting
what you were saying.
room.
Everybody else
I would
did too.
literally recorrect your mouth. You hear me? So what you need to do, shut the fuck up. You do not get to tell me what I say. I already said I'm not asking for a fucking dictator. So don't fucking tell me I'm asking for a fucking dictator. You got that, kid?
Yes, son.
Actually, I do think Mojo's probably a little bit older than you, even though you.
I am probably older than both of you.
Well, good. Then we'd be more
your elders.
You want to say some shit like
Well,
that?
that's crazy. Well, that's crazy if he's older and he's lived through more history to sit here and say this with a straight face. Because once again, the reason why Vince Wilson here, and it's a good debate tactic, keeps going back to, well, is Trump doing that alarming rate? And this is why I defined alarming in the beginning. Like, the thing about alarming is it would be doing something outside the norm. Trump's not doing anything outside.
I've already given.
And now when I keep giving you historical examples over and over, you keep going, it's whataboutism. And this is why I keep giving Republican and Democrat examples throughout history. Because guess what? I pointed out that it's not a fucking alarming thing because he's not doing anything outside the norm. And you can't prove to me one thing where he's done something outside the historical norm or the legal precedent established by the Constitution, established by the legislation branch, or fucking with the barriers put up by the judiciary. You haven't been able to give an example where he's permanently done that a single time. No, you haven't.
The IEPA tariffs were ruled unconstitutional. There are other executive orders that are working their way through the courts right now. In fact, that one talking about him drawing in the rules for the FCC, the Federal Reserve, things of that nature. I would say it's pretty out of the norm to prosecute the Federal Reserve chairman. I'd say that's pretty out of the norm. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I haven't lived enough history, but I think that's pretty unheard of. Maybe even after going after some of the Federal Reserve governors and trying to prosecute them for mortgage fraud, the typical go-to that he's done. Or we could talk about him trying to prosecute some of the Congress members who said to obey lawful orders or don't obey lawful orders.
Well, if you want to talk about real estate, how about the fact that Trump is, what was it that Gibbs, maybe you can help me out with this, getting it to where the corporations are not going to be having their monopolies on single family homes, and they're going to be able to be getting put back on the market to be bought. Tell me a little bit more about that.
That was one of them. I mean, we could look at the meat packers. This is what's crazy, though, about what he's doing is he's going to sit here and use this as an example, right? And then I'm going to sit here and go look at history. And, like, you know what also is unprecedented? The amount of cases that were brought against Trump and the stuff they used, like novel legal theory, to extend the statute of limitations on things that have already gone outside things, which they did in New York. And then they pushed this and they tried to sue him using lawfare. That's never been done in history. And we want to talk about things that are out of the ordinary. Once again, history doesn't support what they're saying. Every single time we go through this play by play, I keep bringing history up. And this is why Vince keeps going, well, I want to talk about just Trump. Because anytime we expand this to look at what is the actual norm and whether we should be whether we should be worried or whether we should be alarmed by something that's happening outside the norm, we can't do it because, oh, well, I don't want to talk about FDR. I don't want to talk about Obama. I don't want to talk about Bush. I don't want to talk about Clinton because guess what? Anytime we actually use this, and I haven't used Biden for a specific reason because I know they're going to go, look, Gibbs did the thing. He said Biden. Oh, he's talking about Burisma and corruption. Like, I don't need to do this because I can point to every historical example that's happened and you still don't have an answer for why this is outside the norm and why should anybody be concerned?
Let's do it. How did FDR consolidate power? You want to do this? Let's do it. We'll try to do it a little bit. I'll work with you. By the way, I want to be very clear. I had already said that I recognize that FDR had quite a bit of executive orders over Donald Trump. I'm not going to sit here and deny that fact either. But I'm curious to your extent of what you know about FDR, why you think he consolidated so much power and yeah, please.
Well, sure. I would argue that FDR thought that we were in a crisis when we were in the middle of World War II. And I don't know. He thought maybe we had to go and put forth some bills and stuff to get us out of the Great Depression. We had to win that. Like, this is just like the time period. So what I'm asking is, and arguably FDR's stuff like the TVA has hurt us more than, almost anything else in regards to electricity and whatnot. There's evidence to support that. There's evidence to contrary. My point, though, is that we can point to examples in history, and you are sitting here giving me the game when FDR expanded the power of the executive much more than Trump did. And even though, hey, it's at war.
Give me examples, Gibbs. Come on, give me examples.
Sure. Okay, how about wartime rationing? How about the draft? How about, you're going to bring up the draft now? They actually did the draft. We didn't do the draft now. We can sit up, we're going to declare war. All these people, we did it illegal. That's the last time we declared war. Trump hasn't had that problem because guess what? He's done it as a military operation, which you don't have to get congressional approval for. Once again, all these things you keep bringing up, I could keep going. How about, I don't know, establish the TVA? How about any of the bills he did to establish the stuff that he did under the Great Depression? How about all the wartime powers that he fucking granted himself when he was over there? How about establishing martial law at some points in certain cities? How about interning the Japanese? Like, you sit here talking about the camps for the Mexicans. I am Mexican. Nobody's put me in a camp yet. But guess what? FDR put the Japanese in the camps. So you're sitting here going all these things, and I can point to worse examples, and you can't tell me they're not true. What
gotcha.
Is more
so those are examples of FDR consolidating power, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So, I'm glad you mentioned the interning of the Japanese, and I'm glad that we now have Donald Trump interning some U.S. citizens and undocumented migrants. So there's another checkbox on top of what you've already mentioned before with the third term. We talk about the draft. It's funny because they just raised the draft age, did they not, Mojo? So they did that too. Check. You're providing every example that you're providing as to consolidating power under your FDR. Donald Trump has done as well as the other things. So you're only proving our point that it's an alarming rate. Thank you.
Yeah,
Gibbs.
wasn't the left the one advocating for women to be forced to sign up for selective service? Wasn't that them?
What does that have to do with Donald Trump?
It has everything to do with it because now you want to force half the population back into the military on a whim by the government, right? That would clearly be way more of a fucking power actual grab, right?
Donald
right? I mean,
Trump's
Gibbs, would
doing
you
that.
agree with that?
I would agree.
Donald Trump's doing it electronically now. He's
So I don't know
automatically.
what the fuck you guys on the left are talking about, because like you're over here and you guys literally want women to be forced into selective service, which is crazy. But then again, you guys don't even know what a fucking woman is. So, the confusion comes
God,
round.
you can't
right?
read the topic of a fucking
A
debate.
serious conversation with me, and then I'm just looking at you like, we can't even agree on biological reality, right? So how the fuck am I supposed to have a legislative conversation about how the United States should be enacting its power out in the world? There's no fight inside the realm that it just doesn't exist, right?
Go ahead,
so then I'm
Mojo.
forced to sit here.
I don't know. I kind of want to talk about unicorns now after that shit. Fuck. Man, I don't know what to say. You're all over the fucking place. You have nothing. You haven't looked at the topic once. You haven't addressed the topic once. You haven't addressed anything we've said once. You are useless in this debate. The only thing you've said is that you want some sort of a dictatorial ruler. That's the only thing you've told us. So you agreed with us. So it's the three of us against Gibbs. And Gibbs here is already given up to Vince about the shit that FDR did. So I guess we win by default.
See, let's talk about that. Actually, let's talk about that.
Gibbs, hold on, Gibbs. Relish this moment. Relish this moment right here. This is the moment where Mojo just gave us everything. Because what he just did is he tried to bait me again, which was obvious, right? And then, right, he says this other shit that he knows is not true. And we've already been over this. Like, we've been on repeat for the last 45 minutes. I don't know if anybody else has been paying attention, right? It's been the same points, right? So instead of falling back into the circle where Mojo and Vince, right, here just keep revealing themselves to be TDS-ridden idiots, right? How about we start asking them questions that are like, what would you do different? Like you're the king. What would you do? I guarantee you the show gets a little bit more interesting because TDS is just not, right?
Well, before we do that, CTV, I think we need to talk about what they just said. And this is why they just don't want to talk about history. But let's talk about that. By the way, when we interned the Japanese, were those citizens? They were citizens. And guess how many of them? Were there a larger number of citizens that have been detained than under Trump? There was. And so when we're sitting here going, oh, usually they're only detained as citizens here until we figure out if they are citizens, then we let them go. Unlike the Japanese who were held in internment camps for the entire time World War II was fucking happening, and then some of the time after. So,
and they lost their businesses. There was a big
they
thing.
lost all these things. And then, you know what? Actually, thank you for bringing that up, because guess what? I believe Reagan maybe gave reparations to these people. And you know what that would be? That would be another example of expansion of the executive, where they gave money to people for something that was done by a previous executive. Because guess what? You expand the executive, you have to hire accountants.
Got that one too.
You have to move them. It's fantastic, because you're going to sit here and every time we talk about scale, how many Americans were put in jail by Trump with these illegal immigration push? Well, it's less than the internment camps, right? And so when we're sitting here, what's alarming? Nobody was alarmed by that. Nobody's alarmed by that legal precedent. That legal precedent's already been set once again. So every time they talk about Trump is alarming, and I point to something in history and just go, hey, you know why I keep bringing up history, which is inconvenient to them? They only want to focus on Trump, is because I point to an example where someone in history did something that established the executive having more power than they do now, or they did. And then now Trump is just using the power that's already been established by legal precedent from previous presidents, previous Congress, previous judiciary rulings. And they can't disprove that, because Trump is sitting here going, I'm pushing executive orders and not very much actual legislation has been passed. And when y'all go, oh, it's an alarming rate, your whole argument is, oh, it sounds scary.
Hey, Mojo,
just a heads up, I apologize, Vince. About 8 more minutes left. So if you want to really nail in any final pieces, now would be the time, and then we'll move to closing statements. Back to you, Vince.
Yeah, it's funny he mentions the reparations, because there's also reparations that Donald Trump has paid out to January 6th defendants by pardoning them and also trying to get their convictions completely erased, meaning they would not have to pay any fines. So reparations for J6 defendants. I mean, you just keep providing example of consolidation of power and how it's expanding. It's accurate. I'm looking at it right here.
No, reparations. You're trying to use the definition. That's not actually accurate. Reparations. That's not it, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgiving fines.
Reparation.
Go ahead and finish your thought, Vince.
Oh, no. I was done. I'm done.
Okay.
Well, hold on. So let's just say at face value that was true, CTV, what he just said, right? Let's just say at face value that's true. But wouldn't that be that, once again, it's established by previous legal precedent that he's able to do that? Even if we took everything he just said, which is not true, it's a reframing of what actually has happened. But even if it was true at face value, that's still exactly what Reagan did to appease the Japanese after World War II. So like you're sitting here talking about things that once again have already been done by previous presidents, and so is thus not alarming because it's the status quo, and the status quo is not alarming by definition of it being the status quo. You do understand what the status quo is, correct?
Yeah, I do know what the status quo is. And it's funny to me because you mentioned this. You said that Reagan giving reparations was expanding, not necessarily a consolidation. Let's be very clear about that, of what is taking place. And that's something else I think that has gotten mixed up in this entire conversation is the idea between expanding and consolidation. They're not necessarily the same thing. And so when you're talking about that with Reagan, it's funny to me because you just conceded that is expanding. So if Trump is keeping the status quo, he's continuing to expand or consolidate. I don't know how I would probably say it's expanding the executive branch. He's continuing that. He's not trying to shrink. And it's also, I just want to make this little side note. Let's just go on a journey, as Trump would say. It's rich to me that what used to be small government conservatives are now saying, give me more government, daddy. I want more government. I want big government. I don't want shrinking of the federal government, which I thought, by the way, I could be wrong in this, but I believe Donald Trump ran on. Just a little side journey I wanted to go down on that. But I have given numerous examples that have been unique, and every time I've given you an example, it's been unique. Gibbs, you have been, but FDR, but Reagan, but Bush. Every single time I've given you a unique circumstance. So I'm working within your framework. I'm walking with you. I'm saying, okay, you believe this is a consolidation or executive or expansion of the executive. Well, here it is happening under Trump. Oh, FDR with internment camps of Japanese. Here it is here. Oh, but your excuse is exactly as it has been with every single MAGA that I have debated, which is, well, it's different. It's not actually as big. It's a different. It's convenient. That's always the argument when there is no argument.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument.
That's not the argument, dude.
I've literally been saying he's been doing exactly what these other guys have done, right? Like I'm saying that it's not alarming. He's literally not done anything different. That's the whole argument that I'm making. If you're like not able to follow that line of logic, that he's and then you go, oh, but so and so did Trump did this, and I give you a historical example of a previous president doing the same thing. That's not but them. That's they did it. Trump is following their example. I've said every president expands the executive. I literally said that in my opening. Like you're sitting here saying exactly what I'm saying and going, oh, well, it's different. I'm using historical context and historical fact to show that what Trump is doing is not alarming. You're using, but it sounds scary when you don't look at it in the light of historical fact. You're sitting here going, we're going to revise history to apply these things to me. Well, you can't even tell me with a straight face more Americans have been locked up under the internment under Trump than they were under the internment camps. We can point to other examples under Obama. I can point to other people under Reagan, all these different things. And guess what? Each one of these examples you give, like I'm sitting here giving, is an example that's referring to, you said Trump did this, and I point to another time in history. So it's not any worse and it's not any more alarming. Do you understand that? I don't think you do.
Except that you're going on top of the other stuff that we talked about Trump doing too. So not only is he doing the things that you're saying he's doing, but he's also doing the things that we're saying he's doing. And on top of that, the internment camps, Donald Trump passed executive orders in 2025 to create large-scale government-run camps or tent cities for individuals experiencing homelessness. This approach emphasizes mandatory treatment and potential involuntary long-term institutionalization over housing first. I'm sorry, Donald Trump is recreating those internment camps right now for 800,000 homeless Americans.
Would you say that's going to decrease sexual assault on women or increase it if he gets rid of all
I have absolutely no idea.
I mean, because you don't actually care about American citizens. You actually want them to suffer more crimes. This is why you want the illegals to say keep sexually assaulting women. This is why you want people to die. We're finding out that the crime statistics weren't the right thing. Now that we're actually going back and going through these things, we're finding out Texas just put forth a study showing that illegal aliens cause all. Like you're sitting here saying these things, and listen, you're talking about people that are mentally ill and actually actually need help. I thought the left was the one who wanted to provide all these health services for people that were impoverished and under this bridges and shit. But now when Trump does it, Trump bad. But if Newsom had done it, it would have been Lord, how nice of Newsom. But it's just hypocrisy. They don't actually give a shit about the American citizens. They only care that Trump's going after their money.
It's interesting that those are the same things that were said about the Japanese. It's pretty sad.
What?
Everything you just said about the homeless. Everything you just said about the homeless people.
That is not what they said about the Japanese.
That is what they said. They're dangerous.
The Japanese might be spies.
Yeah.
In the middle of a war.
They're
in the middle of the biggest war in history.
Yeah, I understand. And they're mentally
ill. You don't
ill.
understand shit. That's entirely the problem. You have like...
That's a great argument there, Northwest Passage.
2-minute warning.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing it play out again. Gibbs gets backed into a corner and goes, but. It's kind of me and Mojo debate on TikTok all the time, and it's the same stuff we hear. It's like anytime an argument's brought up. Now, I'll give you this: you haven't brought up Biden. I'm actually quite shocked by that. So I'll give you. I'm glad that you haven't done the "but Biden" meme. Okay, but you've done everything else. You've done the "but Obama," "but Bush," "but Reagan." I mean, how many other presidents you got? And every time that we back you in a corner and say, "Hey, here's an example of where not only is he expanding it, he's doing the same thing you have already conceded to as being a consolidation or expanding of the executive branch." You say it's different.
Your use of language is literally all over the place, right? Because you're like it's expanding, it's consolidating. The power was already there, right? The power was already there. That's the whole point. The power was already there. So, and like I said earlier, if you're saying he was consolidating it by actually using it and focusing it in a direction, and you could sit here and debate whether or not you agree with the direction, that'd be one thing, right? But that's not what we're getting from you guys. What we're getting from you guys is a bunch of happy horseshit that is an attempt to just, illustrate the level of Trump derangement syndrome that you decided that you wanted to engage in tonight. It's more like a tax on patience than anything else. And Vince, I had hoped that with a name change, there was going to be an elevation in a level of knowledge. However, right, it seems like there's only been a devaluation, right? So we'll leave this devaluation with the name Vince, and maybe Doghouse will come back because that guy was just a little bit smarter.
Let's go ahead and we will move into closing statements. In the meantime, I will be dropping the link here in just a few minutes to the live chat. So if you do want to join for open panel Q&A, please feel free to keep an eye out for that link. Gibbs, I'm going to go ahead and hand it to you if you'd like to start us with your closing statement, please.
What we've seen here today, boys and girls, is what I call weaponized willful ignorance, and where they sit here and try to pretend that they don't know what I'm talking about, and they keep saying, I see it on TikTok. Well, maybe I should give TikTok more credit, because if they are actually bringing up things that I'm bringing up, which I doubt, because it doesn't seem like he actually understands what I'm bringing up and why I'm bringing up previous presidents on both sides. I'll try it one more time, because it seems like they just can't comprehend common sense. The reason why I've brought up Trump and compared him to presidents like FDR, like Reagan, like Bush, like all these others, Andrew Jackson. We could go all the way back to George Washington if we want. We could sit here and see how all these presidents have, when they've been in power, have expanded the executive branch, how they consolidated power, how they put their cronies in one way or the other. We can look at Ulysses S. Grant post-Civil War, when the Congress told him he couldn't have certain people in his cabinet. He appointed them whoever they wanted, and then he appointed his people deputy, and he just met with them and had them run it in the kitchen cabinet. This is something that was actually done. We know this for a fact. It's not debatable. We can see all sorts of examples throughout history. The reason why Vince and Mojo keep going, but Gibbs just keeps bringing up history, is because what I'm trying to show is what the prompt is. The prompt is he bringing up, is he consolidating power at an alarming rate? Well, the only reason to decide what is alarming is to see what the status quo is and see what the norm is. And so what I have done throughout this debate, which is really simple, and if we want to go merit by merit and point by point, like in a scholastic style debate, they haven't been able to disprove any of what I've said. said, in fact, they've actually granted me most of my points. In fact, they've even said they granted my point. They said, oh, Gibbs got this. The only reason why they think that they won is because they just don't understand historical context. When I point to an example where, hey, a president did this, legislation did this, and judiciary did this, and it expanded the executive and they consolidated it, it's very clear that this is the norm. Every president in history is, you know what, and for the lack of a better term, I'm going to use a Fabian Liberty term, every president is more socialist than the last, right? Every president expands the executive. Every president makes the government bigger. Just by virtue of more people existing, every president is going to keep making the government bigger in different ways. And so what Trump has done is used historical precedent to sit here and keep his stuff going. And while he's trying to push legislation through, he's used executive orders, which is not any worse, and he even granted this, than FDR. And if FDR did this, then that's a norm, and it's not any more concerning in history because FDR is considered one of the greatest presidents in history. So now they're basically admitting that Trump did less executive orders than what FDR did. And what FDR did is more alarming than what Trump did. So therefore, this is a norm. And we can keep going through all the historical examples because every single president that doesn't get assassinated early or die from some random case does this. I mean, obviously, maybe Garfield didn't do it or something, or maybe William J. Harrison didn't fucking do it or whatever. But like, I'm sitting here talking, and all these other presidents have, and that is the norm. That is the status quo. The status quo is not alarming. And guess what? There's acts that have been expanded, that have expanded the executive and consolidated power there, like the Patriot Act, like the War Powers Act, like the Maritime Drug Enforcement Act, that have given them power much more alarming than what Trump has done, which is use those acts in the way that they were intended. And when they fought them on this, the judiciary has sided with him. And when they haven't, he's obeyed. And if he's dragged his feet, that's just Congress and politics as usual. But eventually it's always been done. And they can't give one example where he's completely disobeyed. Even with the Epstein Act, he's still released stuff, and they've scheduled for the rest of the stuff to be released. It's just a misdirect, and it's not actually more alarming. It's really sad. Get good, scrubs.
Thank you, Gibbs. Critically thinking veteran to you, sir.
I mean, Gibbs pretty much said what needed to be said about that. So what I'll say is, to anybody that's on the left listening, instead of allowing the propagandists that are in your ears to continue with the conversations that you're having, what I would encourage you to do is to start doing your own research. I would encourage you to find a rock with a good set of values to be able to live your life by that leads you to a more peaceful place. Because whenever you're able to find peace in your own life and you start organizing the things around you, you begin to gain a level of clarity about the events and actions of other people that you do not gain whenever you're completely locked into yourself or into an individual. For the people on the left right now, that individual is Trump. And it has been for over a decade now. And at some point, you need to start thinking about the nation as a whole, and rather than continuing to focus on the one individual, because there's a lot of your fellow citizens out here that actually care about the direction of the country and the way that it's going. And if we really thought that, and this, again, is the gun-toting side of the aisle, right? If there was, real alarm, it would be a lot more evident. But right now, what most of us understand is that the global hegemony, that word,
hegemony,
thank you, that is in place needed to be deconstructed because the cost of it was lives being lost through drug trades and weapons trades and just a religious fanatic, regime hell bent on, creating the apocalypse. So that's what my recommendations would be for people. And fun debate tonight. You guys need to be a lot more clear with your language instead of being purposefully misleading. If you did that, it'd be a lot easier to be able to engage in a more faith-based conversation rather than, what becomes obviously attempts to create a shit show. So.
Thank you, CTV. Vince, to you, sir.
Yeah, I got to do something real quick. Let me just get that Cheeto dust right there off of your lips. Okay, now that I got that done, sorry, I saw it was crusting a little bit. It was kind of weird. Oh, and you might need this because you were kind of like thirsty for Trump. Anyways, it's funny to me because Gibbs himself seems to pretty much admit that Trump is consolidating power. He just doesn't believe it's at an alarming rate. Me and Mojo have numerous times provided examples where Trump is going outside of the norms. It's funny to me because Gibbs said that they have laid out a schedule for Epstein. They haven't done that. In fact, they've said, nope, books closed. We're not doing it. Oh, and any kind of committee hearings with Pam Bondi, that's not going to happen. I don't need to continue to repeat what I have said time and time again. We went through FDR. I engaged with Gibbs on that talking point. And then when I said, well, hey, this sounds like something Trump did. Well, what about Reagan? Oh, okay. What about Reagan? Oh, well, he's doing this. Oh, okay. Well, here's an example of Donald Trump, giving kind of reparations. Well, okay. Well, what about this? Okay. Well, and it's always, this is the game that MAGA plays, is that they kind of move that goalpost. And again, they're like, well, Trump's not doing it in a bad way. Anyways, look, we've laid it out. I'll just kind of repeat it real quick again. We've seen where Donald Trump has consolidated power to the executive branch through a few different mechanisms. We've seen it do it through the particular pushing of trying to get the SAVE Act passed. We've seen it where he's actually tried to put in executive orders for voting, taking that away from states. And then we've also seen where he has gone against states' wishes by sending in the National Guard, the military, et cetera, et cetera. We've also seen where he's ignored judicial rulings. Just because you eventually follow him does not mean that you did not initially defy them. We've also seen where Donald Trump has put in a very large number of executive orders and alarmingly national emergencies. And I will repeat again, just so that everybody in the back can hear it. Donald Trump knows, and he's even said it, that if it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress. And he has repeated this time and time and time again. Everything he's done has been to subvert the will of Congress. And again, look no further than the Epstein Act. That's where I'll close the book.
Thank you, Vince. And Mojo, final thoughts with you, please.
Schedule F. You guys have no idea what it was. You didn't never heard of it. It's one of the first acts that he put, one of the first executive orders he put in place. You guys probably should do a little research on it because this is restructuring the executive branch. Other than that, I would say, Gibbs, thank you for admitting that we won in your very first statement. That was awesome. And I'd like to see the rest of my time so that CTV can tell us about the beaches of Cheyenne.
Guys are killing me. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. What I'm going to do is I'm officially dropping the StreamYard link into the live chat right now. If you would like to join the open panel, we've got a Q&A portion. And of course, we're going to go into full open floor after that on gauntlet mode. In the meantime, I'm going to look through the super chats. We're going to read them out loud. Gentlemen, if you do have a quick response to any of them, you are more than welcome to jump in and do so. Spin City dropping not only one $20 credit, but two $20 credits. He plans on doing some bootine later tonight. Shout out to you. Tom Carpenter coming in with the Big 10 says, let's consolidate those donos at an alarming rate. Shout out to the chat. Give yourselves all the big W in the chat this evening. If you're a member, you have your own personal big chat W you can use. Otherwise, tomatoes, W's all over the place. Thank you so kindly. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the big 50 says, quite obvious that Vince Wilson doesn't comprehend that when a stone is dropped in a pond, that it creates ripples in all directions. More importantly, is where is the nearest shoreline that the ripples hit highest yet subside the soonest? Did anyone have a response? I know Vince just walked away. Mojo just walked away. Any thoughts to add into that?
That sounds like that gentleman has a good idea and a good understanding of how tsunamis wash clean the land, and when the waters recede, they leave their sediments, burying the life within.
Gibbs, you're muted.
I think this just it like proves my point. Like, I think they actually kind of self-own themselves talking about this happens on TikTok. What's crazy is like when you sit here and you don't understand historical context and how it affects the present. And like you go, oh, this is why Gibbs didn't want to bring up all these people. He just says, but what about these people? No. Listen, guys, the reason why whataboutism is their favorite go-to argument is when you actually look at historical context and what these leaders have done, you see a status quo is established, right? And this is kind of the same thing here. A status quo has been established. Each president expands the power of the executive. He's not done anything more alarming, really, because in fact, I can point to numerous examples of where presidents have done more alarming things. And even when they go, oh, he had turned people, etc., I go to FDR. I can point to he's sitting here giving a loyalty test. I don't think there's even a debate about, presidents used to come in and just fire everybody. These are established precedents that have happened since almost the founding. And then when I sit here and give these examples, they go, well, Gibbs is granting it. Well, the whole prompt is alarming. Well, alarming would be imply that something is happening that's outside the societal norm or the norm established by the Constitution and all these things. And that's not happened, and they can't prove it's not happened. And when I point to this happening over and over, they go, well, Gibbs is just using history. Oh, Lord, history doesn't support me, so we have to focus on Trump. And it's really weak sauce. And that's kind of sad. And I mean, do better. Do better, folks. Like, if that's going to be the argument, y'all can do better than that.
Fair enough. Vince, this one was directed at you if you wanted to respond to it.
Yeah. I mean, again, the idea is that Donald Trump has, and I've been repetitive with it, and I'll be a broken record with it, Donald Trump has gone outside of norms. Again, I mentioned where he tried to imprison the Federal Reserve chair that he appointed himself. Where he tried to get them in prison, where he went after Lisa Cook over the Fed governorship. And even as Jerome Powell is heading away into the governorship as away from chairperson, he's still trying to go after him. There are things every single day where he's breaking the norm. We don't have a president who was going and booming ships in the middle of the ocean. I can go on and on where they have broken norms and where it is not just a president that drops it in the Trump's just kind of on the ripple, if that's what he's trying to say. But yeah, I think I've kind of laid that out. I don't want to be a broken record.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so kindly. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says, for you Americans, here is an offshore perspective of what's primarily occurring under the Trump administration. He's signing orders that are for populist receival benefits. Any thoughts from anyone?
Yeah, he's absolutely populist. I mean, just like Bernie was a populist. Bernie was the left's answer to this, the status quo being changed at the north-south level instead of the left-right. Trump is that's why Trump got a bunch of the Bernie bros in his voting. Right? He's changing things up. He's getting rid of the status quo. He's a businessman coming in. He's an outsider. He's bringing in outsiders to clean out the swamp. That's kind of something he's ran on. It's very clear that he's absolutely doing this. He's pushing forth popular policy and real change, and gutting this corrupt system. And we could talk about all these things that are unprecedented. I think suing a former president like a fucking 1,000 times after he's out of office to keep him from being able to run again, that's unprecedented. The amount of lawfare that's been done against Trump is unprecedented. It's just wild. Like, they can sit here this with a straight face, and like when they're it's literally like the Bible. When Jesus says you should take the plank out of your own eye before trying to pick the speck out of somebody else, they're going to sit here with their hypocrisy and say, Trump's doing all this when they've done even worse shit the whole time. And then they go, don't look behind the curtain. We just want to talk about Trump. We're going to hide behind the prompt. And then we don't want to use historical context to establish a norm. It's very clear what's happened this entire debate. And it's kind of sad that we can't even engage with it in good faith. This is the Dems now. They have no real substantive arguments. And so they just have to sit here and put forth prompts that they think will help, they can hide behind to push forth some sort of agenda. And they really took a huge L tonight. But I'm glad they assumed the win. That's the first step in being a good salesman. And like I said, I'll grant the Dems, they're not dumb. They're very good at marketing. And this is what they're doing right now. They're trying to market to you some bullshit.
Can I answer you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. There's no way Donald Trump is a populist in any way, shape, or form. He's your standard bog neocon. He's a W. Bush. He's a Dick Cheney. He's starting forever wars. He's given us huge deficits. He's spending more money than any other president in history. He's destroying relationships with countries all over the world. He's destroying international affairs. He's standard bog neocon.
Fair enough. Thank you so kindly. Fourth Wiseman says, the next time the Democrats are elected into power, I guarantee America will get a huge dose of communism. Please don't say you're not pre-warned. I see what others seldom see. Choose carefully. And then he also follows up to say the communism you'll get if Democrats are voted back will mirror what is seen in China. Every move you make will be tracked, traced, and you get a social credit score system. This is known. To Vince and Mojo, what say you?
I'll let
I'm a
Mojo take it
Marxist.
first.
Yeah, I'm a Marxist. You guys ever want to argue about communism? I'm over on TikTok all day, every day. Come on over and argue with me about it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would say that it's pretty communist for Donald Trump to look at potentially taking a 90% stake into a particular company like Spirit Airlines, or taking over Intel, or participating in the buyout of, TikTok. We could talk all day long about all the different communism
we know you
that
could talk
used to
all
take
day long
place.
about Trump.
So we could talk about all the examples that Republicans would typically label as communism that Trump is literally doing right now. But that's a whole different debate.
Okay. Yeah. Tom Carpenter, of course, says Sarah has made it national television for the wins. Thank you for that, CTV. Chris Martin says 2 hillbillies and with douche flutes calling people stupid is crazy work. The insults are always the funnest, I think. Fourth Wiseman says Republicans will keep you as a republic 1% versus 99%. Democrats will push hard in line with data centers when they all come online together and welcome your commie USA or un-USA.
Well, I mean, I think that's this Fourth Wiseman's hitting the nail on the head. We just had Mojo admit that he's a Marxist right here. Like, listen, I don't know what's more fucking unconstitutional, what's more alarming, where they consolidate power than what the commies do. And he's sitting there openly admitting it, and then they want us to take it with a straight face that what Trump is doing is alarming. That's hilarious. Like, he literally just admitted that he wants a more centralized form of government, and then he's going to turn around while he's at the same time go, yeah, don't worry about that though. But Trump is consolidating power alarmingly. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't be serious.
Tell me you don't know anything about communism without telling me you don't.
Bro, I have multiple degrees in this shit. I know plenty about communism.
Really? Because I have a political science
because you
degree
clearly
too.
know. Like,
we can have this debate anytime you'd like, sir.
Yeah, sure.
We can have this debate anytime you'd like, sir.
The fact that you think that having a political science degree is even anywhere near the same level lets me know ahead of time that you are nowhere near prepared. But I mean, keep thinking that.
What degree does
that was the only degree I had? Wait,
my undergrad.
That's the only degree I had either.
That was my undergrad.
If Mojo and Gibbs want a 1v1 later, let me know. We can certainly set up a 1v1 on that one. Tom Carpenter with the Big Ten says, hey, careful on the hillbilly comment. Some of us actually can think. Some, not all. Did the guys on the right get their shifts at Dollar General and Waffle House covered for this debate?
Sure, I did.
Chicago says, fun fact, Texas fought Mexico in order to preserve slavery. I believe this shot was taken directly at you, Gibbs.
Yeah, that's fake news and like revisionist history once again. I guess the Apaches who were fighting with the Texans against the Mexicans, when Santa Anna came in here and killed all the slaves because he said he didn't want them here, like that was something that was pro-slavery, I guess. Like, it's crazy, this revisionist history that the left always tries to do. I don't know if you know this, but Texas was a ranching state, not a cotton state, and all the cattle were raised in South Texas by the border. And then what they did is they took the cattle and they marched them, what now is a 9 to 12 hour drive, but it's like something like 800 miles across. Now, I don't know if you know this. There's a reason why Texas had about 1/6 of the population of slaves that other states did, and even less, actually, if you really dive into it, is because guess what happens when you put a slave on a horse in the middle of the wilderness and walk about? They disappear. It's pretty clear. Like, it's just brain dead to think this is actually what happens. Guess what? Texans are vaqueros. They're Hispanics. Like, I don't know, Juan Seguin Gonzalez, the guy that fought at the battle, like Juan Seguin who fought at the Battle of Gonzalez. Sorry, not Juan Seguin Gonzalez. Juan Seguin who fought there was Hispanic, didn't own any slaves. We see people from Tennessee that didn't own any slaves coming here and fighting at the Alamo. We see the Apaches. They might have had some slaves, but their slavery was very different. And they were fighting against, hey, guess what? They want the help from the Mexicans and the Texans to get the Comanche, who were actually enslaving people. So you're sitting here saying this shit, and you clearly don't know about history. And it's really sad that you're calling yourself Chicano. Go back to California with that bullshit, because we're not calling ourselves that shit here. We're proud Hispanic, Tejano, Texans, bro. Fuck that baby act bullshit and this fucking revisionist slavery history lie.
And with all that, you now understand why it is that everybody reacted to Jamie Foxx in Django the way they did on that horse.
Interesting. I liked that movie. Fourth Wiseman says, what you all don't know about the name TikTok as to infiltrate kingdom, to overthrow kingdom. Now you know. Ruh-roh, tiki-taki. Spin City says Trump is still y'all president. And of course, Miss Smell the Roses sending love this way. Tom Carpenter says anyone remotely familiar with the Bible knows that there is no hint of color or style of Jesus's clothes during the Sermon on the Mount. Man, making us hillbillies look bad. Damn it, Gibbs. Why you gotta be so colorful?
Well, that was me actually.
Oh, was that you? Was that a shot at you?
Well, it could be, right? It's not written. However, right, it is explicitly shown in the Chosen series. So that would have to be my bad if it's not in the written word. And I'd be more than happy to take that as a lookup and see if there's any mention of that. But it just seemed like a pretty significant scene in the conversation between that. It had some type of historical context there. So
I want to be very clear. When you argued that picture, you were referencing a TV show.
what you were attempting to reference was something completely out of context. So I don't understand how you're even trying to have a thing with that.
Jesus gathered too much executive power to the executive branch, because Jesus was one of our presidents, guys,
Fair enough. Spin City says libtards can't handle the truth, and he's going to be coming in hot on the panel. We know that. We already knew that when this topic went up. CT says, just curious where Timu Golly Good Ginger got the tablecloth to make his suit from.
Your mama's bedroom after I got done fucking her.
Wow. Shots fired. Fourth Wiseman says, when you put an independently highly successful businessman in a position of national governance, you get economy ran as proper business. When you elect clowns, you get Sideshow Bob's circus. And then he follows up to say Trump's tactical moves to enhance power structure across states is to stabilize the economy. This tactic is very good, knowing when he leaves the system, when he leaves, will stay strong. Any commentary to that? All right.
I think it's going to take generations to get rid of Donald Trump, that stink out of the White House.
And thank God, because you guys have done a great job of stinking that fucking place up with cocaine last time I checked.
Oh my God.
Do we want to talk about Don
Jam?
Jr.?
Hold on, Jam. That sounds kind of based. Shit.
Fair enough. Fourth Wiseman says, add on to the last post, this is not about Dems or reps. This is about a working system, not the divided debacle of governance you've all become accustomed to. Complacency isn't your friend. Chicano says MAGA is just Scientology for hillbillies. Fair enough. I Killed Earl says, does Gibbs know that the prosecution of SPLC is in Project 2025, that the unprecedented executive expansion is a stated goal and function of the P 2025, and that they've completed over half of it? Gibbs?
That's real easy. And once again, this is the Dems and their fucking perfidious fucking propaganda. Once again, I don't know if you noticed what Trump's agenda was. It wasn't, Project 2025. It was Agenda 47. All the things in there that he said he was going to do, that's what he's pushed. Not Project 2025. That's been debunked. This is just something they're pushing once again. But you know what? Guess what? Maybe it wasn't Project 2025. Some of the shit in there's base. Some of it's fucking stupid as fuck. It's just like any giant bill. But let's just talk about that. Why would I give a shit about that whenever it was find out there's poverty law center that's over here that's supposed to be fighting because they're the civil rights group is funding the KKK and neo-Nazis and literally almost helped plan the fucking Unite the Right rally. Then guess what? You know what? I hate to quote Alex Jones because I know I look like Timu Alex Jones except with a better suit. But guess what he said in 2016? He said they were fucking paid agitators. But Lord and Lord, everybody bashed him. And guess what? Turns out he was right again. It's crazy work that every time y'all talk about this bullshit, y'all go Project 2025. Maybe just stop being corrupt fucking Ku Klux Klanners and fucking people that argue for states' rights and neo-Nazism. Really, National Socialism is the same as normal socialism, and the Ku Klux Klan never disappeared. They just rebranded, and you're seeing it now. We literally heard them argue for states' rights on this panel today. Crazy. And then they also talked about picking our crops. Crazy stuff. This is the actual Democratic Party that's elected today, and it's crazy that they're sitting here not hiding their evil racism anymore.
Are you saying you don't like the 10th Amendment? Did you just say you don't like the 10th Amendment?
Did those words come out of my mouth? Did you anybody hear me
said
say
arguing for states' rights?
Twilight Zone?
Wait, you said arguing for states' rights. That's the 10th Amendment, right?
Are you high? Did the Civil War happen? You should be, because if you're not, this is just that scary.
Really? Because I just heard you say that they're arguing for states' rights. States' rights are a good thing, right?
If they follow the Constitution to the letter, sure. Would you argue that they were
The 10th
following
Amendment is in the
letter when they-
Constitution, right?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what state-
And what is your point
state's
here?
right are you,
You do know there's a concept called federalism, Mr. I have my political science degree, right? There's a difference where like federalism, where the fucking federal government has more power over the states, and then when everything's left the Congress, that's in the purview, right? Like this is the thing. When they establish law, it applies to every state. Do you disagree with that?
When did
It's
that happen?
literally federalism. This is literally government 101. Right? Like, and you're sitting here arguing about shit that didn't, dude, like the Civil War happened. Are you denying that happened? What about the nullification crisis? Did that happen? We proved over and over that states' rights are subservient to the national government repeatedly. How about the Interstate Commerce Act? Is that a thing? Like, bro, like, come on. If you're going to talk about, I have my degree in policy, at least act like you've read a political science 201 or 202 or 209 book, because goddamn, this is the fucking basics.
The 10th Amendment is as well as the 14th, the one that actually expanded it to the states.
Okay.
Oh, and okay.
It's
That's
up
what
to
gotta
you
do
if you wanted to.
just leave it alone, right?
All right. Fourth Wiseman says, when you see holes in a system and know it still won't function correctly, even with a patch, best practice is to remake that particular portion again anew and cease the continual repair damage control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trump's work with the national pool right now. That's a great example of him going in and seeing the problem and going, yeah, there's a much better way to do this. A lot of it, I think that a lot of it is like a lot of politicians that get into power, they don't have any like practical knowledge of how things work. And because they don't have that, they end up just believing whatever bullshit that they're getting told, right? A lot of times. And we need to be a little bit, more discerning whenever it comes to who's getting through this process. That needs to be the eye opener for a lot of people. Instead of focusing on Trump, how about we get the left to start focusing like on the system itself and what laws that we need to pass so that, say, this particular chair of government doesn't get past a certain point, right? Because the more time you spend wasting, just talking about Trump, you don't get towards any of your goals. And you just had the last 4 years before this where you fucked everything up, right? To, enact some of the things that you're talking about. But you literally auto pin Sleepy Joe, right, into nothing. Say, I got nothing for you guys. You guys are just useless.
Okay. Chicano says that purple vaping Harkonnen is not Mexican. Damn it, Gibbs. You non
Yeah, chupa mi verga puto. I like what? How about that? You got that one? I think you understood that one.
Fourth Wiseman says research for y'all who sent all the warships to Hawaii prior to Japanese invasion. Also, where were all those ships prior to being sent to Hawaii? The worm can is big here. Anyone know?
I don't know if he's referring to like a conspiracy theory or something. I don't know. I think it's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fourth Wiseman also gifting out 10 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners in the chat. Thank you so much, Fourth. Okay, I've got Gibbs and Spin backstage. Effigy was back there. Something went wrong. Let's go ahead and open the pin. Did anybody want to leave before I open the panel up?
I'm good.
Everybody's hanging around? Okay, here we go. We'll see what happens. right. Odd, weird. Normally we would. I'm actually shocked. I know Effigy was back there. Where is everybody tonight? It's very strange. But in any event, let's go ahead. Remember, spin, Clay, you know the drill. Respectful, no slanders, crazy stuff for this first portion. But you obviously, since you're the only two up here right now, you have more time to ask your questions. If you want to poke at any one of the gentlemen, feel free to do so. I will switch Gibbs, put you up there. Go ahead, Clay, hit it off.
Cool. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks, guys, for coming up, having this debate. I was finding trouble following a little bit on you guys on the left there. I thought Gibbs did a really good job of pushing back. Your prompt being consolidation, that's the part that I wasn't having trouble with. The part that I was having trouble with was why it's alarming. Why I think Gibbs did a really good job is because he is pointing out that the consolidation of power in the executive branch, as long as it's legal, it's not an issue. So Article 2 really kind of encapsulates where the president's powers are derived from. And sure, Congress gives, law to him so that he can execute that law. And the judicial branch would rule on that. We only have 3 branches, short of course, what the people decide. Maybe the state governments have a little bit of say in that. But I'm having trouble in understanding why it's alarming, because essentially that consolidation, perhaps to himself, or perhaps people who he trusts, people who are in his fold, if you will, loyal to him, that's normal. It's not unusual at all, which means that it's actually what should be done. It's actually not alarming. It's quite the opposite, actually. It's actually what I should expect from a president. I should expect that people under him are loyal to him, meaning that they're loyal to the Constitution. So that's where I'm having my trouble following as to why it's alarming. Now, I noticed that you did point out, and I'll concede that there are some things that perhaps he is going outside of the law, outside of the Constitution, but then when it gets ruled on by the judicial branch, he concedes that power where necessary. So maybe you could help me out to figure out why it's alarming.
Mojo, do you want to go first, or you want me to take it?
Sure. I would say that the 2 main powers of the presidential executive branch that we have in this country would be to faithfully execute the laws as passed by Congress and to protect the United States of America from foreign invaders. Other than that, there are really not a whole lot of other things they're supposed to do. Now, we have a lot of branches in that executive branch, or a lot of organizations within an executive
departments.
Branch. So, departments, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you very much. That he does get to appoint secretaries for, but at no point in history has anybody gone down to the lowest level, down to GS10, to be able to fire people and put in loyalists. That's never happened. This is something that is brand new. It's not something that we should be doing, because these are professionals. They are people that were there on merit and are still there on merit, and yet they're being replaced by people that don't know what the hell they're doing, and they're only being hired because Donald Trump is their king. And that's a scary situation, and that's leading to some sort of authoritarian takeover.
Okay, well, that's false.
Okay, so for the GS10 or the lower levels, just for the normies like myself, when you say that when he gets down to a certain level, those administrative positions, I'm assuming that those are something that are basically already legislated as a hiring type position, where he doesn't actually get the appointment.
They're not appointed. They're hired. All of them are hired. The only people that he appoints are the secretaries.
Okay.
Secretaries, the secretaries pick the SESs, the SESs pick the SEs pick the GS-13s, the GS-13s pick the GS-12s, and it's always worked that way. Except now Donald Trump wants to be able to reach down to the GS-10s and fire them at will.
Okay, very good. So in those cases, would you say that that's unlawful or unconstitutional?
I do think it's unconstitutional. It has gone through a number of court challenges, and he has rewritten it a few times. But the latest release on this particular executive order came out February 5th, which is already being challenged in court as well. But in the meantime, he's fired and gotten rid of and replaced like something like 150,000 federal employees already. So you're not going to be able to get those people back.
Yeah.
You're muted, Clay.
So sorry. So speaking
That's okay.
specifically of those that aren't appointed, that they're just simple hiring positions. When it comes to those, if it's unlawful and then it's brought up in court, essentially the courts, I mean, they already have precedent for this, I'm sure. Most of these things have already been decided. Then, those individuals will most likely be compensated, and any sanctions that are necessary will be made. Again, it's working the way it's supposed to. Now, yes, he may be overstepping, but that's not a consolidation, and that's not an expansion either. That's just somebody doing something that they thought was lawful, and criminals get convicted all the time for this, and mens rea comes into play, and then the court decides, well, he was kind of an idiot, it's literally an idiot before the court. So he needs some representation. They get him a good shitty lawyer called a public pretender. And then he usually gets off because they're like, yeah, he was a total idiot, or he gets sent off to like rehab or some nut farm. Right. So now I do agree that, if he's making some poor decisions, then, maybe he's an idiot. But that's an idiot. That's not somebody trying to consolidate power.
So I want to hit on So I want to hit on this for a second, because it sounds to me like what you're saying is that Trump, as long as he thinks it's lawful, he can put in an executive order, he can do what he wants. And hey, if the courts rule on it, it's no big deal. Wash it clean. We'll ignore the fact that he tried and attempted this. For example, there is suggestions right now that Donald Trump is going to run for a third term based upon the redefining of what it means to serve two terms. And this has been posed by Steve Bannon. This has been posed by other people. Andy Ogles is obviously trying. I said Andy Gibbs. It's Andy Ogles. But just because he goes in and goes, I think it's lawful, I'm going to try to go for it. That act in and of itself should be noted. It should be worthy of being noted and not ignored just because the Supreme Court says, hey, no, you're not allowed to do that. And that's where the alarming thing is the fact that we have a president that is hitting the guardrails as much as he possibly can. And the question becomes, at what point do those guardrails break? And now we have a full-on path towards authoritarianism or monarchy or whatever it be, where we have just one man in charge of the entire government. And I mean that in the sense of the judicial. I'm not trying to say that Trump is at that point yet. I want to be very clear, but I'm saying that him hitting those guardrails, that is the alarming rate. That is the alarm there of saying we're at the tipping point where this guardrail could break if we continue to hit it enough.
I understand that. That might be something that I would say, look at, like, so I'm a big NASCAR fan. I'm definitely an Earnhardt fan. Most NASCAR fans are Earnhardt fans. And yeah, he played dirty. He played real dirty, but we were still fans of him. And there's a reason why. He would push the edge, and that's great. That's really great. Now, I don't agree that every edge needs to be pushed when it comes to actually harming people. I would say that's a big no-no. But at the same time, there's consequences for these actions. So, like I mentioned, sanctions. Those employees who are done wrong, right? They're going to be compensated. The J6ers, that's actually refunding, not any kind of reparations, just so you guys know. So even both sides will receive their just compensation most of the time. Not all of the time, but most of the time. And that's the system that's set up in place. But as far as the consolidation part, if you're talking about that being alarming, then I would say, well, no, because that's not the consolidation of power. That's just him hitting the guardrails, like you said. And that is alarming, but that's not him expanding or consolidating.
Can I ask Clay a question?
Mm-hmm.
You're a NASCAR fan. I don't understand NASCAR. You spent so much time yelling at the TV. Turn left. Turn left.
Turn left.
How the fuck do any of you vote right?
Fast.
How do any of you vote right? I don't get it.
I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm very centrist.
All right.
Yeah, I'm a strict
Well,
constitution.
Turn left. Turn left, dude.
No
Turn
way.
left.
No way. Not happening. The Constitution is the center. The law is the center. I like the law the way it is, except for maybe states' rights.
Fair enough.
Rights. All right. Thanks. I'll pass.
Thank you, Clay. Spin, I'd like to kick it over to you. If you had a question, I'm assuming it's going to go to Vince or Mojo.
Oh, of course. You lefty idiots. Who shut the government down? Was it Trump?
Government's still shut down right now. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. So who shut the government down? Was it Trump or your party of dumbassery?
I would say it's Congress in general.
Yeah.
Especially the Congress that refuses to be bipartisan.
So
here we go. All right.
So help me. So help me understand something. Congress shut the government down. Is that what you're trying to claim?
Who's the most in power right now in Congress? I want to be very clear. I thought Republicans had a hold on Congress, but maybe you can help me on that clarification.
Well,
that Republicans had a hold on it.
Well, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So then Republicans shut the government down by that logic. Then I assume they could have opened it up at any point, but they didn't.
Okay. I'll move on.
Well, hold on. Don't move on. Don't move on from that. No. The reason why it's shut down is because it's not a super majority, as we talked about with the filibuster proof, and the Republicans.
They could have removed the filibuster.
Yeah, why don't they remove? Well, hold on. Filibuster's based. First of all, second of all.
Okay, exactly. I want to move off this one, Gibbs.
Hold on. No, hold on. Second of all, the Democrats are doing everything in their power to hold the bill up, and that's what's happening, and that's why the Congress is being shut down. So don't do this dishonest bullshit where you go, oh, it's the Republicans. When the Republicans put forth a bill with a majority in both houses, and the Dems refuse to compromise on anything. Listen, I'll grant that the Dems are doing their jobs.
Oh, it's not the Dems that refuse to compromise.
Hold on. This one is just between Spin and the four up top. Everybody else is muted.
Yeah, but don't be sitting here trying to spin it to like see what I did there with the spin. Don't be trying to spin it to where the Dems are not second guilty of this. The Republicans with a majority in both houses have put forth a bill. It is the Dems' job now to sit here and acquiesce and like push that bill, or some of them will come through. There needs to be some compromise on both sides. We've forgotten how to compromise, but it is the Dems absolutely not giving in that has shut the government down, and that's why there's been a deal made. And I guess the umpteenth hour, it looks like to fund ICE, and it looks like it's going to be done here soon, from what I was reading over. But we'll see how this goes, because the Dems are always doing duplicitous tactics where they reframe things and try to act like it's not them shutting it down, and then go, oh, well, who's got power in Congress? Republicans, when they know they're using their powers that they have at their disposal to hold things up. But sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No. It's a power trip that the Dems use. The second little part of my question is MAGA a cult or a movement?
A cult.
And that was proven, by the way, when Donald Trump posted that picture of Jesus. What do you think about that Jesus picture, Spin?
I look at pictures of Jesus every day. Does that mean that
was easy.
I'm in a cult?
Oh, no.
I am of the Catholic faith, like other people on this panel. Does that mean I'm in a cult?
If you think that I'm at the point now where, like, if you think that picture of Donald Trump, that was like, to me, the moment where if you can't sit here and just objectively say, yeah, that was definitely Donald Trump trying to depict himself as Jesus. if you can't acknowledge that, yeah, I think you're in a cult. I think we're at that point now. I definitely think we're
that was some golden calf shit right there.
I would never and could never say that Make America Great Again is a cult. It is a movement.
Bowel movement.
Yep.
Well, in your terminology, it would be a bowel movement because you can't handle the truth about anything. You can agree a man is a man and a woman is a woman. You cannot agree that it is a biological fact. You will never agree because that is your ideology and your propaganda, communist news network ideology. You people will never understand what real life is. So the third part of my question is, was Joe Biden a puppet?
No.
No, I think actually you can make the argument.
Really? Give me one good explanation why he wasn't a puppet.
The Infrastructure Act.
The Infrastructure Act. Oh, and what happened to the Infrastructure Act?
Donald Trump took credit for it.
Roads. We're building bridges. We're building roads. We're sending the internet out into the rural areas. We're building hospitals. I don't know.
Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree that that was done in Trump's first term?
Nope.
Or started in Trump's first term?
Nope. Not in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, so Joe Biden from his mommy's basement says, "Oh, I'm going to send internet to 50 billion people," right?
Well,
50
in the New York Times,
really?
I want to be very clear.
It's semantics. So, shut up.
I want to be very clear too that Trump himself, he didn't like, he publicly would denounce the Infrastructure Act, but he does what he does best, and now he's trying to take credit for the Infrastructure Act on some of the key projects that were being built during 2021. He's now slapping his name on those projects, and this also it kind of gets. It's I have to look for the executive order, but in one of the executive orders he
look
passed,
for the executive order and read it.
Which executive?
It was Trump's executive order. Right.
I'm talking about. I wasn't finished. There was an executive order that he put
Answer
into place.
Question, where libtard. Was it Trump's executive order?
What you're gonna have to give me more detail.
Answer
Was it
the
Trump's
question.
I'm asking for more detail. What are you referring to? You're talking about the Infrastructure Act?
Implemented it.
Wait. Hold on.
Who implemented and signed the executive order? Who did it?
For the Infrastructure Act? That's a bill that was passed by Congress, not an executive order. What are you talking about?
Well, what are you talking about? I think you're confusing.
I wasn't finished with what I was saying.
Go ahead,
That's why I'm incredibly.
Keep going.
Okay. So
I'll poke more holes.
What I was going to say is that Donald Trump even tried to take credit for the Chips and Science Act within, baked into one of the executive orders. I'll look for it if I can find it. But I want to be very clear. Congress passes a bill, the Infrastructure Act, and then Joe Biden gets it and he puts his signature on it. I didn't know executive orders created a piece of legislation. I don't know that's why I'm confused by your statement.
Well, I'm a little confused because you say the right takes claim to everything. Correct? I've heard you say some dissertation of that in the last 2.5, almost 3 hours.
I don't know where I made that statement or even implied that statement, but what I did say was that Trump took credit for the Infrastructure Act on some of the key projects that are being built because of that. That is what I did say.
Okay, so here's something that you should be able to take credit for. An unstable economy and Joe Biden's tyranny.
Start wrapping it up, Spin.
I mean, I consider take credit for the rising gas prices.
It was your party that made gas prices.
Okay.
Made the economy, made the housing market.
Right, let's do this.
To what it was.
Watch. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, Spin?
Sure.
I take I'm going to acknowledge that gas prices rose under Joe Biden. Would you then be able to recognize that gas prices and inflation has risen under Donald Trump? You said y'all aren't a cult. You gonna take credit for that?
Absolutely, they did, and because of the conflict that we entered in, it was not because
always an
of
asterisk
him
with
getting
MAGA.
presidency. If you really want to know the factual truth, when Trump got in office, gas prices, food, housing went down.
Wrong. But anyways, I'm glad that you can sit here and you just proved to
I
us.
will yield, Sarah. I will yield. I still want to argue with this moron some more about it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I want to hand it over to Effigy. I did mute you, Effigy. I muted everyone, by the way.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I never pressed that mute button. I have my own. Oh my God. The fucking waterfall of stupid I've had to listen to for the last few minutes. First of all, trying to blame Democrats at all for using a government shutdown after we've gone through a fucking decade of Republicans using government shutdowns is some of the most disingenuous shit I've ever heard. To not admit that Trump is consolidating power is just to not understand what the fucking word consolidate means. When you're trying to fire half the executive branch so that you have easier access to be able to tell people what to do, that's consolidating power. When you try to tell Congress that you're going to spend the money that's being pushed towards you from them in your own way and you're not going to follow the laws, that's consolidating power. When you try to exert control over federal elections, when the elections are held to the states by the fucking Constitution, consolidating power. I have no idea how you guys make these arguments. And to Gibbs and the other guy, trying to constantly make historical comparisons is just proving the fucking point. All you're doing is pointing to something and being like, look, isn't that worse? Yeah, this is just like that. Thank you for showing me that this is just like that. And we both agree that that was alarming. So now I'm justified in being alarmed.
Well, let me explain why you're confused, because it's clearly confused. So the prompt was, and I know we argue about what the prompt was quite a bit, was it's at an alarming rate. Those are the exact words in the prompt that I was given, consolidating power at an alarming rate. Now, what I did, Effigy, right, is what most people should do. You have to establish what the rate is and why it's alarming, whether or not it's alarming. And so when I go to historical examples, I didn't even say whether it was good or bad when FDR did these things. I didn't use the example say what Bush did was good or bad, or Obama. I didn't take any stance on any of those, whether or not they're good or bad. Now, I have taken stances previously, but for the sake of this debate, I didn't do that. All I did was go through and use historical context to measure what an alarming rate would be or what the status quo was. And now, when I go through these things, and these other presidents are doing this at that rate, and I've used this and established historical context 1 time, 10 times, 1,000 times, and established the rate is no more than any of these other previous presidents. In fact, it's less than some. Yes, I did. Okay, can you give me an example?
Yes, specific reference. You referenced FDR and the amount of executive orders that FDR did. Guess what? Trump's rate per year is higher than FDR. FDR had 4 terms. That's why he has the most executive orders. But Trump's rate per year is higher than his. In fact, Trump's rate for this year, his first year of his second term, is one of the highest rates of executive orders ever by a president.
So rates per year, that's something you're bringing up. Cool. And once again, I pointed out the executive orders can be flipped as soon as somebody else comes in power. And so executive orders aren't binding. Once again, I brought that up multiple times. I brought up how you brought up, they're firing half the office. Well, guess what? Previously, the political norm was they come in, they fire everybody that's not part of their team. That's a historical fact. You can't even debate that one. And secondly, one of the things I brought up with FDR, with Bush, with Obama is these acts by that they pushed through the legislation that expanded executive power and the executives use. You still don't have a fundamental argument for that because once again, I use executive.
Most of the Patriot Act has been sunsetted, and he's still doing things that were in the Patriot Act. Right?
So they don't use the Patriot Act is literally acts as historical legal precedent. They do. We know that.
Congress literally voted to sunset the Patriot Act.
Hold on, you're talking over each other. Let's at least wait until the other one finishes before we go. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Oh no, you can keep going. You finish out what you thought.
Okay.
No, the relevant argument from the Patriot Act is still the FISA stuff, what Vince brought up a while ago. But most of the Patriot Act has been legislatively sunsetted, but they're still doing all of it. So would you think it's better when they have a law to do it or when they're doing it without the law to back it?
Are you telling me that these presidents in history haven't used acts that have been sunsetted, haven't used legal rulings?
No, I'm saying by using historical precedent, we can say, yes, look, it's alarming. It was alarming then, it's alarming now.
They are using historical precedent. And I pointed to different examples like Bush and Cheney using the theory of unitary executive and expanding. This is the norm for presidents. Trump has not done anything outside the norm. In fact, I would argue he's done less than FDR, Bush, Cheney had, actually. Like, you can argue these both things. And when you say these things, yes, maybe those
you
were
may have had ground to stand on in foreign policy. But until Iran happened, you may have had ground to stand on in that claim in foreign policy until what just happened. Because we're now in another foreign war.
Oh yeah, foreign war. Just like when he bombed them, it was 12 days long, and then it was over. And now we're like, what? We're not even at the 60-day mark yet. Like, what is your point here? Like, it's not a moving goalpost. Like,
no,
Vince is trying to. I'm using literal executive. I'm literally
No, you're right. It's not a goalpost because they stood still for at least a little bit.
Of course. And listen, it's called. Listen, what's that thing from Futurama? I'm technically right. That's the best kind of being right. Like, I'm pointing out the facts here and the historical context, and you're sitting here going, "Oh, Lordy, I don't like that." Well, listen, how do you measure what an alarming rate is if
you're
we don't
saying,
measure
look, it happened before, therefore we don't need to worry if it happens again? That's all you're saying.
That's
look, it happened before. No, it is what you're saying.
Alarming. Nope.
If you point out something in the past to say that this was alarming then, and you're like, oh, this was way worse then, I can go, yeah. And if it's happening now, that would mean it's alarming, right?
Much like Clay brought up earlier, right, a few little bit ago, he's pushing everything against the guardrails. That is the norm for every president, right? Every president expands. He's not doing anything more than any other president has done in history. He's using different techniques. He's using different tactics. Every president uses different techniques and tactics that they think will get done. If they can push it through Congress one way, they do that. If they use an executive order, they do another way. If they appoint judges, that's a different way. That's like, these are all things that every president
There's a difference
done.
Between trying to expand executive authority and consolidating power. Right?
Oh, is there?
As a leader,
I didn't know that there were differences. But this is my point. We keep ignoring the alarming rate point of the fucking conversation, which was in the prompt. And when I go and point out historical,
do you not agree with that statement?
So that we know how to measure. No, I don't agree with that statement.
Do you not? Okay, so if a president tries to expand executive authority to give people health care, it's not different than whether or not they expand executive authority to put troops in your streets as policemen.
That was maybe worse. That was worse, probably. I would argue that's worse in some aspects. Yeah. And when I'm sitting here going through these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the expanding healthcare was worse than the troops thing. I agree. It is worse. When we're sitting here going through these things and I'm pointing to historical context, I'm using historical context to establish alarming rate, and you're not even being good faith enough to admit that you have to use history to establish what the rate of change is or the rate of difference is. And how do you determine that? Well, you look at historical examples and you're just refusing to engage in that, and you use these things. When you do engage, you're going, I'm going to sit here and use whataboutism, except in this case it's fine, but when Gibbs does it, it's not fine. That's bad faith as hell, bro. Like, you have to use all these at all times.
You are whatabouting quite a lot tonight.
I'm not whatabouting. I'm establishing.
You literally are. You're saying, look at this over here. Look at this over here.
How do you explain what alarming rate is without looking at historical examples?
No, that's fine. And I just
okay. So there's not what about it. Establish what? When
you say this was already done here,
we're going to use all these different examples. We're going to use all these different examples. Then you use them to establish what an alarming rate is. You're still not giving me how you establish alarming rate without going through historical examples. And so until you can do that, then you really don't have a point to stand on.
That's not.
At least you're being good faith enough to use
this is how you're a carnival barker. So you're using historical precedent number one as to say, look, it already happened in the past, therefore we don't need to be alarmed. And now you're saying that we're saying not to use that historical precedent for a whole different fucking thing, which is determine the rate to be alarmed at. Like, two completely different fucking things.
They are not completely different things. You're just willfully ignoring my point here. I think Sarah's having some issues here.
Sorry. Let's put a pin in that one.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
I can keep going on this for a while, but
we can hit it on full open floor. Bones, if you want to go ahead and chime in.
Yeah. So is this you said we're moving to the open floor then?
Not yet.
Okay,
as Varun, then Rinyald.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I think everyone remembers Liberation Day, right? Trump's global tariffs right there. Yeah, if anyone remembers, he used the IEPA to do that illegally, by the way. And in Learning Resources Inc. v. Trump, he got shot down on that. So that's just one big glaring example of a misuse of his executive authority and his attempt to centralize it by expanding the use of the IEPA. And look where it got us. Absolutely fuck all, and it left us, shooting ourselves in the foot. Thoughts?
Same thing as what I just said. They're using their powers that have been granted to them previously with other things to expand things.
The IEPA does not grant those powers. They don't.
What? Say it again.
The IEPA does not grant those powers. Like
it doesn't grant those powers. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it got shut down.
Yeah, and then what happened after that? It got shot down. What happened?
Now companies are trying to sue the American government for all the tariff revenue.
So they're going through the checks and balances established by the Constitution. They're using the legislation and the judiciary to fight this. So they're doing exactly what works as intended.
After Trump violated
so
the
they're
law,
doing what works as intended.
Yes,
I know that you want to change the Constitution to where we don't use the checks and balances established. But listen, when you go through legal recourse, I was asked directly by Mojo. I was directly asked by
Mojo. Hold on. We can't hear either of you right now. Gibbs, finish your thought and then to Bones.
Yeah. I was directly asked by Mojo earlier, right? In certain cases when these things would happen, right? And I explained, hey, I'm okay with if AOC comes to power and she legislates beef. What I would do, I would hire lobbyists to fucking fight for me. I would lobby my congressman. I don't think I would go to the point to go to war, even though I got a lot of cattle. Maybe I'm gonna force them to fucking arrest me, and then we're gonna sue them that way. We're gonna go through the judiciary. I'm gonna go through the checks and balances, the legal recourse, and the system because that's what they do. And you know what? If AOC comes to power and does this, bar power to her because she has the power. If she gets in there to use her executive authority and try to expand it, just like all these other presidents, and then I, as an American rancher or Texan rancher specifically, can use my own legal recourse to fight that. And this is what's done. You said here it got struck down. He tried to expand it. It got struck down. He obeyed it. So what's your point? He's literally doing things as intended, and you're still bitching. And every president expands their power, and it's just ludicrous that you're going to sit here with this hypocrisy and act like they don't.
Yeah, so what other president has tried to levy universal tariffs against the entire world using the IEPA?
So are you agreeing that is not a new tactic? I'm saying that's a new tactic.
No, I'm asking you the question. Do you want to answer?
It's a new tactic.
It's the universal tariffs, as far as I know, are pretty a new tactic to at least America. But I mean, we've had other countries do it previously in history. So tariffs are within the purview, as far as I know, of the executive with some regulations by Congress, and that's why when the judiciary stomped down what he did, he's found other ways to go about doing it, and now those are going to be legally challenged or they're not. So you're arguing these things, and once again, it's very clear that he's doing these within the bounds of law. And every time the judiciary pushes back, he finds a different way to do it and test the legal system. And you're arguing this, and I'm saying it's working as intended, and that's not alarming. And that's the status quo, and the status quo is not alarming. Now, if you want to change the status quo, then just say that, but don't sit here and act like the status quo is alarming, and don't act like we can't use historical examples to determine what an alarming rate would be.
So I think it's heard twice in here that Admiral Gibbs conceded that he was actually attempting to increase his power here, and he also contradicted himself earlier regarding Trump is trying to act within the laws. He very clearly wasn't. That's why it got struck down. And this is after months. No president has ever tried to do this thing where I'm going to use this law right here to enact global tariffs, where it was previously used to just target specific countries and save them. No one's ever done
Let
this.
me ask you a question. Has any president ever used the law to expand their power and then it be struck down by the judiciary?
This is not a response.
No. It is a response.
I agree that there are presidents that have expanded their power. What I'm arguing
and hold on. And then the judiciary struck it down because of one way they used it, right? Yes or no? Has that happened?
Doing it in a completely novel way.
Okay, so have any president in history ever done something in a novel way that was struck down by judiciary and then they went and tried to do it a different way? Has that ever happened?
To the degree which Trump has done, no.
No, not to the degree. Just yes or no. Has it happened? We can talk about it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so they have done that. So all right, cool. Thank you.
Wait, do you think that presidents actually think that they have the authority to enact global tariffs?
I think presidents have the authority that they think they have, and then that's what the judiciary is to determine what the limits of their power is. That's literally why they're there.
Yeah, except when it explicitly says that it doesn't. When he doesn't have the power.
And then what happens when they don't have the power? What happens? Does someone fight it in law and the judiciary rules and establishes they don't have that power?
So he very clearly violated the law then. So he's not testing the laws. He's clearly just flagrantly violating them. There's also other instances with Perkins Coie case as well, where he just just threw away a certain lawyer's rights away. The First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments. We can also talk about that too. That's another thing.
Start to wrap it up.
Yeah, honestly,
I mean,
Gibbs. If Gibbs is fine with the president like just violating laws, I mean, we've got that on record now, so that works.
I mean, there's a difference between what I'm saying and violating laws. I'm laying out a clear case that all of these presidents do this. Like, thus, it's not. Listen, I'm not saying this is a good or bad thing. I'm objectively saying the system is working as intended, and I know that you're upset that the system is working as intended and want to kind of do some kind of revision. But like, listen, and I'll bite the bullet. I literally bought the bullet. Mojo said this. I'm saying, hey, if AOC gets in power, I would use the current system established by the Constitution to fight that in a variety of different ways. And that's just what y'all should do if you have a problem with it. But instead, y'all want to sit here and try to do a propaganda win when it's pretty clear that this is not out of the societal norm or out of the norm in history. And so therefore it's not an alarming rate and it falls flat on its face. But
does that mean
very clearly that wasn't but yeah.
Does that mean you're going to quit your streaming career after Trump gets out? Because you got nothing to complain about, right?
I mean, you know that I actually only came to politics. I mean, you might not know my history, but my money doesn't come from streaming, sure. But if I was, I'd be going back to like doing announcing for esports, and that's where I would get my money from for streaming. And hey,
I didn't say where you got your money. This
is just a side thing. Well, you asked about my streaming career, so now you get an answer. And so if I was going to quit it, I would just quit doing the politics and move over to a more lucrative part of streaming. But hey, get good scrub. You clearly don't have anything going on except the bitch about Trump, and that's why you're saying this. I actually have other things I do for 3, 4, 5 days a week on streaming, but good try though.
I will count the days until you leave politics then.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Because you got to count the days when you get those ass whippings till the goat leaves. I understand everybody wanted Michael Jordan gone too.
All right, let's hand it on over to Varun. Your question, please, sir.
Thank you, Sarah, for having me on your show.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for for all of the 4 people above. I just wanted to know, like when it comes to politics, how come the Democrats and the Republicans can't see eye to eye on anything? And every time they project their candidates for president, each party does everything to pull the concerned candidate down in every way possible. And if they keep fighting like this every time for every issue, how long will democracy even last in the country?
Yeah, I feel like this is more. I mean, it's probably both of us, but while Gibbs is away, I'll feel free to jump in here. I think that based upon what we have seen just in this conversation here, there is a particular ideology on the right named MAGA that we should be trying to do everything we can to quell. Again, we have talked about the fact that Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. I still hold that stance, and I think that the left, the reason why we can't see eye to eye is because we shouldn't see eye to eye on that particular issue. We shouldn't sit there and say, "Oh yeah, you know what? Trump is great. Yeah, we need to find a way to work with Trump." No, that ideology needs to be gone. It needs to be quelled. We need Democrats in office who are willing to fight against that. This is actually, by the way, one of the reasons why Democratic approval ratings are so low, because we didn't feel that our party was doing enough to go against what the MAGA movement is doing. We wanted to see more fight. This is why the gerrymandering thing was so exciting to Democrats. We're like, yes, finally, they're playing by the other team's rules, because for so long, Democrats have just said, no, we'll take the higher route. We'll take the higher route. And now finally they're saying, you know what? The right isn't even going to hold themselves to their own standards. We're going to start playing by our own rules. And so I know it doesn't really necessarily maybe answer why we can't see eye to eye, but the best way I can put it is because we shouldn't see eye to eye with people like that in the MAGA movement who are trying to give authoritarianism a pathway. I don't believe we should.
Mojo, would you like to respond before I go?
Yeah, I'm going to say I just like to argue, and democracy is the best way to do that without getting arrested. So I'll go ahead and fight for a democracy.
Fair enough. Gibbs?
Well, yeah, I mean, really, honestly, I feel like Vince and I, we could probably come to an agreement on some issues. And this is the problem I've had with this debates. And, Rinyald's here, so we're actually going to get some tactics here in a moment. But, what Rinyald did last week is the same thing they're doing this week. They put forth a debate prompt, and then they don't want to actually talk about the certain issue. They want to sit here and try to hide behind a prompt. It's called punching a plastic bag. And so, interestingly, though, they actually failed when they issued forth this prompt. And I saw it when I picked it up. And this is the interesting part about it is the rate part of this, is the alarming rate. And this is why I keep going back to historical examples, where I can point to different examples of historical things going down over the course of history in many different levels, right? And so when I see these and I point to them and I go, this happened, this happened, this happened. Now, yeah, I agree. Maybe that all that is alarming at something, but it is the societal norm. It is the historical norm. It's not any more alarming than any other time. And thus you fail as a prompt. And you really don't uphold it. You don't even establish what the rate of alarm should be. You didn't establish what is alarming. You said, oh, this is alarming, but then you can't give me historical examples where that's unusual. And so you really fail as a prompt. What y'all should do is take some notes from how Rinyald set up the prompt last week, where he was able to pontificate from behind the prompt and never actually talk about the issue. Because what y'all did was left me an opening to bash y'all over the head. Now, if we actually wanted real changes, or what Varun said, where we had compromise stuff, I'm sure I actually am up here because I want compromise on certain things. I'm a socially kind of left on certain issues. I don't give a shit about cocaine use. I don't give a shit about weed use. I don't give a shit about if you're gay. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I care about my tax dollars being fucked. I care about my fucking foreign policy be going down a certain way. I care about other policies where we restricted things. These are issues. I care about my beef. That's been getting fucked for the past 75 fucking years. And now I'm over here finally seeing some changes, and y'all are going, hey, fuck myself. And I'm willing to sit here. I'm not a MAGA diehard. If he ends up being an actual pedo, throw his ass to the wood chipper. I don't give a shit. Are there things I don't like that Trump did? I don't like the Argentina beef deal. I get criticized him on all sorts of stuff. But we're going to sit here and be an actual good faith debate, and you want to sit here and talk about what's historical, what's actually an alarming rate. Well, we have to look at historical context. And when I do this, and I repeat this over and over and over, hey, things are working as intended. Thus, it's not that alarming.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Gibbs. Asferon, did that complete your question?
Yeah. Just one last sentence I'll add, Sarah. Because in Britain, the conservatives and the liberals, they don't keep pulling each other down like this. So they like, if the liberals enact a policy, the conservatives try to support them and see if it works. They work in a more unified manner, and they experiment a lot to see if it works or not. So if Americans could do the same thing, it would be nice, actually. That's what I just wanted to add. So that's it. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
I don't even love the UK real quick. I think there's one thing that Mojo, Vince, and I can all agree on. When you were a former world empire, world superpower, nobody wants to be the UK. Y'all would rank 51st in all 50 states. You'd rank lower than Mississippi in economic prowess. I don't think anybody here wants to become the UK. So no offense. Fuck that shit. And there's a reason why we whooped their ass in 1776 and Andrew Jackson whooped their ass again in 1814. So, hey, check that out. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But you can learn something from everyone, right? Like, even if they're your enemies, they have something to teach you. Otherwise, like, you can't just have that thing that we are on the top all the time. Everything that we've got, it's actually by observing and learning from others. We can't
You're
be
right.
like
right. You learned what not to do by watching the UK.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Asferon. All right, Rinyald, to you, final one, and then after that, we will move into open floor. Go ahead, Rinyald.
Boy, I've got a lot. I do want to say, Gibbs, I appreciate the glaze. That was greatly appreciated. I do want to say, though, it feels kind of weird to accuse other people of hiding behind the prompt when your main argument here seemed to be like, what is technically an alarming rate at which power is consolidated? I felt like that's kind of a weird thing to point out.
I just embraced the point, Rinyald. I embraced it.
True. But like, okay. I feel like this argument that Donald Trump is not consolidating power at an alarming rate, or it seems like kind of the stand-in topic is at a unique rate. I think it's kind of laughable. Donald Trump is like the biggest unitary executive proponent that I've seen in modern history. There's a reason why his, vice presidential appointment said we need to fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every single civil servant in the administrative state. And when the courts try to stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and said, the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now enforce it. Right? So the Trump administration has repeatedly undermined the authority of the courts, has repeatedly tried to expand presidential power, firing all of the civil servants to, centralize all of that power into the executive, because that's what unitary executives do. The idea that, I hate to be, sound like a broken record, but like the idea that the president that argued that the fate of the election basically lays in the hands of the vice president, the idea that He says that the vice president has the ability to determine which electors are certified, and this isn't the person that's consolidating power, or at least attempting to consolidate power at an alarming or unique rate. Unfortunately, I do think there is a death blow to this topic, though, because I could even grant that Donald Trump is not consolidating power at an alarming rate because he's just really fucking bad at doing it. So every time he tries to consolidate power, he gets struck down, and he doesn't actually have the balls to ignore the court like he wants to. So I think that may be the only argument that you can give, but the idea that Donald Trump wants to consolidate power at an alarming rate or in a unique rate is almost non-contestable.
Well, hey, you made the argument that somebody else already made about he was just bad at it. I mean, listen, if it's just bad at it, then I win by default on that one. And if he's good at it, then he's doing it the same thing these others are doing. I just like
Sounds
either
like
way.
behind the prompt, Gibbs.
I'm dying. Hey, listen, I just embraced it. This is why I kind of brought up what you did last week versus what they did this week, and it's all about wording. And I absolutely hate doing the ticky-tack Destiny Andrew Wilson style where we're going to argue over fucking one word or however. But if we're going to set up a prompt and that's like disadvantage to one side and it's super advantage to one other, then I'm going to use the prompt to my own advantage. That's just called good debate. And listen, and this is really what I keep coming back to. How do you establish what a rate is? And if you can't use historical context, then, I mean, there's no way to establish what an alarming rate is because we're only using the present historical context. And so, I mean, it's either he's really bad at it and he didn't do it, or he's doing exactly what these others have done. And then either way, nah, he's not that bad. It's not that alarming.
So I want to mention this real quick. The rate at which I was describing was using in context the 255 executive orders and 9 national emergencies, because I do think those are worthy of being noted on. That is why I brought those ones in particular up. There are other examples in which he is consolidating power that we haven't seen a new norm. I think it may have been Bones or somebody else down there who mentioned exactly like the universal tariffs that had never been implemented by another president. It is not necessarily a rate that by which you can measure, but it is something that is unique to this president. And I do think that is where the alarming rate comes into play. So I did present some evidence to which you could draw a mathematical rate, if you will. But yeah, I think it's undeniable that there is an alarming rate to which we're seeing this.
Well, I think the character of this prompt would require us to assess, like, you know, if the Trump administration argument against this idea that they're consolidating power at an alarming rate is that, yeah, we want to, but we're really bad at it, liberal. Okay. Like I don't see that as like a meaningful attack of the prompt. Right. So the question I think that is more, you know, pertinent is like, well, do you think Donald Trump wants to? Do you think that Donald Trump's actions that he's tried to take would feasibly, you know, consolidate more executive power? I feel like the answer is unequivocally yes, right? Like I think the closest comparison that you could make to Donald Trump's actions throughout this year is like maybe Andrew Jackson. But if we're reaching into the deep 1800s to pull historical comparisons to Donald Trump's, you know, like historical lawlessness, I feel like that kind of desperation in terms of how to justify this presidency almost proves the point.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Gibbs, did you have any? I can't tell if you look like you want to say something or not.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get into it more. I've talked a lot. I mean, I could keep going if you want. I mean,
no,
to that, but yeah, I'll wait. You know,
all right. Well,
I try not. I know people accuse me of monologuing, but I try not to take over completely.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me go ahead and get through just a few super chats here, and then we will move over to the gauntlet. Here's a point of perspective I'd like you all to ponder. Take this debate and topic streamed knowing there are multiple differing opinions and points of view. Even so, y'all engage thoughtfully. I guess that's a congratulations to our gentleman from the original 4. Fourth Wiseman also says, understanding a law of any kind always has ambiguity inlaid within it. This is why a jury system is applied. If it is behind closed doors in a privy council decision, it still don't via vote counts. Any thoughts to that?
Yeah, one of the wonderful things about democracy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is still some ambiguity laid within the laws, and I think Donald Trump has absolutely tried his best to try to perverse some of those ambiguities and taking them into nonsense routes. We've seen this with the 14th Amendment, where he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship. We're seeing this even to the extent that doesn't get talked about much, but the 22nd Amendment, where they're trying to it's pretty clear what the 22nd Amendment says, but they're trying to find the little Weasley hole to find a reason to bring Donald Trump into a third term. And it's those reasons. And again, like I talked about earlier with the guardrails, when Trump keeps hitting that guardrail constantly, at what point does that guardrail just break open? And now we have a full-on path towards authoritarianism. And that is why I said it is alarming and it is scary to see what is happening, because right now, I'll be very honest, if we didn't have a judiciary that was actually trying to like keep the judiciary, for all intents and purposes, is that guardrail right now. Congress has completely ceded their power to the executive. The only branch that seems to have not really ceded that is the judicial. And thank God, because that is that guardrail. And if that thing goes, it's full force down that path line. And we're very close than we are far away from it. So,
okay. All right. Fourth Wiseman also says easy way to see a price rise or fall of something that's broad reaching is to look at either a future projection or a past deficit. Remember the daily plus annum future runs on per capita numbers. Anyone have a thought to that? No?
Don't know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Also, Fourth Wiseman just got back. He said, I just heard Bones of Doom comment about enforcing global tariffs. Any country can do the same. That's a sovereign as nation. Same applies if you want an agency agreement. Bones, do you have anything to add on that?
Which is why Congress is legally allowed to do it and not the executive branch, funnily enough.
And then who enforces it?
Who enforces it? The American government at that point.
The executive branch?
Yeah, like it's
That's what the
supposed to.
executive does. Yes.
President? The president?
Yeah, like he's
the
supposed to.
legislature legislates, the executive executes. Yes, true.
There you go. There you
Gotta
go.
have a
You
law to
learned something
execute.
today.
Good job, Clay.
You learned something
Clay,
today.
he fucking got it. He fucking got it. It
Legally,
took him
who
long enough.
enforces it? You learned something today.
Yeah.
Good
Trump can't
job.
just unilaterally do it. Good job. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. That was
True.
Civics 101. I didn't think you'd be able to pass it considering you're a First Amendment.
He will not be able to guess where the judicial power lays.
You click the button.
True.
You click the button. You pull the
Let me know
when
right.
you pass second grade.
Well, and on that note, wow, sent to the Big Ted said boot Bones of Doom now. Bones, I'm going to...
You bitches.
I'll set a timer for 10 minutes for now. If anybody else jumps backstage, they'll take that seat first if you don't get back up within that
Before
10,
I
okay?
get booted, I'm the band of conservatives. See ya.
All right, hang tight, Bones. Okay, the gauntlet is officially open. If you are watching over on the Raging Tomatoes side, I'm shutting it down now, and you can either follow the raid over to the gauntlet to continue the show, or you can go ahead and head over now if you know where you're going. All right, we'll see you on the other side. Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor completely. The gauntlet is, of course, more chaos, and it gets a little more crazier. It often degenerates throughout the evening. If we hit 3 a.m., it gets really bad. Anyone is welcome to come and go as they please. You are not held hostage here. Outside of that, don't say any words that we shouldn't be saying. You can cuss, scream, yell all you want. But the only thing I do ask is that when I start talking, and I don't do it often, I let the floor be yours. But when I do start talking, please allow me the space, because it is my job to still keep this train on the track so that we don't derail completely into crazy world.
By the way, you ended on Twitch, by the way. I don't know if you
I did. I'm starting to do that on purpose now. Thank you, though. Balderson, I'm going to go ahead and let you kick it off, sir. Welcome back. I was surprised you weren't the first one backstage, but I'll go ahead and let you kick it off. And it is open floor, gentlemen. Anyone can dive in. Go ahead, Balderson.
Well, we all know I'm not about either party, and the consolidation of power to the executive branch that they've played in this back and forth stupid game where they think that if they give a bunch of power to their guy, it's going to be just awesome. And then they forget that the next guy coming in is also going to maintain that power and then add to it, to where we've got this executive branch that's just a fucking monster that doesn't serve the American people in any way, shape, or form. And this is dangerous no matter whether it's Democrat or Republican. Doesn't matter. This is just a bad fucking idea, a bad system, and it all needs to be stripped away from the son of a bitch.
And it's also avoiding the point of the question.
Well, I feel like
we can all agree on this.
Can
we all agree on this?
The entire executive branch has done nothing but consolidate power for the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I'm not certain
I agree, but
I'm not-
shouldn't we speak on it as it happens, though? Shouldn't we fight it as it happens?
We should fight all of it. Is my problem? That it's not just it's not just the other side, because everybody wants to go, oh, but when it's given to the guy that I have in office, then it's great. Forgetting that just fucks everybody, because then when the next guy comes into office, he also abuses those powers. I'm against that.
But that feels like an excuse, because it sounds like you're fighting
I
against
know
it
it does,
now
because you want your side to have power.
No, I don't.
Because you want your side to have power
either. No,
you cheered the COVID bullshit. I'm sure you didn't have any problem with the freaking letter agency hearings and all the abuse under that. You cheered that. You just want the power when it's on your team. Which, guess what? That doesn't serve the rest of us. That's why both your sides suck balls. Hot July goat balls.
Yeah.
Through both sides, guys.
No, this is so good. Exactly, Balderson. And you hit the nail on the head when you said you guys are only pointing it out because it happens to be the people on the right who in your opinion are consolidating, when in actuality the consolidation happened a long fucking time ago, and it's because guess who did it? Who actually did it? The fucking courts. You guys are so dumb. You don't even realize that the judicial branch actually makes these decisions, and then the laws are written around those decisions.
This is like deflecting responsibility hardcore from Trump. And this is the wild thing to me, is that the moment we get a Democrat in office, as soon as we get a Democrat in office, we're going to hear nonstop whining about, and we heard it all the way with Trump or Trump with Biden when they cried about the lawfare.
Hold on, Clay. Hold on, Clay.
This is the crazy thing to me is that we know, especially on the left, we know damn good and well that if a Republican or a Democrat comes into office as a president and tries to do even even a quarter of what Donald Trump is doing, they will lose their ever-loving mind. And I'm glad Balderson brought up COVID-19 because I'm glad Balderson brought up COVID-19 because we saw them lose their ever-loving mind during that. And we know
while your side overstepped power.
There you go. See, it's interesting to me how you were so upset about that, but I don't hear a peep about Donald Trump. Rather, it's, but guess what? It's bad for both sides. Where's the criticism for Trump? I did this with Gibbs. I said, Gibbs, or it might not have been Gibbs, it might have been you, Clay. I said, when we have inflation, I'm willing to sit here and say, yeah, inflation went up under Biden. And then, it wasn't Clay. It was the other guy, Split News or whatever. And I said, hey, what?
It was me.
Yeah, Spin City News. Sorry. When I sat there and said, are you going to take credit for Donald Trump? Well, no. We see this time and time again. MAGA loves to move the goalpost. It never stays the same. We have a line.
It's hilarious that your dumb ass got I'm MAGA out of that. That's how dumb shit bipartisan you are.
Right. I'm not.
You got me and Clay as MAGA. That's how dumb shit bipartisan you are. You're like, you didn't say the thing I want, so you're obviously on the other side because I can't actually make a fucking argument to save my side's ass for nothing. So I've got to have a bad guy, straw man to beat up.
You sound very upset about it. So it sounds like it's the.
I'm actually not upset about it. I couldn't give a fuck about Trump in one way, shape, or form. He's horrifying. Horrifying.
If we're agreeing that his consolidation of power is
but Trump is still your president and your daddy.
Hold on. I got too many voices in my ears. Go ahead, Brady.
That was very important contribution from Spin City. Thank you. If we're agreeing that the consolidation of power under Donald Trump is...
Hold on. Okay, listen. I just gave the law and order at the beginning of this. You already are fucking it up, and it's already making me pissy. I'm going to go make some fucking coffee. Mr. Balderson, if you could be in charge of the group and keep it where it needs to be for the next 5 minutes while I step away. I expect a fully good report when I get back. If it's a bad report, I'm just going to fucking boot everybody and go home. I ain't got the capacity for this bullshittery. You all know better. You've all been here. Vince and Mojo, you are excused from my yelling. I'm not yelling at you. On the timer, Balderson, Bones has 3 more minutes, but of course, Azrin's taken the seat as of now. So now he might have to wait unless somebody leaves or if somebody gets booted. Okay. All right. I'll be right back, gentlemen. Best behavior or else.
Amazing. So all I was going to say is that if we're agreeing that it's horrifying the way that Donald Trump is consolidating executive power, like if we agree to that, it feels like the at least the prompt of the debate is satisfied. We could talk about whether or not Biden is also engaging in that, or Obama is also engaging in that, or Trump the first time engaged in that. But it feels like we've satisfied the prompt. No, if his consolidation of power is horrifying, it feels like this is just a total concession of the whole point, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is really the issue I'm having, right? Listen, Balderson and Clay have brought something up very interesting, which is what I keep reiterating. Listen, I maybe am more on the right than they are, but throughout this debate, I have purposely brought up Republicans and Democrats who have used the executive and legislative branches to expand their power, and then either got smacked down by the judiciary or used the Supreme Court picks to rule in their favor. This is the norm. This is what is established. Now, if you have a problem with the United States government working as constitutionally intended, that's a whole different prompt than what we're talking about now. Now, the question I have is, you'll have an issue with it working as intended, because that seems to be the prompt y'all want to talk about, as opposed to, oh, Trump is the issue, right? Because I'm sitting here going, oh, y'all are like they brought up, Balderson brought up, oh, when Trump does it, oh, it's bad. But if AOC comes in, I bit that bullet. I said, guess what? I'm going to have to go through the system. I'm going to have to use the checks and balances. I'll have to do these things. And I said, guess what? I even bit the bullet on the guns thing with what's his name, which really didn't have much relevance to the topic. I said, hey, if the Black Panthers want to go shoot people, that's based. If the Texas Revolutionary community wants to try and do that, that's based. That's the whole point of having a well-regulated militia. I'm sitting here I'm willing to bite those bullets, because these are the systems that are working as intended under the government, as established, and these are what's happening. The judiciary expands their power, the legislative tries to expand theirs, the executive expands theirs, and then they each check each other in one manner or another. And that really y'all's issue seems to be that y'all don't like the system.
No, I don't think anybody's arguing against the system. I think we're arguing that the executive power is expanding too quickly. I think that's kind of the whole point. And it seems like the reason I brought up that thing. What? Okay, that's fine. Balderson could be criticizing the system. Balderson was criticizing the system. But regardless, the thing that all I was saying is that if the prompt is just simply that Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate, if you think it's horrifying the rate at which it's being consolidated, you're also probably alarmed at it, right? I feel like those two things are probably synonyms, right? So I mean, like, just in furtherance of Balderson and Clay, like we could do the expansion out to other presidencies, but it seems like they're not even contesting meaningfully that Trump's consolidation is alarming, right?
I never pretended to be on that side against it. I never pretended not to think that.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to establish where the lines are drawn. Okay.
Wouldn't you think a consolidation of power would be good to get the bottom feeders out of the government, so we don't have to pay the bottom feeders?
Who's that? Who's the bottom feeder in government?
I mean, wouldn't it make the government run a little more efficiently?
No.
This is the dictator's argument.
Like cutting,
this is literally the
IRS
dictator's argument.
What is like cutting the IRS? Is cutting the IRS tax compliance force like in half,
especially in that last quarter.
It's based taxes. Not paid taxes is the most American thing you can do.
Well, I'm asking does it make the government more efficient to prevent them from collecting taxes? Because I feel like there's no world where we would say that makes the government more efficient, right?
There's context that needs to be added to that.
How about $700 billion a year that goes uncollected because we don't have enough IRS agents?
Taxes.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. He said that, don't you think that cutting off the bottom feeders is going to make the government more efficient? I said, no. Don't you think that cutting the IRS tax compliance force in half, that's not going to make the government more efficient? If we put all of the government power in one person, that's going to make it less efficient because we don't have a division of people doing all the things that the government needs to do.
Like paying more taxes.
I don't want to bite this bullet.
Yes, that's it. Sorry, Clay. Yeah, I said all of those words for no reason. I just meant that I love paying taxes. Yeah, true. All the rest of the words were not relevant.
Now, just for the sake of argument, he referenced the
You're just kind of missing the point that I'm making. That's the problem.
Actually referenced bottom feeders, whereas you're just saying, don't you like spending tax money? And
nobody ever said that.
You're just not understanding the argument I'm making. You're just not understanding the argument I'm making.
Here, man. You're too busy.
I'm making an argument about government efficiency. I'm not making an argument about whether or not taxation is theft. That's not the comment that I'm making. I'm making an argument about efficiency.
I think that actually, you're making an interesting point here.
It can, yeah.
I think it's situational. Say like if we put all the power into one person and we use AI, this guy's able to go through twice the work and whatever, it might be more efficient, right? That might not necessarily be a good thing. And I'm not going to sit here and try to like fight you on whatever. I would argue maybe it's probably not going to be more efficient if you get rid of all the people and don't have a means to replacement. We can argue that. That could be an argument. But also, I don't know if I like this bottom thing argument. That is not the argument I'm making. I'm just saying it is situational in this kind of situation. It's yet to be determined how they're going to do these, replace these things. I think that they overextend the IRS at one point, and this is more of like a pendulum back the other way. However, you make a point about, they're not spending $700 billion. Well, I don't like taxes being unclaimed. They need to pay the government somehow, so it's like there is like this kind of like in between area. This is why I'm not like a fucking all taxation's theft libertarian, because that's fucking retarded. But like at the same time, like I'm not sold that it's like, perfect to get rid of all these guys unless you have something to replace them, like, kind of thing. Like, you know what? I'll even get you another one. The DEI stuff. I didn't particularly like if the rate of accidents the DEI hires. Wasn't a big fan of that. I could break from bag on that. Now, do I like DEI? I think maybe going forward we don't use that. However, maybe don't fire these people till we have replacements in. I could grant some of these. Like I said, Trump's a '90s dim. I'm not going to die on the hill of fucking Trump. Like, I'm going to die on the hill of, like, hey, what we've established what a status quo is in the system. Like, Wallerson's arguing against the system. Clay is arguing, hey, this is how the system works. And so I'm kind of sitting here going, if we're going to really debate this, then we're debating, like, whether or not you like the system, not whether or not he's actually doing it at an alarming rate, which I think is quite a bit different than what Spin is saying.
Sure. There's a separate. The only reason I brought the IRS thing up was the idea that like the things that are being cut from the executive branch are like the bottom feeders, right? Or this idea that cutting people from the executive branch is necessarily going to make the government less efficient or more efficient. I would say almost the opposite, that cutting all these people is probably going to make the government less efficient. But like that's only relevant insofar as what Spin City said was relevant, which it's just not, right? Like, because that's not arguing that, Donald Trump's not consolidating power. That's just arguing that Donald Trump is consolidating power, but it's just super based because I want a dictator, right?
Hey guys, I'm gonna dip out. I'm gone for a long time. It has been a pleasure debating with every single one of you guys. Gibbs, haven't seen you in a long time, brother, but always good debating with you, man. Sarah's back, right as I'm about to dip out. If y'all want to catch me, y'all can catch me at the Vince Wilson Show on all platforms, YouTube, TikTok. I hang out 90% of the time on TikTok. It is actually a wonderful place. It's kind of also pretty scary, but it's a wonderful place, okay? It reminds me of the olden days of Twitch politics, okay? But anyways, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me on, Sarah. Like I said, we'd love to do this again. It's like already 12 o'clock where I'm at, and I've got 2 kids that have absolutely, by this time I'm asleep. So
Understood. Thank you so much for hanging out, Vince. We appreciate you coming tonight, and I'll definitely hit you up for some more for sure.
Sounds great. Thank you guys. Take care, y'all.
Thank you. And Mojo, I don't know if you got booted or what happened. I'm not sure what happened.
He just disappeared for a minute, and then I put Bones in, and then right when he came back, he was saying he was leaving, so I didn't see any reason to rearrange it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right.
Mojo, are you still hanging out, or are you making an exit?
Yeah. Is that all right for a while?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Love to have you. More the merrier. Thank you. All right. I heard good things while I stepped away. I was listening. So thank you so kindly for playing it cool while I step away. I appreciate all of you. I will hand the floor back over. And I do apologize. My camera is still lagging. Hopefully, when I install the new RAM on Sunday, it should fix it. I'm praying. I did so much the other day to try to fix it, and they cleaned it up and did a lot of stuff, and I thought it worked, and I guess it didn't. So we're still here with it. So bear with me, guys. I know I'm probably freeze framing a lot, but floor's yours, boys.
I just want to say I condemn his endorsement of TikTok as a platform, by the way. It's just awful.
It is disgusting, but I love how
I debate on TikTok. It is not good.
I'm because I'm a fucking pig when I debate, okay? I get into the slop.
Yeah. But
I'm not saying, to clarify what Gibbs just threw out, I'm not saying let's can the entire system. I'm not saying I'm not an anarchist. That's as far as I can tell, an anarchy is kind of. I haven't seen enough in human nature to really have anarchy. I think that's kind of your opinion.
Spin, did you want to use a full 20 or do you want to only use 10?
Well, first of all, I have a question for Bonehead. Are you drinking wine out of a fucking rocks glass again?
No, this time it's an espresso martini.
Ah, fancy.
$10, and that is for your drinking alcohol out of a rocks glass instead of a martini glass. Bye, Bones.
All right. He doesn't,
All right.
He doesn't like me.
What is a rocks glass?
So
It's like
basically, it's like a shorter glass. It's a little bit wide. Typically, it holds it can hold smaller rocks or ice cubes, or it can hold a large rock or a large ice cube.
Or you can let the bartender speak to it. Actually, you can have a martini, what you would say on the rocks, or down. You could say down, or versus up. Up would be in a martini glass. Down would be in a rocks glass. You could say in a rocks glass. You can actually ask for it on the rocks, and it'll be in a rocks glass. So Bones is not incorrect here. He is actually on the nose with it. He's actually drinking what some would consider to be a girly drink. He just happens to be manning it up with the rocks glass. On that note, though, Bones, I'm still sending you back. I'll set the timer unless anybody pops backstage in the meantime. Okay, same drill.
I like being espresso
Isn't it
martini.
supposed to have ice in there? Though?
No, you could still have it dry, or not dry. I'm sorry, neat.
Neat.
And then also Mr. Tom Carpenter says, please support my company for the government contract to train AI model used by the IRS to collect taxes. I'll only charge you $1,000 to get guardrailed out of the algorithm. Any thoughts to that?
Yes, that I should get a discount for also being bald, like the Brotherhood discount.
Fair enough. And I do want to set a kind reminder to the chat. You do have your dono goal. We are now officially on the hour by hour dono goal. So get them in now while you can and have some fun with it if you would like to keep the show going. Also hit the like button, subscribe. And tonight we had Mojo Rising, Admiral Gibbs, the Vince Wilson Show, and Critically Thinking Veteran here tonight. It was a really great time. I'm super excited. We got some new faces on, but please go and show them some love by hitting the like, subscribe button and share over on their ends because they did all the hard work. They deserve to be rewarded. Thank you so kindly.
By the way, to that other comment someone made about the Waffle House and Dollar General jobs. Listen, if that was the case, I wouldn't have to worry about the IRS coming for me because I wouldn't be paying taxes if I was working there. Unfortunately, I pay too much in goddamn taxes. So AI overlords do.
I don't think anybody wants to know what I just paid. I think I threw up twice, but yes. All right, floor's open. Back to you.
So I wanted to.
I bet you did. Last year was off the chain. I bet you really did.
Yeah, that one hit me good. And thankfully, my tax accountant guy, we're gonna sit down and make sure that doesn't happen next year.
You got kids. I don't even have kids that fucking buffer me. What the fuck are you talking about? Well,
remember though, last year I had my corporate job and I had YouTube, and my YouTube exploded as well as making corporate pay on top of all that. So I threw up. I threw up.
So I wanted to.
Man, it is so terrible to make money. It's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. So I wanted to give a comparison here. So on the big politics, sometimes it's understandable to be difficult when you're really trying to contemplate what's happening. But if you go to the local level, right? So security officers in the state of New Mexico are ruled by certain statutes, rules, administrative rules, that sort of thing. If they essentially go outside of those rules and act perhaps like they have the authority of a police officer, they can be held accountable in that regard. Criminally, and you can take them to civil court. You can actually sue them. So what that's called is exercising authority where they have none, essentially. It's not that they're consolidating power into the branch of security, into that private law enforcement. That's not a consolidation of power because they broke the law or they violated somebody's civil rights under the color of law. Okay, what they're doing is they're breaking the law and they can be sued for that as well. So we don't call that consolidation of power, but we also recognize that it's alarming, sure. But then there's a system
Creating an all new force, and then giving them kind of police powers isn't the same thing.
There is a system and a check in place for that, and we call that the court. That's the judicial side, okay? So then you take them to the court, and then the courts decide that they were either breaking the law or that they owe you money. But we still don't call it a consolidation of power. We don't say that the security agency all of a sudden decided that they were going to consolidate
concern.
power.
Your membership gifted is very much appreciated. I shall renew and continue with the privileges that apply whilst a member.
Pretty sure he just said thank you to himself.
Oh shit, I wasn't muted.
I was wondering why you did that. I was like, I hadn't pulled it up yet, but all right. I was
Christy
rolling
asked
with
me
you.
what it said, and I totally thought I normally mute when I'm not talking, and so I was reading it to Christy.
Hello,
Unacceptable.
Mr. Alderson. Also, since we're on that, and I apologize, Clay, we'll go ahead and Cheetown sent the big 5 over on the Buy Me a Coffee app and says, why is Mr. Wilson trying to deny representation to Americans that have a MAGA agenda like progressives do?
Sarah, Chi-town.
I don't think restricting to the point of elimination of progressive views is right. Neither do I believe MAGA should be treated any differently. And I apologize, Cheetown, if you're still watching. I did miss this earlier, but if anybody wants to respond to it, you're more than welcome.
I don't think he ever said that.
He's on our side. He's on our over here on Twitch still, I think, but he's watching.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we ever said that MAGA doesn't deserve the right to vote. I think we were just talking about MAGA being in a cult. We'd like to help them out of that cult, very much so.
Fair.
See, and I'm with you on that part, but I would like to help your side out of their cult also and bring us all to this awesome place where we just start doing things that are good for the people of the United States.
Can we agree on what's good
cool
for
as
the people,
fuck.
though? The problem is we're never going to agree on what's good.
Well, I think
we have some much better ideas. Guess what? The only things that continue on now are the things we don't want. Any of us. Everything gets twisted. Everything gets screwed. And we all know that. That's why our country is in a complete shambles and has been for years and years. And nothing meaningfully changes from president to president. Straight up.
We need universal health care. We need free education. We need free housing, free food. Yeah, we need all of that.
Well, I've got Mojo something here. Mojo's done something good. I think
that's the dumbass cult I was talking about on your side, where you think the world gives you something. Like even a squirrel has to go stock away nuts.
Nobody was working.
Well, I want to grant Mojo something. I granted this to Vince earlier. Like Mojo openly said he's pro communism. Vince, I know, from previous debates with him, he was like super like right leaning or whatever, and then he like moved and he admitted it, and he's like, I've changed my views. I think this is good.
Do you not know the difference, or do you think Marxism is communism?
Marxism is a form of communism. Communism is one of the stages under Marxism. I mean, like we can talk about that in a second, but just let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can take upwards with it. I'll be real quick. I think that what they're doing is actually honorable. Like Vince saying, "I'm no longer concerned if I moved," is good. I think that Mojo saying, "I'm a communist. This is the policies I want," is good. They're at least being honest about what they want. I've been honest about all things. I tell people, I look out for me. I vote fucking Gibbs first on issues. I wish we had more of what we're doing, because then you can sit here and have a conversation. And I go, okay, I can grant you what you want. This is why I brought the welfare thing. Listen, we've seen so much fraud, and they're defending it. Like I'm at the point where hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about some of this welfare. Maybe we could have universal health care if we did it where we didn't have fraud. I would like to see how that works. Varun kind of brought this up a little bit ago, where I want to see this. Well, I'm okay with seeing if something works. If we actually give it a fair chance where it's implemented in a way, and if it doesn't work, let's cancel it. But like right now, what's happened is a fucking, for lack of a better way to put it, is fucking a money laundering scheme where they put these stuff into NGOs, send it overseas, it comes back, and it's done these things. And that is a problem. And we can't see if any of this shit works when we're fucking being scammed. And I think that's a big issue overall. And that's why we can't have anything. I wish more people would just be honest about where they're coming from instead of just sitting here eating up rhetoric and going with it.
Go ahead, Asvarun. Always so patient.
I want to ask Gibbs a question, Sarah. It's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, Gibbs, I want to ask you a question. The historian Neil Ferguson, I follow him a lot, and he's done a lot of history on Western civilization, and he's a financial historian. So what he said is that, with reference to Trump, he said this, like when the Roman Emperor Hadrian was there, he realized that the empire couldn't expand further. He started fortifying all the areas that come under their rule. So it was like equivalent to building a wall and protecting all the territories. So Trump had said that we need to build a wall across the border and fortify our borders and protect them. You think the Western civilization has reached a stage like the one that took place in ancient Rome, where the expansion was not feasible anymore? It now had to turn inwards and protect itself from outsiders and build a wall actually to safeguard its interest. You think they've reached that state? Because Trump keeps saying that we should build the wall, and I don't know how much of the work has been completed, but he equated it to that situation actually, and I found it to be very interesting, Gibbs.
Well, I will break from Nick Ferguson on this one. I think he's actually wrong and he misunderstands the situation. America has benefited from a different kind of immigration, which is Latin immigration, as opposed to what Europe has suffered, which is a immigration from Mideast countries and Eastern European countries. I think this is a very drastically different sort of thing. Latin American people are mostly Catholic, of Spanish descent, or of Portuguese, and so what's happened is they have similar values to a lot of the southern states. Now, what's happened though is cartels are bad, and we actually need. I'm actually a huge advocate for securing the border both north, south, and on the sides. And then I think we should redo immigration to make it easier for people to come here if they want to work. I like immigration when it comes to work. I know that's going to break from some of my Republican counterparts, but I think that that's part of the American dream is, listen, I have a friend who used to be illegal. He came here. He did things the right way. After he got enough money, he left. He came back, did a legal thing. He's got a fat American wife. This is a direct quote from him. He's got 3 kids. He owns a Porsche. He owns a house. That's the American fucking dream if I've ever goddamn heard it. And listen, I think we should have immigration reform. I also think we need secure borders. And so when you're talking about what Nick Ferguson's talking about, where he compares to Hadrian, I think these are drastically different things. The Romans were dealing with the barbarians at the gate. They're dealing with the Picts up in the northern UK, which is drastically different than what we're talking about here. I mean, listen, I'm not worried about fucking the Picts or the fucking barbarians horde or the Mongol horde or the Attila the Hun. I'm worried about fucking cartels killing people in my hometown on a regular basis. I'm tired of my cattle getting killed by El Coyotes coming here and fucking pushing Venezuelans through first, and then them getting killed, and then other cartel nefarious individuals getting by and buying business here. This is a totally different problem, and I think that there needs to be reform where we know who's coming, we make it easier for people to come, and at the same time have a secure border. And I think that's a pretty reasonable take as a Republican, but some people are going to have an issue with that.
The Catholic faith, though, is one of the best reasons that they can integrate, but it's also one of the reasons that they're demonized, because Christian nationalism is much linked to white nationalism as anything. So the people who hate these people mostly have that kind of Protestant hate toward Catholics and Orthodox people like that, which we're seeing burgeoning right now in the Christian nationalism movement. They're all all of a sudden saying crazy shit about Catholics and Orthodox people and stuff like that. So I think I think their ultimate fear is a brown Catholic coming across that southern border.
Our ultimate fear is a Russian shill Eastern Orthodox fucking agent, like everybody that's an Orthodox person that pushes Christian nationalism. They're just Russian shills. Fuck those bitches. I mean, I'm tired of apostasy and heresy. But you know what? I'll take the Catholics over the Eastern Orthodox any day of the week. I'm a Southern Baptist, so fuck those bitches. There's my take.
I got to agree.
Are we all in agreement on this one?
Yeah. That's probably why we were all kind of semi okay with certain people not coming around. Tom says, "Careful with the mute button, Balderson. We know there's love talk in that house. You better make sure you're not, leave that mute button off and on and off and on."
I'm really good about clicking it off. I don't know if I accidentally double ticked it or what I did. I'm normally really good about that.
Wow. This time you weren't. Mm-hmm.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I looked down, like when you started responding to me, I looked down, I'm like, betrayed.
Fair enough. We love it. Thank you so much, Tom, for sending that over to Ben. All right, back to you, boys.
Yeah, where do we go from here? I mean,
My hot Eastern Orthodox faith.
And I do think that that's reasonable to say, and I agree because around here, so a lot of people don't realize there was a big fight between the Spanish and the Russians in California, and the way the divide went was Northern California was mostly Russian, so we have all kinds of Orthodox churches and monasteries and shit up here. And so the illegal immigrants that we get up here are oftentimes Bulgarians, which are white Russians. And those guys, you don't want to live by the fucking Bulgies. They will tear your shit up. They don't care about nothing. They walk in packs. They are really horrible people to deal with. Where the Mexicans that usually come here that are illegals, I actually have always enjoyed them and found them to be very reasonable, nice people. It's hard to communicate because I don't understand any Spanish, but
I say we get rid of all religion and we take all the places of worship and turn them into food kitchens.
Wow.
Actually, on that, in Virginia, they just passed a law where churches can actually build housing now. I actually think that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
they're
they've been doing that for a long
housing.
time. Yeah.
Oh man, Gibbs mentioned Catholics. Little did he know he was going to call Mr. Thorpe to the panel, shouting out to the Catholics up in the house. So,
Yes.
Hi, Ken, how are you?
Our team's doing very well, Sarah. Do you know that Gen Z is the most Catholic generation in American history?
Easter was a big
And the
big
converts
day on
are
numbers.
flowing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really good news.
It
I
has
was talking to
nothing
my
to do
dad
with the
about that.
Hispanic majority moving in. Nothing to do with that, I'm sure.
Aren't they all
I'm sure
getting
it
kicked
does.
out?
I'm sure it does.
We have a pope from Chicago.
There were over 2,000 baptisms on Easter just in the Baltimore Archdiocese. Over 2,000 just on Easter Day, and that's just one city area, right?
Yeah.
So that's a pretty to me that's impressive, right?
Oh yeah, I mean up here in the Northeast, it's been a shit show. We had the Boston scandal, the 80s, the 90s, and it's been horrendous. So turns out no one really cares.
Well, you know what's funny? We could get back to the topic in just a minute, but the Jewish culture actually has more of those type of problems than the Catholics do. Theirs are just kept under wraps a lot better.
Who's running the newspapers? Catholics?
Well, but they're even culturally, like within their community, like the teenage girls are probably hit the most. It's not necessarily like in Catholic, it's more like the young boys type of thing. But in the Jewish culture, it's more the teenage females.
Is that right?
With the like teen leaders, like the youth kind of youth leaders of those groups. I remember doing a whole thing on that in school. It was a big deal.
The Jewish girls are legendary for being.
Well, there's a reason why that hasn't happened in Christian communities as much. Why? Because if you I really hate to be the guy that does this because I'm not super anti-women, but you're told not to let women preach to men and take positions of power in the church except for certain positions. And that's the Catholics follow that. As Protestant sects follow that, and the Jewish sects don't. The Jewish sects don't follow that. And that's part of the reason why you have that happening.
Can we be honest though? Like shenanigans in the the Bible study camp or the summer camp, that's kind of fun on both sides, right? I mean, everybody, it's a power trip. It's kind of fun,
Fair enough.
It's growing up.
Mr. Farley, I owe you this one. Xanadu. All right, that's it. All right, back to you guys. Bring us back around. Bones, I know you got something cooking.
Yeah, so I mean,
where do you go from statutory grape is kind of cool.
It really, that I was expecting a little more of a dead spot. It's a good thing that Sarah said something because I thought the rest of us was just gonna say, "Yeah, I don't know how to reply to." Yeah, that's
Can I give you an example? In the town over from where I grew up.
Please don't. Please.
So there was this kid who's father, whatever, from the age of 15 until I was 31. Okay. Don't you understand? Like, that's kind of hard to see yourself as a victim if you participated in it for 16 years. You're a gay dude.
Oh goodness! All
Well,
right,
I mean, you understand that
around.
when you've twisted a child into something, that's not a win that they kept doing that as an adult. That meant that they're damaged from that time as a child forward. And so that's
Yeah.
not like a win that the damage held.
All right,
Well, I had gay teachers hit on me. I didn't have gay sex.
I did not. I apologize. I did not mean to open the gates of childhood traumas up. Fourth Wiseman says it's quite funny, in my opinion, Benjamin, about the way you perceive the foreign in your vicinity. I like to see as a different frequency, not so much as an indifference. I say this after much foreign travel. I believe that's to Mr. Balderson, I think.
Yeah, it's it. I've also traveled a lot, and and I honestly, I'm not even a little bit racist. So I just judge people by how they act, and the Bulgarians around here are not. You don't want to live by the Bulgarians. Any mountain that they're on gets destroyed, and all the people, decent people, get run off. They're mafia. It doesn't. Where every Mexican I've ever met, even the ones that are the big time dealers, the head guys, they're usually very conservative, farm type people. They're very polite. They're very inviting. Like,
Ben, do you live in the same country as me? You have a group of people who are destroying mountains. Like, what is this?
I
like
live in northern. I
mythology.
live in northern California.
How does someone destroy a mountain?
Well, you do a lot of damage to it by tearing it up, and then putting.
It sounds like something out of Norse mythology.
We gotta stop saying immigration, bro.
You put chemicals all over it that destroy everything. You tear up all the roads. You bring in heavy equipment and knock down chunks of the forest, so that way you can plant it with cannabis plants all over the place, which then later turns into landslides, which ruins the land and everything else. It's not a great time.
Well, also Mexico's like next door. Like Bulgaria's like other side of the planet. So you're probably running into like.
If I had a mountain, I'm now
Mexicans,
going to be
like
careful
Bulgarians
about having
probably-
Bulgarians on my mountain.
Yeah,
but I never thought I'd say a sentence anything like that.
Made a journey.
I don't know how they come here, but Northern California is flooded with Bulgarians, and it's always been a Russian compound up here. So
my money's on airplanes or boats.
They bring their people in somehow.
Do you understand how northern
Maybe
California
my bet is on money.
It's not Southern California. It's not LA.
Yeah,
California is a
buddy,
very
that too.
long state. It's way up there. It's almost to Oregon.
Yeah, it's about 15 or 16 hours for me to drive to LA.
I just,
And
whatever the like
I can
xenophobic
get
thoughts, like I just never
almost
thought someone would
Hold
be
on,
like,
I can't hear anybody.
what's with these Bulgarians destroying mountains? I just never.
What's wrong?
That's
with
the
news?
next debate topic right there.
Destroying
Like
your
old
land.
school racism right
Huh?
here. This is like
Could
a
be true.
Swarthy levels of racism.
See, that's what you should be talking about instead of Mexicans taking your job.
What's wrong with the
Bulgarians
tanning
destroying
leather?
mountains.
The leather.
Well, it's just all where you
How
live.
all their chemicals
You
into
know?
rivers.
You could run for office saying like, "Fuck these Bulgarians, we got to get them out of here."
No,
Gotta
that's
save
how
the
you
mountain,
end up
save
in
the
He could
mountains,
be the
fuck
Valentina
Bulgar-
Gomez that
Deport
gets
the
Bulgarians.
Bulgarians. It's
That's how you
Sarah.
end up in 5
If I
dumpsters.
saw that sign, I'd be like, "This thing is
Hold on,
crazy."
Sarah.
What's
But
up,
then again,
Mojo?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take off. This is what
Mm-hmm.
I do every day: sit on a panel with 8 guys yelling over each other. So
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, it's good to have
Yeah.
talking to you, Mojo.
Good
Yeah,
to meet you,
thank
Mojo.
you. Thank you so much, Mojo. I appreciate it. And I definitely look forward to having you back on some more.
okay, and I don't know how to use Streamlabs. I've never used any of this stuff, so I wasn't able to record it. Is there a way I can contact you to see if I can possibly get a recording?
Mhm. Yeah. Do you use Stature by chance? Do you have that app?
No, but I can probably get it.
Yeah, I'll send you the link to it, and you can literally download any YouTube video just by copying the link to it and then put it in Stature, and you can download it right on. So
Okay.
yep.
Yeah, I've got a YouTube page and I've got a TikTok page, so I just send it to me a message on my YouTube page or whatever. I'll look at it.
For sure. All right.
Thank you.
Yes,
Well,
we'll see
well-
you next time.
Thank you, Mojo, for the debate. It was good.
Yeah, you too. And next time we'll do capitalism and Marxism.
Based. Yeah, let's make it happen.
Yes. Hit me with that note, Gibbs, and I'll set up a 1v1 between the two of you.
You guys passing notes?
Bong and stuff. I'm not
Always
sure if
passing
you know this, but Bulgarians are white. Very, very white.
That's wild. Anyways, let's go back to the topic here. Let's talk about Perkins Coie. Actually, why does Trump think he could just like revoke certain clearances from from lawyers who represent his political opponents? I find that to be weird.
What did you say again?
I find it weird that Trump thought he could, revoke certain clearances from law agencies that, or lawyers rather. That's probably a better way to put it. That represented, law firms. There we go. That represented his political opponents at one point.
Well, that's when I came in. My first thing was that's one of the big things that we've seen in the last couple presidencies is an extreme abuse of the letter agencies. The Senate hearings that they had over it were fascinating, but for all that Senate hearings, they bring up these things, nothing ever changes or happens, and they keep on funding no matter what.
Twitter files.
So the
stuff related to the Twitter files and Meta and all that.
And I'm talking about when they took and went after the parents going to PTA meetings and disagreeing with the PTA. I'm talking about the thing the overreaches of the EPA. The EPA was just wild. Some of the things that they were doing with excuses off the EPA. I actually watched one of those happening here where the EPA decided that what they actually had control of was navigable waterways, and what they decided was all waterways. So that they used those excuses to violate the Fourth Amendment and went onto people's properties because they had zone over these waterways, even though they weren't navigable waterways. And there was just all kinds of. But again, this has happened during like the last 4 or 5 presidencies at the very least.
Yeah, so like what court case are you referring to? And also this is about Trump consolidating.
It was Senate hearings. There's like 50 of them.
So there were no like lawsuits or anything involved that like went through like
I'm sure there were.
Okay, but we don't know about this, right? But what we do know about is Perkins Coie. Actually, the Supreme Court locked them down on this specifically because Trump can't just go after law firms that just represent political opponents and say, hey, like I think that you guys are trying to destroy the country here by representing people like Hillary Clinton, talking about George Soros and all that shit, and also what was it specifically? Oh yeah, it was he also like erroneously targeted like quote unquote DEI policies of these law firms as well when they were just outreach programs, all sorts of shit like that,
So essentially,
and violating the First and Sixth Amendment rights.
The EPA hearing was the EPA cases. Just because I don't know them doesn't mean they exist. Like I said, they had fucking large Senate hearings that you just didn't bother listening to. And there's the key cases include SAC versus the EPA 2023, which narrowed the Clean Waters Act definition of protected waters, like I just explained, because I listened to the fucking Senate hearing about it. And I experienced some of it. And West Virginia versus the EPA, which limited the agency's ability to regulate greenhouse gases from power plants, blah, 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 such and such. And Ohio versus EPA, Michigan versus EPA, whole bunch of everybody was fighting with the EPA. Everybody was fighting with the FBI. They came in and said, you can't, and tried to restrict the First Amendment for social media. All that was overreach that was done through the letter agencies, and every president, because the executive branch has been taking up more and more power, has done this, and it's all illegal.
So yeah, none of that EPA stuff related to the First Amendment. Same thing like the Twitter files, the Meta stuff. There were no actual like.
Did I say the EPA stuff? Did you fucking got?
Absolutely. He's not good at listening, Balderson.
You're not real good at listening. The stuff where they went to the social medias and told them what to say, that was First Amendment.
All right, perfect. So yeah, Balderson, I was talking about the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments. So why'd you pivot to the EPA?
I just quick looked up a court case on the one that I just described because I obviously have an understanding of it.
Not why
you know of the court cases and the Senate hearings with the First Amendment because they came out and told social media, shut your little pie hole while I'm talking. We take turns.
I'm so sorry.
We take turns.
I'm more than happy to steamroll.
You asked a question. I give the answer. That means you shut your pie hole.
Regarding the first,
you shut your pie hole. Wipe the fucking little fuck, get some milk, and have a cat lick the little dirt off the top of your little bitch lip, and shut your pie hole.
Look, maybe you need to take a little hit off the pen, man. I don't know. Maybe you need to relax.
I don't use pens. They would be horrible.
Okay, so anyways, what's going to be the equivalent to how Trump violated the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments regarding Perkins Coie?
You see, you like to try and fucking narrow it down to very specific things.
Yes, absolutely.
And where my case is, you all been breaking the Constitution and shut the fuck up. I didn't talk while you were talking, you stupid little cunt.
You're more than happy to talk while I'm talking. This is a 1v1. I've done it before with other people.
Dude, I know you can't fucking actually make a fucking point, and you're actually kind of retarded. I'm aware.
To track the conversation.
Brown motherfucker.
I don't know why you like go
dumb
to
as shit. You
are
are literally. I know you tried using it on other people. You are the Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you're fucking smart because your brain can't fucking work past simple things.
Got it, the Freddy Krueger effect. Anyways.
I said Dunning-Kruger effect.
Okay.
You dumb motherfucker. I think you got fucking cum in your ears or something.
Dude,
you apparently can't hear when other people talk.
At a time like this is very interesting.
Just like where they started, where I specifically said First Amendment applied to what they did with social media companies.
I mean, I could also continue to go on. AUPV Rubio, Trump trying to deport people based off.
We know that you can continue to go on. Whether any of it means fuck all, it's entirely different.
Absolutely. I'm more than happy to dog on you on this point. So if you want to respond to what I said, then I'm more than happy.
You don't let anybody respond to what you say. You run your little bitch mouth because you can't take answers. You can't take answers that fucking counter what you said. So you run your bitch mouth the whole time. It's pathetic, dude.
When I'm trying to keep
pathetic.
A nice yellow brick road over here, I know you want to run away from this because it looks really bad for you.
I don't need to run away from shit. I need you to shut your fucking pie hole.
I would rather you go down this linear path with me and we can talk about this like civilized men. But
you don't go down any path with anybody. You just run your fucking mouth.
What about the EPA? What about the Twitter files? I already addressed the Twitter files too, which you have no response to because it didn't break the First Amendment.
You didn't fucking address shit.
First Amendment. Yeah, because it was clearly the case that you were pivoting off of this. I don't need to address like complete pivots when I'm trying to keep it down the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment.
Nobody pivoted off shit.
Yes.
My point always was, see, here's the part where you stop talking. You ain't stopped the whole fucking time, you dumb little cunt.
So I was addressing your point where you said you didn't pivot. You in fact did pivot when you moved to the
I didn't pivot. I've always said that all the presidents do this shit. Every administration abuses the three-letter agencies in their own special fucking ways.
Consolidating power at an alarming rate, so I don't know why.
So did Biden.
The Twitter
so
files,
did Obama.
We're pivoting off to the EPA. I gave you the chance to, broaden the topic to some First Amendment violations, but you didn't do that.
I did. They went to social media agencies and told them what could and could not be said.
Oh,
that's a direct First Amendment violation.
I didn't force them to do anything. Yeah, can you point out like where in the Twitter files, where in the hearings, or like Meta, where fucking Twitter was forced to do anything?
They were forced, according to them. We all that anybody that listened to the hearings, you already proved that you don't. Your dumb bitch ass just listens to CNN.
Why did Twitter not respond to 100% of the requests from the FBI to like take them down? Why did they say, no, we're going to take like maybe like half this stuff down instead, where we feel like it violates our guidelines?
Because they shouldn't have taken any of it down.
Okay. So companies can't just, decide to like take stuff down where it violates.
Oh, they can, but not at the behest of the government.
Oh, but they didn't do it at the behest of the government. They just suggested it.
You just got done saying like half of them they didn't do. So that means that half of them they did, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah,
God, you're a fucking retard.
Yeah, we'll take those down. But when they didn't comply with the government 50% of the time, the government did absolutely nothing because they had no authority over this.
Because it breaks the First Amendment, and it did when they told them to do it, and they did it.
Well, they didn't tell them to do it. They just suggested
And they
it.
all
Twitter
did tell
again,
them to
I already
do it.
addressed this point, but I'm going to address it again. When Twitter didn't comply, or rather,
See, this is why you partisan hacks are so fucking pathetic. Because when your side does it, it's okay. It makes you guys just pathetic. You ruin the country for the rest of us. It's your fucking dumb little pathetic cunts.
Nothing.
You're cool with your side, fucking everybody. It's just when the other side does it, it's a problem.
So I'm so sorry. That was not my point. My point.
No,
is
that's not your point. That's just what you are. That's just what you are.
Twitter had the whole.
Maybe one day when you can grow fucking actual facial hair and not that fucking pathetic thing of a mustache, you'll actually understand fucking things.
This is what happens when people lose on their point. They just spurg out and they point out other people's facial features. This is
well, I'm really done talking to you because you're fucking dumb as fuck and you're pathetic.
All you did was like yell at me and spurg at me. So I don't know why. Like you thought like you were.
I have to yell to get over to talk to you because you don't shut the fuck up.
What else are you going to lose on tonight?
Bones, are you done squealing while you're getting fucked from behind?
Almost got it on that time.
By the way, we broke my one earpiece. Everybody can hear me, correct? I know everybody can hear me. Ben, did you want to give 10th Wiseman the shout out for the 10 memberships gifted?
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Wiseman. It was good to see you again, brother. You've been missing for a minute, but I wasn't even sure I was going to be here tonight. It was a long day.
Are you using your new mic?
No, I moved this one. I got one adapter that Spin sent out for me that I got everything. And then the very one end piece, I need a 1/4 to a 3.5 to hook it into my soundboard or whatever.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's the worst.
Tom?
You need like a connector.
Yeah, that is a bitch and a half, by the way. Tom Carpenter sending the big 5. I'm guessing WVA for the win. Yeah, I used the old TLA because I lived through it. Does any man on deck know how to translate this for me?
Nope.
I mean, I think it's West Virginia for the win. Yeah, I don't know what TLA is though.
That's a lot of 3-letter agencies.
Yeah, and fuck those agencies.
Fuck those agencies. All right, fair enough. But we only have 10 minutes left on the dono goal, and we didn't quite complete it. We're 8 away still. So we're gonna do our little grift moment for everyone. Clay, let's kick it off with you. Tell the people what they need to do if they want to still keep playing, because we're not done having fun yet. We're just getting started.
Yeah, well, you guys did really awesome. The chat did really awesome during the debate. I'm actually enjoying this. These lefties are absolute libtards. Some of these guys on the right they're dumb. Let's just be honest. And we need to bring some of these doofuses to the center, and we can't do it without your donation. Donate.
Yeah, do what Clay said, bitches. Mr. Effigy, if you'd like to tell the people what they need to do.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of y'all slacking. You guys need discipline. I think you need it in the worst way.
Oh.
And the only way to get that discipline is to give us that money. And then we can bring it to you. Nice and hard and fast and disciplined.
Considering I have a significantly large male audience, I don't know if that works if you say it. Maybe if Grace does, but let's see what Ben's got. Ben just got here a little bit ago. He's not done playing. What do you got for him, Ben?
I have something. You said you had a large male audience, Sarah. I have something else that's large and male.
Prove you're wrong.
Oh, God.
And
just in the nick of time so I don't have to hear the rest. For the wise, I got it with a big red dono, my favorite color in the world to put on the screen. If everyone in the chat could say their thank yous for Fourth Wiseman, for continuing the show. Tomatoes all around until that red dono is dropped off the screen, please, in the chat. All right, Grace, you just got here. What are your thoughts?
Sarah.
What you got? Hello, darling. How are you?
I'm good. I literally just got here. I don't know what we're talking about. I have no thoughts.
All right. Fair
Sorry.
enough. No thoughts. I like it. Just the way we like our women here, right?
Clip that.
I think that ball issue though is hitting on something kind of interesting. Like, I that's not talked about enough. Like, I know I get accused of being a MAGA shill, a partisan hack, all the time. But like in reality, like I'm maybe just an econ conservative. Maybe I'm a neocon when it comes to our war policy. Maybe I'm a fucking imperialist. Who knows? But when it comes to like social issues, I'm pretty like middle of the road like on a lot of this shit because I don't really give a shit about a lot of them. I care about like one color, and that's green. And I'm tired of my money being taken. And when we're talking about like bipartisan stuff, like this is kind of the whole issue we had from earlier. It's like we can't even have a conversation without people going, "Oh, well, what about ism? What about this?" And I'm like, listen, both sides are doing shit. That's why I purposely avoided Biden. That's why I purposely brought up Bush on my side. That's why, even though I liked Bush, I thought Bush did good for me directly, and I can openly admit that. Now there are things that he didn't do well. There are things that like he expanded the executive, and I think that it's like hard. We're almost at a point where we can't even have a conversation about these issues. Like I can openly admit. Right now, the executives expanded power. They've always done this, all these things. But the problem is when we want to talk about how do we change this or if it's an issue, we can't do that because it's this side bad, that side bad. I'm like, okay, are y'all worried about the system being the issue because it's the system allowing this, or are you just mad because your guy's doing it? Because I'll bite the bullet and be like, hey, when my guy's not doing it, this is how the system works. If I don't like that, then we need to change the system or vote these people out. But people don't like that answer and they say I'm fucking partisan hack, which I guess I am because whatever. But nobody's paying me, so APAC or whoever, we all listen up. I'll take my $5,000 a month.
So Gibbs, I was actually surprised that you didn't actually bring up Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, because that was actually an expansion of the executive power that a lot of people don't recognize because, it was a good thing. I believe it was a good thing, and I believe it should have been done, but it was absolutely 100% stepping outside of the executive power. He did not actually have the authority to do what he did in that. So I was actually surprised when you didn't bring it up. And I know that a lot of conservatives don't bring it up. I believe you guys should bring it up more often.
The one that actually is the most egregious that pertains to our current timeline is Roosevelt. And Roosevelt was universally loved, so they allowed him to do that. But if you look back, like it's hilarious when like Biden and Trump guys were arguing over executive orders and how many the other guys signed. Roosevelt signed fucking near 4,000 executive orders. Right. 4,000. Like that dude was all about the power of the pen. And then they set up the agencies to follow that after the executive order breaks the ice. And so our entire system, which is collapsing around us, was all predicated off all the things where Roosevelt just became a fucking complete dictator.
It kind of makes sense though. You know what I mean? Like you got to lay down some lines. If like you can only go by the status quo for so long before you're going to be like, yeah, I can make things better. And people, not all people will agree. So you sign, you wave that fucking pen around. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I think Roosevelt is a better modern example. And also, I kind of was hinting around it. They did. I was hoping they were going to take the bait with and they didn't take the bait with the Abe Lincoln Emancipation talks. Right. That's why I kept bringing up the 1860s Dems using the same lines. I mean, they took enough bait already. I didn't really feel the need to. But yeah, Abe Lincoln, that could be arguably a good or a bad thing. The creation of Liberia, that's kind of sus. There's all sorts of stuff that we could use. But I mean, I think Roosevelt is the better example. And then they talk about, we're going to create a king. This guy served 4 terms. Right. And then I guess he didn't make it through the 4th one, but that's why they could have, is because the leadership after him was so ineffectual, not because they didn't like that he could run for more terms. They just didn't like that he died in office. And what was it? Fucking Hoover.
You're not allowed to die.
Yeah. What's his name? I can't think of his name afterwards, but yeah, that guy was awful.
Circle back to
Hoover. You're saying Hoover sucked?
Mm-hmm. Was it Hoover was after him, or was he before?
Just I don't know. That joke.
He's the one who expanded the.
Hoover was before.
Right? No.
He did the FBI, right? Or was that somebody else?
Yeah, I kind of want to circle back to the Emancipation.
Sure Hoover was during the Depression.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of right after. I'm like, my mind's blanking. I can't think of what's his name.
All right, Voltaire, you're getting booted to the back. Can we send the guy with no camera? Bottom left, shoeys are required. Yes, Voltaire, I'm kicking you out for a minute. Hang backstage until somebody else gets booted or leaves.
Holy shit.
Let's go, Husky, with your shoeys. I know you're thirsty, sir. What you got for us?
He's
Where'd you
a
go?
thirsty boy.
Do not keep that man waiting. Do not keep him waiting.
Hold on.
It's your
Get
time.
in my bar. Oh, no, I'm well aware of this. Okay. Fuck, I just woke up. Okay.
You just woke up and you're having beer for breakfast?
Well, to be fair, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm a beef try. I do hanging meat. I start at fucking 1 in the morning.
Oh my god, it's an actual boot. Oh.
Yeah, it's a boot that's covered in blood too. So
Oh, whoa! Why is it?
Cow's blood. Cow's blood.
Because he carries debt. He carries cow quarters.
Oh,
you can turn cow's blood into an omelet.
Fuck! I want to throw up. Oh god!
It doesn't context make it so much better.
that was probably worth $20.
That guy slings meat like nobody you've
Well, he
ever
just
seen.
put the can inside the boot. He didn't pour it in. That's how they usually do it.
Oh, he poured it in there.
He poured it in.
Yeah. So we've had a
all
lot of
seen it
people go
live.
through this. I think I need to link you a video, and you'll feel wrong. Don't worry.
Spin is using his. I'm guessing your $10 credits each. Spin.
Spill is still seething.
Yes. Okay. So Ben and Grace, I'm going to set a timer. You got 10 minutes in the back. Hang tight.
But I do kind of want to circle back to the Emancipation Proclamation for one moment.
Hell yeah!
The reason why Lincoln thought he could do this was actually because it's an extension of kind of war powers. He wanted to treat the slaves, in this case, that they were picking up from the Confederate States as contraband of war. And that's why he thought he had the authority to do this, because they were contraband, which I think is very interesting, considering that they were considered property. So,
yeah, he was going by the letter of the law.
Yeah,
Except for with the actual Emancipation Proclamation itself, which he did because he didn't agree with what was actually happening. Notice that?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, why would he free these people if he actually agreed with the letter of the law?
Oh, I can bring Voltaire up. I apologize, Voltaire. I forgot I could bring you up.
It's because that they're property. They were considered property in the Confederate States, and at the time, the U.S. they were also considered property.
Right,
well,
so
of course, he didn't agree with that, but he used the law specifically to,
you were trying to
get them out of that.
If he
yeah, they were treated as property at the time. So yeah, of course,
trying to pose it as if he agreed with that law, even though he went by the letter of the law.
Yeah,
he opposed the letter of the law.
He used the law, and he found a loophole.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everybody recognized,
which is completely different from what Trump did, which was just completely flaunt the law.
You can make that argument.
Oh, I can, and I have. I feel like pretty effectively too. I mean, Balderson can figure out like the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment violations of previous administration to the degree that Trump did. I mean, I also adequately.
I specifically said the 4th when the EPA came onto people's properties.
Yeah,
I specifically stated that, and then I read you the court cases behind it. You just missed that because you don't shut the fuck up.
He's doing the pivot again. I already explained that you were pivoting. That's fine, Balderson.
Listen. He even plowed right through what I was trying to say to him. Even though I was actually making salient points. He's like sitting there going,
those were definitely salient. Yeah.
Weird
Al. Those were definitely salient. So let me know when you passed civics, Clay. I know
he thinks if he just keeps talking that like wins points. He just doesn't shut the fuck up so the other person can answer.
Steamroll over him too. So going back to you, Clay, I know being a First Amendment auditor is like really hard when you don't.
Dude, I've had 7 kids. I've argued with dumb shit teenagers before. You're not the first dumb fuck to do this. It doesn't win.
The tears. The tears are flowing.
Bones gets drowned out whenever Balderson talks. It's hilarious.
That's fine. I mean, I can up the mic too.
It's almost like when Bolton talks, Bones just gets muted.
The game, bro.
I grant that he has mod privileges, but again, I'm still kicking, I'm still fighting, and he's still losing when he's the mod too.
I promise I never abuse my mod privileges.
I know. I'm not alleging that you do. I'm not alleging that you do. All I'm alleging is that you still lose. So that's fine.
This might be why you need to talk over people, because essentially you don't have a good mic.
Oh no, I do. I just utilize it.
You also don't have good arguments
for the sake of being a little good boy.
So speaking on the emancipation,
you don't actually have any good arguments. Yeah, I already discussed why Lincoln and Trump
of the executive power was a good thing in this instance, correct?
Do what? Go ahead.
Exactly. Do what?
Yeah, you can't hear anybody because you keep talking, Bones.
I mean, when Clay says complete nonsense, I have to talk over him.
How would you know? You didn't even hear him. You didn't even hear him.
All I know is that it's complete nonsense. Anyways, Clay, go ahead. Guess not. All right. Clay, do you want to talk about any previous presidents that have violated the First, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments?
So how's it going, Gibbs? How's that meat market doing?
Oh,
I tell you what, I'm real excited. Hey, listen, the meat market's doing great. I tell you what, I'm real excited about him going after the meat packers industry. You know what? If that's an abuse of power, then that's an abuse of power that I'm in favor of, because these fuckers got too much goddamn power. The meat packers are evil. The meat packers are the reason why your beef is so expensive, almost more than anything else. Fuck those putos. They're terrible. So yeah, everybody, right, left, and center, should be excited about the meat packer monopoly being destroyed. But that's
but the thing that really needs to happen is it needs to be coupled with deregulation of the processing plants, because part of the problem with the beef industry that they don't talk about is there used to be a processing plant within 100 miles of any beef raising person. There was processing plants everywhere. Now there's literally down to like 5 or 6 in the entire country. So you're having to ship all of your beef. And given diesel prices, holy shit! Like the processing plant here in Humboldt.
Welcome to economies of scale.
Well, Ben, how else are they supposed to process in all the human meat if they don't send it to just a few processing plants?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean the meat like I missed a lot of that, but I will say what Ballers kind of alluded to with the meat packers and the meat processing things is somewhat true. A lot of I can't speak for everywhere. I know here in Texas, at least, Texas is kind of like been where they have the independent ranches, and I know most ranches are independent. But what we used to do is have the meat processing on our stuff, and then they kind of started doing the 100-mile thing, or where they centralized it, and then a couple companies bought everybody. And then now you don't even have halal meat or whatever. I'm not in favor of all these different kinds, but it's I am in favor, I guess. But I guess my point is that I'm making here is that it's like if I wanted to open up a meat packing or meat processing thing, I'd be almost fucking Rockefellered out almost immediately, right? And I guess that's fair, but if you're pure capitalism, but if we're going to talk about the system and how it is as whatever, this is actually a good thing for the American populace and the Trump going after the meat packing industries, because I think it'll help lower it. I'm pretty anti-Argentina beef. Right. However, it's not harmed me to the extent I thought it would. And so, if he's going to take these other steps, I think deregulating would be good. I think reclassifying things like organic and some of these others and how they classify them would be good. I also think that we have to talk about things like when they San Fernando beef, they were doing the carrot fed, and then once the carrot producers found out about that, they cranked the rules up and changed the rules. So now you can't feed carrots. You have to get a certain type of carrot, and then they fucking charge the shit out of it. And now something that was actually cheaper is way more expensive than it should have been. Because they're sitting here and they have these monopolies on the food processing. Food.
Also, the fuckers just straight up lying and changing the weights because they can't do shrinkflation on a piece of meat, so they literally just change the weight to it where it's wrong, and you go check out and you're paying more.
Yeah, here they have a lot of issues with them trying to add regulations to halal meat and shit like that. They want them to be in their own meat processing factory and stuff. When it's why
do we need halal meat?
Well, he's in Australia, so it's a little different.
Well, I'm in Australia, so I'll be quite honest. I deliver fucking halal lamb and fucking beef, but it's on the same truck as fucking pigs. I'm just saying.
I mean, the best thing to do with halal meat is to just touch it with bacon grease.
Yeah. So that's actually less than what I already do. I literally have them rubbing up against pigs in my fucking truck.
All right, there you go. Fucking rates. Let's go. You gotta tell the people who are buying this halal meat that that's what's going on, and then they can fuck off.
No, it's okay. We did have someone.
Oh, that is haram. That is haram.
We did have someone try and take a photo in the back of the truck, and my offsider actually did punch him in the face. So violence is the answer.
I think
That's
violence
fucking
is the
awesome.
question, and how much is the answer?
How much?
It's like the scale, like fuck around and find out. The violence is kind of the same. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, the amount I fuck around is I have pigs from the front door to the back door rubbing up against halal meat, and then fucking the find out is delivering it.
Yeah, so you should get punched hard, but it's just funnier when you don't and you just point. But never mind.
I'm going to leave it to the panel. We've got Ben and Grace both backstage, but I also only have one seat up here right now. We got 1 minute left on the timer. Bones, which one would you prefer, Ben or Grace?
Ooh, actually, I will cede my position so that way both of them can come up.
Wow.
Actually, I'll do it.
Wow. All right, Bones, I'm going to send you
You're the
on.
Fattest Bones?
Base, Bones, based.
Yeah, I want to see
That's-
blood, okay?
That's impressive. Spin does still have some more credits left, but we'll see how far they
What a
go.
king.
He's got
Thank
a
you,
lot
Bones.
to choose from up here. I'm going to put Grace
Much love.
up here.
Hey, somebody better call Spin King because he's killing Abel.
Didn't. All right. Well, that was very nice of you, Bones. Thank you so kindly. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, I'll let you guys take it from here. I don't know if I want to talk about the meat packing. I'm starting to get sick.
You're not
After
invested in
taking-
the drama?
What? What, you don't like halal meat being delivered with pigs?
The idea of it, no. Fourth Wiseman says, for everyone who's witnessed / observed linguistic changes over time, be it a conjoinment or a basic anagram depiction accepted as a totality of a word, the power is in you. All make them applicable.
Yeah, I mean, that's based, and that's why I fucking hate definition debate, or like that people go down. Like, I want to talk about the issues. We get hung up on like a word. Sometimes it's important to define a word. And I did that today when I played the fucking debate bro game. But, you know, you got to play the situation as it lies. And yeah, I agree. All the words have power, you know, and it's only the power that you give them.
Gibbs, I want to give you respect. Like I've never talked to you before, but I've seen you around. Like you're always the best dressed. Fucking, you're legit, man. Love it. Love your love everything about you, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Do you want to make love to him?
No, I we can draw a line somewhere, Ben. Come
Okay,
on.
just checking. It seemed very abusive.
Do you want to make love to him, Ben?
Oakley?
I'll make love to you like you want me to. Anybody else go back to Boyz II Men on that one?
But I won't do that. No, I won't do that.
That's Meatloaf, right? Yeah, Meatloaf.
Hey, don't
Grace
ask me what
accused
I
me of
do
being
for
gay
a
yesterday.
Coincidentally, if I don't have a beard, I
That's
look
true,
like
I did.
Meatloaf.
All right.
Grace came to the
Spin.
conclusion that the Christian panels I was on were all gay men who were attracted to me, and that's why they were talking to me about religion.
Yeah.
Sounds like projection, to be honest.
He's been Sarah, he's been hijacked by closeted gays who pretend they care about religion.
Yeah, it's like I went into
He's
the
been hijacked by halal meat packets.
I'm sure it wasn't it wasn't hard to hijack
Oh,
it.
hold on. When we're talking about meat packing and being hijacked by gay men in the same paragraph, I think we should all take a step back and really think about what we're saying out loud.
It's all
On
coming
that
together.
note,
When does
Spin
it get to
had one-
fudge?
I don't know. Spin had one last credit left, and he's using it on you, Ben. I guess he's mad at you. All right, I'll throw you backstage for another 10 minutes. I'll set the timer now.
I haven't heard him say a word, and he's over here following
I
people around.
know, poor Ben. Ben and Grace get picked on a lot on
Spin is so bitter.
Every panel possible. Tom says, but under what axiomatic do you justify the ontological change of a symbol to effectively represent the epistemological process of linguistic analysis throughout the synergistic conjoinment process. Fuck you, Tom. Make me
Tom,
read
you know
all
what I like
that.
about you? The fact that everything you put has to have
Gesundheit.
50 words that are bigger than fucking Vegemite.
I have
And
I have
did
one
that.
word. I have one word for that. Supercilious.
He did that
for that.
in
For
honor
that, here
of
you go.
Fourth.
Here you go.
Amen.
He did that in honor of Fourth. I think you're the guy that always is. Ben, is that the guy that always yells like racist stuff backstage?
Who? What's his name?
I have never
Oh, I'm
seen
sorry.
this person.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, but we'll find out soon.
Yo, I'm anti-racist. What do you mean?
You look like that one guy that comes on and just drops the.
What the hell?
I look
What
like a
even is
lot of
that?
people. I look like a lot of people. What about it?
I'm just saying we gotta be careful.
What's up, Sig? Good to
No, I understand that. What's up? How you doing, buddy?
What's under your hat?
You look like Vin Diesel. You would be shocked how racist that guy is.
I'm not Vin Diesel, man. I got hair on my head, dude.
Oh,
Anybody, if the person who says that you look like Vin Diesel should be shot. I mean,
Say as much as you are, Sig. Just remember.
Why? What gun though? What gun? Which gun?
1A.
Yes.
2A2. Just one.
Which caliber and which gun? I would say specifically.
Yes.
Remember, we're on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
no, that's-
Oh, you said it, buddy. You said it, not me.
And I said yes, so that means any and all, right?
What does Sig Cell mean?
What is what? Excuse me.
What does your handle mean? Sig Cell.
Sig cell. That's what I refer to my fans as. They're sig cells.
Okay, but what does it mean?
Well, you need to have fans first, bro.
Big cell.
Their signature incels.
Who did I lose? Did I just lose?
We lost Gibbs. We
Oh,
lost the
then-
glue of the panel.
Then he'll be back. Yeah, his shit always crashes. Gosh, if somebody needs a new computer, it's him.
What was the thought process behind the facial hair? I'm just curious.
I like having a distinctive appearance.
So why are you
You look
hiding
like
behind a hat and a hood?
Smurf.
I mean, you can still see my hair.
All right, we're going to.
Oh, those are the headphones.
We can see the hair through.
I don't know what you mean by what I don't understand what you mean by what I'm hiding.
The neck
Why
beard,
would you
the
choose
up-
a neck beard like that? Like, why? Like, you have a razor.
It's a
and you look at yourself in the
style.
mirror.
Is that a like? What
Well,
is
you could
the
also
cross
grow-
off of
you
the-
could- Okay, but you could grow a
Grace, you
Hitler
know why?
mustache,
Grace,
and that would be
Grace, you know
distinctive.
why?
I mean,
Grace, you know why? Because people like you are gonna ask why. That's why.
girls are gonna make you grow your beard that
What's
way
the
so girls can make fun of you for it. Is that
What's
is that
the
what you're
upside
telling me?
down? What's the upside down thing across?
This is of
your
no
glasses?
concern to me.
Is that a bandana?
Are you
Like,
making fun?
Why is it
of me?
across the glasses, dude?
Are you making fun of me, or are you asking me a question?
You just
Oh,
said
sorry.
you grow
Hold
your
on.
beard.
Everybody's talking at once. Grace, I'll kick it over to you, please.
He just said he grows his beard so that this happens. So
It's
his
a
explanation-
distinctive
his
style,
facial hair
yes.
Is he wants women to make fun of him for it?
Is that what you're
Am I
doing?
right?
You're making fun of me for it?
Well, yes, that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
I'm not asking you.
I am making fun of you for your
Well, I mean,
your neck.
Okay,
beard
well,
that looks-
Grace, what if I told you that you making fun
Anyone
of
would.
how
I
I
mean,
look, right? What if me having you say that means nothing to me because I also consider yourself as a person and an individual, and I acknowledge that your
Cope,
opinion is not
cope,
necessarily of value to me.
Cope.
That's not cope. That's not cope. I'm making
Well,
a
actually, don't
conscious
care.
decision.
It's a distinctive
You think I
choice.
don't
Oh,
understand
I
what I'm
won't just ask
doing?
you about it. Oh no,
I
actually,
just
don't
think
care
that
about
it's funny when people like you look at me
How
and look
much
at how
is
I
taking
look,
up right now?
and it's
It's
so
really
profoundly offensive to you. Like,
no,
dude, I don't
social
complain
acceptance.
about your
It's
fucking
kind of like-
eyebrows
it's
when
kind
your
of like-
shits
it's
look
actually-
like
it's actually kind of being a
fucking
nice
Groucho
thing.
Marx.
It's
You know what I mean?
It's actually being a nice thing. Like I can look at Grace.
Then there's a reason that you don't leave your eyebrows like that, because you don't want that kind of attention. I have no problem with this intention of you telling me, "Oh, your neck beard and this and that,"
It looks disgusting.
but you avoid it.
All right.
You understand?
All right. I don't really give a fuck about the neck beard, but let's move on back
we
to
were
our
having a
actual-
conversation, if you don't
Well,
mind.
Sarah,
I understand, Sarah. It was just an honesty thing. I'm sorry, sir.
Shut the fuck up. I do mind Sigcel. And this topic right now is about Trump and politics, and I don't give a fuck about your neck beard or to talk about it. So I'll bring you back up, and you can try again, sir. And if you don't like
It's not my fault that you want to talk about it. It's not that I don't like. They don't like it.
I'm ending it.
They don't like it.
I am ending it.
It's not me.
Okay.
Nobody likes
All right. Husky.
It's not for you to like, sweetheart.
Husky. Husky, I think you should just do a shoey on that one. Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. Actual debate. His beard is coping, Mom. Wah, wah, wah. Time for a shoey.
I will agree there's better things to discuss.
Yeah. Sarah, I wish you could end his neck beard. That would be good. That'd be.
I don't care about the
I gotta say, listen, if you want a piece of advice, man, here's a good piece of advice. Oh shit, I don't know
I
what's
don't
happening.
need your advice.
Yeah,
Especially not yours, buddy.
Your neck beard is as dumb as a guy drinking out of his boot. That's his job. Like, see,
you want to know what's even better? The fact that the guy
If I was looking for advice, I would not be looking for it here, right?
Husky, turn your mic
Nonetheless,
up.
I appreciate your advice, buddy.
Ford Wiseman with the Big Ten response to Tom laughing out loud became our LOL. Aww. Fourth and Tom are bonding over words in the chat right now. It's cute. I love having very smart, intelligent people in my chat, and then they bond over being smart and intelligent, unlike people who would rather talk about neck beards. All right.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
Ben, bring us
Sort of
back
a simple-minded. Yeah.
Hey, my mom took Tylenol. Fuck you.
This is the time this is where that $10 boot really helps. This is where it really helps. All right,
Hey,
Mr. Balderson, bring us back around, sir. Get us back on topic. I still have Ben Thorpe backstage waiting patiently to get back up, but now he's locked back there. But, you can all do me a favor and do Ben a favor all at the same time. Figure it out. All right, go ahead, Balderson.
Sarah,
I think
money
basically
talks. Money
I think-
talks, chat.
Who's
Action
talking?
expresses priority. I am.
Husky,
I'll
what
let
was
you
that?
finish though, buddy.
Is my volume better now?
Go up a little more. You are getting washed out by everybody else. All right, Ben, to you.
I think everybody's in agreement that Trump is absolutely consolidating power. I think the only argument that I've heard at all is that that's something that's done. I think Gibbs is actually being fairly reasonable and saying, well, if that's just the way it's done, then that's what we're doing. But also he's open to, we need to change the system if that's a problem. And I think that's where we're at, is the discussion needs to be, how do we start limiting the power of the executive branch so this doesn't happen anymore? How do we start applying the Constitution, period, to the government and the officials, which the Constitution is what is supposed to limit them, and they all
Donald
just
Trump
report
is
that-
abusing his executive powers. That's your answer.
Hold on. I can understand your gripe with the abuse, but like, what is
Your answer
Trump,
is that
what
Donald
is
Trump
doing
is
wrong?
abusing
What is
executive
Trump doing
powers. That's
wrong?
what he's doing
I
wrong.
just want to know. I know
That's
that's
it.
great. Yes, I know. That's his great.
That's
His
it.
great. I know
That's
what
your
he said.
answer. That is your
Yes,
answer.
that-
He is abusing
that
his
is his
executive
answer,
powers.
yes.
That's it.
And speaking
Yes.
of abusing executive power, Spin sent a $30 credit over on the Cash App, and I believe he's using 10 of it to send Sigcel to the back. Sig, enjoy your seat in the backstage. I'll put a timer on it.
Hey, Spin City, you're not that bad. I love you.
I'm just wondering what's your issue with Trump? Like, what's the executive powers that he's used that you find issue with?
I 100% find issue with starting a war with Iran. because you're subservient to Israel and you can't get off of
Is that-
Netanyahu's dick. I definitely have a problem with going and invading
Can
another
I
country and taking. Let me
All right,
answer.
fair. No, fair enough. But you're now using, you're saying the same thing twice now.
Well, this was a different incident where he went into another country and
Venezuela.
abducted
Okay,
the
fair.
leader of
Yeah, fair.
that country. And I have a problem with that. He empowered federal forces to come into state areas and start enforcing things that aren't even necessarily legal, and it's questionable at best. And what this does is extend federal powers into the state, and there's supposed to be an extreme separation between state and federal.
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna go make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich real quick. Mr. Balderson is in charge, but yes, continue back with what you were saying, Voltaire.
Can I want to push back with the first two things. I mean, like, there needs to be executive orders for the fact that, like, we cannot have things that need to be voted on, because if you're going to do things like start a war or attack, you know, spontaneously, you cannot debate this stuff. Where you're gonna like, people are gonna find out. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, there needs to be executive powers. There needs to be surprise. There needs to be, this is gonna happen right fucking now, whether you like it or not, because that's what we need to do as a country. Like, that's what makes people strong, powerful, and fucking resilient towards, you know, offenses and defenses.
In defense, the war got brought to you. You were already in war. So the only time that this is applied is a war of aggression. And one of Trump's stump points was no new wars.
What are you talking about? Of course it happens in defenses. We can't, even if you're in defense, you don't want even if you're in defense, you don't want your opponents to know what the fuck you're doing. You don't want people to know what the fuck you're doing. You can't, it has to be a spontaneous thing.
We're already in war. The president doesn't actively decide.
Are you gonna argue my point or not?
If your country is attacked, you're already in war. So now we have to narrow it down to declaring war, which limits it to an offensive thing. If I come over and I punch you in the face, doesn't matter whether you were ready to fight or not, you're in a fight now. It's only, and for me, I was then the aggressor who brought that. This is the thing where Trump doesn't get to declare war unilaterally.
Okay, fair enough. So are you like an isolationist?
At this point in time, I think we should mostly be isolationists. Yes,
just to get like the money, the economy back. Everyone, like, what's your
I think that the damage is done by NAFTA. We need to bring back manufacturing and using our own resources and our own people to manufacture goods. That's how we bring back the middle class America, because they have middle class jobs, which is semi-skilled.
I agree with you. So I agree with you. I'm on the same boat, but like the reason why I support the Iran, you know, quote, war is because, like, when your enemy is as weak as it can be, you know, like, and you don't want to deal with them fucking anymore. I want to be away from this shit, but that my fucking enemy is down. I'm gonna fucking attack that motherfucker. Fuck that guy, you know.
But why is Iran our enemy?
Because they've always been the biggest the biggest supporters of terrorists around the fucking planet, and that's just it.
No, that's just it. Since 1947, that's been a thing. It's something that because of Israel specifically, and shy of us completely.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it's Israel though. They want Iran. It doesn't matter if it's Israel though. At this point, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? Because if they're still chanting death to the USA, why does Israel have to matter? They're still chanting. They're still chanting death to the USA. Brick, they're still chanting death to USA though.
That's because we've been actively fighting, actively arming and supplying and paying for war against them for the last 50 years and overthrowing their government numerous times, including a democratically elected.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna lay over? You're gonna bend over so you can just open your asshole?
Do you think that Iran is
like, what are you gonna do?
Attacking the mainland United States?
No, it's your policy.
our policy, so
my
they
pol-
don't like our
what
policy.
my
Yeah, if your
policy
policy is just like, hey, you know what, I'm going to do nothing.
my
That's bending over,
policy would be
basically.
quit poking
In
the bear and the
the
bear will
stance of
come out
United
the back.
States, that's how it is.
My policy
These
is
people are gaining power and threatening
down.
things,
The policy
and you're
of the
just being
United
like, yeah,
States
we're
is
not going to
to
deal with
just
it.
get out in the ocean and do nothing.
Dude, they threat. So listen, if I pay one of my neighbors to consistently go over and fuck with my other neighbors, do you think those neighbors are going to be like, that Balderson's a great guy? He only gets the rest of the neighborhood to come over and fuck with me, but
Yeah, but you were already an enemy. You just happen to be
We were
you just happen to be the enemy. Your enemy of an enemy happens to be your friend, right? So Israel happens to be a friend. So now you're
we weren't enemies.
Hey, Balderson, can we chill with the anti-Semitism a little bit until Sarah gets back?
It's not. It's Israel. It has nothing to do with the Judaic
Oh,
religion.
that's what they always say. It's
Israel,
not the
more like
Jews.
is royal.
Or it's the Bulgarians now.
It's not the Jews. They're just called Jews.
Okay. Let's take it down to a more local scenario. Okay,
Take it
I'm
down,
on one side of the
brother.
street, you're on the
You
local
would have
side
to
of the
convince
street.
me that
We
Milikowski's
both
a Jew.
sometimes need to use the street. That's the middle of the ocean. Here's the scenario: we're neighbors. The middle of the street is like the ocean, right? It's the international waters. Okay. Now, if every time I go out into the international waters, which is the middle of the street, as us being neighbors, and I start a fight with you because I just don't like the way that you guys handle your household, then
That's
I'm the
that's your
aggressor.
First Amendment. Get fucked.
No, that's to be honest,
the
that's
aggressor at
a
that
false
point. I started
equivalent.
to fight with
It's a
you.
false equivalent. It's completely false. Like
No, it's not.
no, Clay.
Well, you got to turn
hold
your
on.
mic up. You can barely be heard.
Yeah, Clay,
Me?
You are coming in real mild, Clay. Turn
Is
your mic
mine
up.
better? Is mine better now?
Yours is much better, Husky.
Okay. Thanks, Balderson. I love you.
Some asshole must have turned me all the fucking way down to like 56. Isn't that great?
You're a
When people do
victim.
that?
Now you're much better, Clay.
I went for
Yeah, isn't that great
55,
when
but didn't work.
Isn't that great when people do that shit?
Well, go ahead, Clay.
So essentially, it does matter because if
Hold
I
on, no,
cross
no,
your
the street.
border-
Yeah, okay.
if I cross your border onto your land, right, and I attack you because I just simply don't like you, I'm the aggressor. It's that simple.
Sure. Okay, you can break it down to that, but you've played Risk, right? You know how Risk works. You know how yes. So when the other person is amassing weapons and they have no enemy other than no other known enemies other than Israel and yourself, and they're amassing more and more weapons, and they're like, "Hey, yeah, I fucking hate you." You're gonna be like, I'm gonna fucking take you out, you son of a bitch. Like, fuck you.
Hot
It's
take.
not a game.
Hot take. I don't give a
It
fuck.
is a game. It is a game. It is a game. It's 100% a game.
No.
In this
It's 100% a
game
game.
of Risk,
It's 100% a game.
Would you not expect your and the person across the border from you to amass weapons if you consistently attacked their border and amass weapons yourself?
Hey, hot take. Fuck them. They're not on our team. Like I don't care if they're matching weapons or not. If they're not on the $50, they're supplying China.
Israel's not on our team.
It doesn't
either.
matter.
Never
No,
has
no,
been.
you play.
Hot take. I guarantee they have oil.
Yeah, I mean they got oil. Listen, we can argue whether Israel's on our team or not. I don't really give a shit. I know that we sell weapons to Israel. We fucking have a military partnership with Israel. We are taking some of the stuff they've done.
By sell, do you mean give and then give them a bunch of money also? Like what? Like the whole Doge money? Remember when when Trump's like, we saved $100 billion on Doge. Good for the American people, and then immediately that day wrote $100 billion.
You don't need to scream in my ear, bro. You don't.
I have an answer for you, Balderson. The answer is if you're a proud, red-blooded American, buy military-industrial complex stocks, get rich as we fucking sell them over to Israel, and they take the money. That's how you do this. I get what y'all are saying, but hey, you know what? Like we have to choose our allies. We have to choose somebody to back. We've chosen Israel. We've chosen Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And they're anti-fucking Iran.
Hey, you got a turd in your pocket?
Do I have a turd in my pocket?
And Gibbs, to be it's like Risk. Like if you don't want your ally to
Do you have Bibi Netanyahu up your ass?
You don't want the fucking your enemy.
No,
you don't want
Bibi Netanyahu up your ass?
Unfortunately,
Like,
no.
fuck,
I
sounds like it's-
need an APAC check, boys. Netanyahu, where you at?
like Ben Thorpe has the thing with having things up his ass. So We can.
Well, you know what's great
It's
is we
not-
can support Israel, but
Big
Israel
statement.
would have to come unto the fold of the Constitution of the United States. They would need to become a state, in which case that they would actually have to accept all of the rights and all of the duties and obligations that American citizens have. Then we can actually accept that Israel is somebody we could support. But they're not going to do that. They're not going to support us. So
That's
why the fuck should
profound.
we
That's
support
very
them?
good. That's a good point.
Okay.
Never considered
can
that.
they
They will
support us?
support you
Phenomenal.
if you take all their oil.
Shit.
Take the Israelis
Like,
oil
you know what?
from them.
Like,
Good move.
You know, like the problem I have is that
And
I
they
agree
say
with you guys a
Australians
lot.
are stupid.
I like
Hold on,
that
hold on,
idea.
look,
as well.
hold on.
We should take oil. We should
Hold
take
on.
Iran
Can
oil.
I just want to
$3
like
a liter for diesel. I'll
I want to
take their oil,
I want to
please.
concede a bit. Like I completely agree with you guys with the Israel thing, but it's just like it's a fucking sucky thing. But that's what Israel fucking understands that
oil.
Israel
What a
understands
lame
that they can
defense.
fuck.
I can make a more
Can I fucking-
powerful
can
defense
I-
of
can I-
Iran. You cannot finish, actually.
Oh my gosh.
You're Australian. No one cares.
Go ahead, Voltaire.
It's like
go
you're in
ahead.
some kind of place where you're trying to like have photographic film develop or something. It's not okay.
Who, me?
Go ahead, Voltaire.
Not Voltaire.
That's great. That's great. So, well, like when Israel makes it, Israel kind of has America by the balls because like America's kind of got to follow Israel's fucking moves because, and I
Let's
think
chill
that's
on the
why
anti-Semitism again.
Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh, just give me a fucking second. That's why I agree with. That's why I can understand the moves that people are making because it's like, well, fuck, we're kind of fucked right now. What do we do? Nothing,
you?
and it's like we do nothing, and then like shit gets worse in the Middle East.
Is it the Jews' fault that your camera is like at your knees right now? Is that the Jews too?
It is.
Is that the
We're-
IDF forcing you
we're
to turn
exactly-
your house blue? Is that the IDF
We're
too?
exact-
What
Ben,
isn't the Jews' fault
Ben,
at this
Ben,
point?
Ben, where do you think my knees are
I'm just saying,
exactly?
let's just chill.
Where did the position of my knees are?
I'll tell you what, I have
Ben,
knees and I know where my knees
Ben,
are.
do you want to say you want to cut my throat again because my knees aren't where they need to be?
What
the? No need for that violence. No need
That's
for
a
violence.
fantasy waiting to happen.
Hey, we all want oil here. We all want oil.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
Chocolates in.
boys.
I'm sorry. My knees are
Look,
below the
hold
camera, and
Oh, hey, baby.
and I'm talking about what Ben said before.
Hold on, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Now you all know the drill here. Do not get anybody's channel
I've got
shut
the
down
drill.
for. I'm sorry. Am I talking? Do not get anybody's channel shut down or messed up because you have stupid shit to say. You want to say that dumb fuckery, go say it in a Discord somewhere, but not here. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I want to hear the Husky Guy theory because I
hey,
believe he
I'm
thinks
just
we can
repeating stupid
confiscate
shit
the
because
oil.
this stupid idiot is just wants to keep talking.
I think Husky believes that we can steal oil from
He's the one who said the
Israelis.
stupid shit. I just repeated it, and now he wants to
since he's in
continue like he didn't say
Australia,
anything. Yeah,
there is a
What do you-
theory
like,
that
bro,
the Australians
nobody
are,
cares what you fucking think, bro.
subhuman because they are a penal colony.
All right, go ahead, and we'll all just listen to your stupidity.
Of Britain. I would like to see if he can back up his theory that the Israelis have oil that we can confiscate. Husky?
Well,
This
it's
is your
actually,
show.
Actually, we're not a colony of Britain anymore. We're actually, ever since 1901,
Wow.
we've been our own Commonwealth. But
First
anyway,
time I heard that. That's
But I
crazy.
mean, you're not known to be the brightest bulbs in the Anglosphere, am I correct?
well, we're not known for that because we don't talk about it a lot on national television or international television.
Well, didn't
I
you
guess.
just drink 2 beers for no reason out of a boot that you claimed was bloody from packing meat all day?
Oh, no, I don't pack
is
meat.
is that
I don't pack meat. I deliver meat
Aussie-phobic?
to butchers.
What argument
That
could you
doesn't seem
possibly
very
make
bright.
when I beat you in your stupidity and you threaten my life, you stupid retard? Ben, why are you talking? You stupid fuck.
He said that word. He said that word.
Also, you just
Like-
went on. You just publicly
I've got blood all
told
over
us
everything. It's
about
just the way
how
it is.
you like do your job in a way that is like illegal. If
No, it is not illegal.
Exactly.
It is-
You're not making the
All
case
right.
for intelligence.
It's absolutely not
Voltaire,
illegal.
Shut up! Sarcastic Saint sent to the Big Ten says, "Okay, Voltaire, time to go. You talked about wanting to see Ben bent over and talking about someone's balls. That's some gay ass shit. It can be heard in the back. Join the neckbeard in the back. Bye. Neckbeard left. I'm not complaining. Voltaire,
Oh,
I'll
girl.
set a timer for 10 minutes. Go take a little time out.
See you in a little bit, Voltaire.
Safa.
Am I free to proceed?
I'm just
No.
curious if there could be a poll on whether people think Ben is grosser or Husky's grosser.
All right.
I'm personally going with Ben's grosser myself.
Ben is definitely gross.
Ben, I'll
All
just
right,
give you.
here we go. If you
Slime him
think,
out.
hold
Yeah.
on. If you think that Mr. Thorpe is the gross one, please put a eggplant in the chat. If you believe that Husky is the gross one, then please put a boot in the chat. There you go, and that'll determine your poll, ladies and gentlemen.
Surprise, boys! I'm the gross one.
I don't know. FYI, real quick.
Lala,
I'm
try
not-
to have
I don't
social
illegally.
skills.
I don't illegally transport religious bullet beef. There is no actual fucking legislation about how it should be transported, only how it should be processed. So the fucking any responsibility of how it is, whatever, is let go by the factory the moment it gets on the truck.
If you were watching over on Bones' side, I'm disconnecting. We are over at the Gauntlet Debate. That's at the Gauntlet Debate. Who is like shaving their face right now or something? What
I
is
am.
vibrating?
Can I follow up a bit with
Okay,
Husky?
hold on. Spin drops another 10 in the back. He says, get rid of Ben and bring Voltaire back. All right.
Balderson, you're out. Sorry, buddy.
Ben, got you in the back. Voltaire back to the front.
You thought-
back in black. Sig Cell came back.
Sorry about that.
And then Fourth Wiseman says, hey, folks, let me give you an example. The state of Israel isn't real yet. You consider influential. I'll self-sacrifice, declare same. I'm in chat, non-contented, and by the way of influence, this is concise. Any thoughts?
Sounds concise. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think he knows what he's talking
That
about at all.
sounds all over the fucking place. Actually, I'm gonna
Resonated.
disagree with that.
You should send it again without the typos.
Sounds
and,
like you spend your 10 Aussie dollars to not be concise, unfortunately.
Yeah, what a waste of money.
He's very pointed. So Israel is a part of it.
I'm sorry, that was funny.
I agree with that.
It's funny how you entirely reverse yourself. That's funny.
Go ahead, Clay.
Through treaty,
It is.
yes, 100%. Yeah, just
I
like
know
you're-
that I know that Fourth Wiseman definitely is feeling his intelligence attacked right now because you didn't understand what he said. That's definitely
Hey,
on
Sarah.
him.
Sarah, can I ask you a quick question? Take a look at Lalo, right? Take a look at Lalo. All right,
one of
now
those
if you had to
things that
guess his
actually-
weight,
you actually have to have
he's
some sort of
5'6".
intelligence to understand
He's
it.
5'6". If you had to guess his weight, no, he's 5'6". What would
Go
you
ahead,
guess his weight to be right now?
I don't know, but he should do MMA wrestling because he could cut some weight
Let's
and he
go
would
fight.
be able to get blown back up immediately. He would whoop that ass. But, you know,
One-
I agree.
170.
Lalo,
I
would
feel
you
like
like
he's
to
got.
correct her?
I feel like he's got a fat ass.
5'6".
do.
Remember, 5'6". 170 for 5'6".
No, 5'7", 5'8".
Fuck.
Hold on.
170 is
He
not
is
5'6".
194.
Did you say 5'7", 5'8"? Are you 5'7" or 5'8"?
I think 200 is 6
He's
feet.
obese.
Bro, you would stand to like
140
this.
pounds, but he's got a big
Class
backpack.
one
You'd be like
obese.
this. Standing
Oh,
in
man.
front of me, you'd be like this.
What
I'm
number does your
6'3" and
driver's
230
license
pounds.
say?
Fucking tiny, bro.
I have it right here actually.
You got a fat ass, don't you, Layla?
And a big dick. Yeah, we'll see. I've got.
Like, at least that makes one of us. I'm hung like a
Now he's got
chihuahua.
a flat ass and he's
Oh no! Wait, no.
turtle.
My driver okay, I got this when I was 16. It was 154.
No.
Anyway,
I know Mexicans get fat later in life, but like you're only 22.
I was I was the same weight when I saw you in LA last year. So.
Wait, you're 22?
So you're a midget.
Yeah, he's tiny.
No,
Sarah,
I
you want
look
to see?
5'7".
You want to see
If
proof?
he's
of his
22, he
fat
looks
ass?
one fucking gray hair away from
I'm-
having grandkids.
I'm willing to bet he's got a really fat ass and like
I
some
do.
thick thighs. Oh, here we go.
He's a
No,
BBL.
that's not representative. That's not representative. That is not representative. Grace has bad angles
Wow.
too. No. Hold on a second. No. There's
So
other.
he's-
Thank you.
So
There's
he's
a
gay.
fucking dump
He's,
truck back
so he's
there.
gay and
No,
bald.
she's
What
baiting
the
me
hell?
for a body shot right now. Is what she wants.
Okay, wait, yeah, we need a full body. All right, yeah, here we go.
No, but like standing up. No, but like standing up.
Bro,
Like,
I
on the
love the
concrete.
scoot.
You
That's
were standing.
You know what?
You know what I mean? I was leaning. No, go ahead and skim forward. This is bullshit.
I'm gonna take a picture for Sarah, because or the chat. You guys are gonna give me a sec.
Laylo, you know, all you have to do is like cut some weight down, build up the muscle. You'd probably be a really like fucking fly ass dude. But
Dude,
this,
you want a
you
job
look like a
doing me?
fucking.
Sarah, he's
He's pretty
Right
in the
now-
face. He's pretty in the face.
He is, but he
Yeah.
looks like a fucking Oompa Loompa here.
The knee length shorts are not helping either.
No.
That was before I became a man. Okay. I'm not that fat. I'll stand up right now. I'll stand up right now.
If you want
Oh,
help
shit.
with muscle,
He's a mesomorph.
Layla, I hate to break it to you, honey bun. Layla, you are a fat motherfucker,
It's
bro.
not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah, that's because all
Sarah,
those
you got,
good
you, Sarah, you got Discord, right?
You know Santa Claus?
All right, I just got the stupidest photo to send you. All right, give me a sec.
Oh.
I asked for a train. That motherfucker never sent me a train.
did-
Also,
what?
shout out to Crawl Russ for doing what everybody else wanted to do. Crawl Russ had the balls to do it. Thank you so kindly. Sig Sal's waiting backstage. He's got a 10-minute timer. Fourth Wiseman says, "Love me, hate me." The same principle applies in the influential paradigms. Don't forget the old system still in play. Care not for who makes the rules, for having the payment grants access. Yes.
This reminds you of King Teal's schizo chats.
I mean, actually, he's making a good point here. You know, I don't know if this is the point he's intending to make, but listen, if you're upset about something, the same thing I've been all saying all night, it's the system you're upset about. You know, Trump is upset with the way the world system's working. He's putting America first. This is not a new war. We've been at war with Iran for decades now, even if it's a cold war, not a hot war.
And
so it's not a new war. And, you know, I just got to say, yeah, if you don't like this, the system, change the system. You know, and Fourth Wiseman's doing it with his money, so y'all should do the same.
That was coherent.
Right.
That makes sense. Right.
I like it when Fourth Wiseman wants to be influential.
I speak fucking crazy and a drunkenese and intelligentese. You just don't know.
You're Irish. Now.
I'm Spanish.
You're
Sir
Spanish.
Spastic Zane says Grace has the biggest ass, and I hope it fits as she
I wish
goes
that
to
was
the
true.
back. Join your daddy
wish
in the
that was
back,
true,
and
yeah.
please do something constructive, like not speak. Grace shouldn't be heard or seen. Take care. What say you, Grace?
I can't believe that's what I get after showing that funny ass clip.
I
What
know.
did I even do?
I agree.
Obsessed.
I didn't say
Obsessed.
anything.
But bring him back. That was a good clip.
That was the smartest thing you said all night.
Ben, you only got 2 minutes left back there. Fourth Wiseman says, add on, money is nothing. It's just what the infatuated get brainwashed, adorned in mind. The world is full of money. It's energy. It's your energy. Use it properly. Simple steps. Ladies and gentlemen, please send me all of your energy. Good vibes coming this way.
I can't send you the. I can't send you the video, the photo. I don't know how to send you the photo, so I don't know.
I don't usually.
But here. I can try to. It's the doorknob. It's like it looks like a cock. I don't.
Holy crap, that door is fucked, bro.
Yeah, what the hell did you do, bro? Like, is that
that's all.
insulation stuff?
Yeah, that's just literally my railing. Yeah, just the railing here. Like,
It's the great stuff on his door. You know the great the
I
can.
looked at it and I thought it was funny, and I'm like, haha, that's fucking hilarious. And I thought you guys were like,
you were first wrong. You thought you were funny.
I didn't think I was funny. I was laughing at it, but regardless of you were, you fucking idiot.
Knife and cut all that.
All right, yeah, I thought it was funny. Go ahead, you can talk again. You want to see the door cock again? I can show you.
Yes, go suck it.
I think it looks more like a duck bill.
That a duck bill.
Put it in your mouth. Put it in your mouth. We want to see it.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't need the projection. I don't need your fantasies projected onto my reality.
Told us your
a bunch of
doorknob
gay guys
looks
on
like a
panel.
dick.
No, yeah, I think when I say something looks funny, it doesn't mean that I need Ben to be like, yeah, I want to suck that thing. You should do it too.
True.
Come on.
I just do
Come
want to see
on.
you suck it. Go ahead. Come on, kid. Come on, kid, make the joke land. Go suck the doorknob.
That's how the joke's gonna land. Are you? Give me a break. You're not that dumb. You're not that
no one
dumb.
understood it the first time.
I'm sure.
You got to land it. Double down.
I'm sure.
Spin. I think you're trying to do another boot, but I think you already used up that $30.
Can we do a spin stand up goal? How much would it be? Like $20,000.
I should make
won't
all
even
of you
come up.
stand up and do twirls. Oh, you had one more spin. I'll take your
really?
word for it. All right, Ben, hang tight. Yeah,
I got almost canceled one time for telling people to do a twirl. So y'all watch out.
Do a twirl. I should make all y'all motherfuckers stand up and. You know what I'm learning?
I
though?
feel harassed.
One thing I'm learning about the men of YouTube is they all look great from like here up, and then they're all like completely fat asses from the waist down.
Yeah, that's I'm a good example of that because I have, I can't beef.
I am not tubby.
No, Balderson, I believe you are not. But most of the men, I'm learning this, are doing exactly. They're pulling. Oh God.
Oh, he's chopped.
They're all like Laylo, where they look really hot on the screen. And you're like, God, I could just melt all like butter all over your body. And then they stand up. You see a full video, and they look like a fucking Oompa Loompa.
No, that's a bad video. Like I said, I stood up. I'm not that.
There is no saving yourself in that one, Laylo.
I'm not that because that was an unfortunate angle. I was
No,
like 10 pounds
not
heavier
even
at that
close.
point. Look at our other collabs. In fact, I called into your show, Sarah Bear, like 6 months ago.
Even if I take off 20 pounds, you're still a fat ass back there.
Oh, baby, and your arms work out all the time.
And your
They're a little
arms
anal
look
about
super
that.
doughy. Your arms look super doughy in it.
Yeah, they are. They are super doughy. They are.
Dude, why don't you have a? You know, there's supposed to be like a valley in there, right?
I don't work out at all. I go up the stairs. I'm
Neither
like,
do
fuck, I
I.
have to go up here. No,
I don't work out either. I live like 2 hours from a gym.
Just work. That's the key.
Believe me, I
Let
have
your
a
body
valley
do the
in
work.
mind.
Come on.
I do have the valley in mind.
The valley.
And I'm probably twice your age, Tubby.
Tubby.
Did you just say his valley? What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sarah, why don't you do IRL content? I want to see you. Actually, on Instagram, I saw you jump off of a plane. I'm like, wow, she has more balls than me.
Yeah, and I also don't have a fat ass like you either.
We can check. We can check in person. That would be incredible.
That parachute ain't gonna save you, boy.
No, I promise you, your ass is fat. It's not often that I would say that to a man, but your ass is fatter than mine.
No,
sir.
it is really big. It is really big.
Yeah.
It is so big. But you know what else? Okay. Anyway, so the point being, though, Sarah, you haven't done IRL. You're stuck on the panel stuff. I saw that Dusty slammed you out. I never caught on to why that was, though, because his panels are a little tough. So
She told him he had a fat ass.
I don't know why y'all.
He's got a fat ass too.
I don't know why y'all are so upset about that. Like, I mean, it's more to grab onto for the ladies, that pulls you into the front. Come on, guys. Like,
No.
Yeah.
No. Not on a man. Not like that.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Squats.
No, if a girl has a fat ass to grab onto, there's a big difference there. Me, I want to be able to grab the back of your hair and yank you down while you're. Yeah, I'll go there.
Both.
Poor Balderson. Mrs. Balderson has nothing to grab. Does she like pull you down by your beard then?
Right.
Or more like a basketball. Like, ha!
All right, Clay. Just so you know, there's a yodel coming up. But hang tight. Husky, do a twirl. He's so proud of himself too. Oompa Loompa confirmed. Y'all be Oompa Loompas. Spin's gonna twirl from his seat. Laylo, do your twirl
I should have
again.
charged you more for that. Oh fuck! He did it so quick. It was lightning. You saw it was just a fat ass go lightning fucking around.
Compliant, confirmed. Voltaire.
I thought that was a requirement.
Do a twirl.
Chopped.
This is lovely. I love this game. I like. Oh no!
Oh,
I take it back.
Uh-huh.
I take it back. Oh goodness! Make it stop, Clay.
What do I have to yodel or
Stand
what?
up. Oh yeah, that's right. You're yodeling. Hold on. Who else I got? Gibbs, you want to do a twirl for the ladies? See that nice suit of yours?
Clip
it.
Ben, do you want to do a twirl? I'm not going to make you do a twirl, but you can if you want.
I'm an old man. Nobody wants to see me twirl.
Exactly. Clay, yodel, bitch.
I'll do my twirl.
Do it for mama.
Wait, Spin just said he's gonna do a twirl.
All right, hold on, hold on, because you're last. Are you gonna like spin around on the like hot wheel? Yeah.
Nice.
Hot wheels.
Ah.
All right, now Clay, sing to them, Clay. Yodel your heart out.
Oh goodness, I am not even good at this. You know this. Yo.
What the fuck? Did you get worse?
Yes,
Sorry,
I am terrible at this part.
Can someone call a paramedic? I believe
All we need is some echo and reverb, and he would sound still like a moron.
I know it's terrible.
I'm somewhat of a retard myself. I like brick.
Seriously, Clay, I think you got like horrifically worse. Horrifically. Ben, are you twirling? Are you twirling for us, Ben?
Shake that ass, son.
Shake that ass.
Call me
Right.
Eric. I'll have you shaking your ass.
Let me see you working
You're so
with.
lazy. You're so lazy.
You better watch yourself.
That's terrible. And I don't want to see that again, Ben.
You should have hit him with the
Never.
fucking Shawn Michaels right there. That's what I was really.
Oh, goodness.
Sweet chin music.
That's what
Grace's
starving
mother
ever since
said,
Dusty. Damn.
I was thinking more like the sucking, but yeah, that would do.
Oh, my gosh.
All right.
You guys
Are we
kill
done?
me.
Are we done here?
Yeah.
Like I don't. I shouldn't have to show my fucking body to debate or have a conversation.
Yeah, because you're chopped.
Well, you know, this is what I love about the compliance tactic, right?
Oh fuck! I didn't need to have to do this.
No.
I'm just fucking.
Sarah's a dummy mommy.
The funny thing is a lot of shows that I used to go panel on, this is what they would ask the ladies to do. They're like, stand up and do a twirl. I did a couple, probably a couple in my lifetime, but the third time when I got asked, I realized like, nah, I don't really actually have to. Fuck you. No. So yeah, it's just a compliance factor to see if you'll comply.
I'm a hoe, Sarah.
We all know that.
You just called a bunch of fat people retarded, Sarah.
What I do like is that Ben's comfortable with it.
And,
Good to be comfortable with
Spin
yourself.
says in the back chat, he says, for another 10, I will do a wheelie in my chair. If we want to see that, make it happen. Who's breathing into their mic? Ben.
Oh, that's my bad. I'm blowing out cigarettes.
There's a lot of fat people on the panel.
And that's what I'm saying. Don't objectify me. I'm not a piece of meat.
Yeah, you look like it.
I know I'm sexy.
Oh, nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Ben, Balderson's actually probably in more shape than most of the men on this panel, by the way. Just saying.
Okay.
I carry
What's
my
in
own
shape?
body weight up and down a mountain every day.
Well, that's not necessary.
It is because I
Clay-
live off grid and I farm.
If Clay got the Dell part of the Yodel T correct, he could do a Dell computer advert. Let's try it, Clay. I think we should try it.
got the dial-up tone before his fucking. Yeah. Mom, get off the phone so I can advertise.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh. You guys kill me. All right, where are we
I'd
at?
like to kill you.
Uh-huh.
With your fat ass, like, seriously.
As far from the topic as possible.
All Lalo has to do is sit on me, and I'd like run out of breath pretty fast.
yeah.
I'd
Yeah, you'd have to sit on my face.
I'd
Yeah, I
probably
know.
die pretty
Oh, yeah.
quick.
All right. I gotta go. Like, I had fun. God bless y'all. I had fun. What? No,
What do you mean
We
you're
miss
leaving?
you so much. We miss you so much,
I want
You seem like a
I'm
great
sure,
guy.
Grace. I'm sure, Grace.
He looks like Radical Coder.
I'm sure, Ben. We always have a great time,
Hope you
Ben.
find
We always
more
have a
penis
great time,
shadows.
Grace. All right.
Good night,
All right, Mr. Ceiling fan too.
God bless you, Sarah.
Make sure to take your medicine.
All right, Rousseau. All right. He's missed. Suffer.
You guys are a hot mess express, man. I don't
Well,
even
you're
know what
hot
to
too.
do with you.
My God.
I know that. You're not.
I want to jump off a plane. In fact, honestly, because they want me, there's this whole thing about an exile. They said, "Oh, bungee jump for Grace." How about I jump off a plane with you, Sarah? Let's
All right,
make it
wait,
happen.
Sarah. You're kind to Lalo. We love Lalo. What about you give him 5 minutes to try to riz you up, and then we give him some?
No.
Okay.
No, he's harmless.
Yes.
Here we go.
All right, so Sarah, there's this whole thing where I saw you last week jump off a plane, and you're like Tom Cruise, and I feel like I'm too much of a sheltered person to actually jump off a plane. So I think we should do it together, and we can arrange that, and we'll see who has the fatter ass or more courage to jump off a plane. In fact, we could like go as high as you want in elevation, and I'll.
I will
cry on the way down.
happily jump out for a third time with no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You saw me smiling the whole way in that video. There was no fear in my eyes, sir.
Oh, I saw you all
now,
right.
you will be screaming like a little bitch the whole way down. In fact, I think you
That works
actually
with
might
me.
stall out on the seats in the plane before they go to throw your ass out. And you'll probably sit there and you might even throw up or something. You
Yeah,
might
my
be one
ass
of
is like
those.
too fat. They can't pick me up. No, they can't.
Yeah, it's a
of course.
tandem jump. You're like strapped to someone else, so you want to
Oh,
be
I would love that.
strapped up to another dude.
No, it's a Sare Bear. What do you mean?
You can't get strapped to me. It's a tandem. You have to be with
Oh.
somebody who's certified.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, no, but it'd be amazing.
Yeah, you're gonna be nut to
down.
butt with a dude. How do you feel about
Fuck.
that?
I might as well join the army. Better than Karg Island, right? Yeah, might as well. Fuck it. Iran or with Sare Bear, I don't know. I prefer you. So, of course, I believe that could be done pretty easily. Now, does it take a long time to sign up for that sort of a thing, or can we just do it next week? Or
You could do it tomorrow if you wanted to, as long as they have the schedule slots open, which usually they do.
okay, well, let's set it up. Let's
Yeah,
do it.
okay. Yeah, you're a puss out.
I'm not.
Nah, you coming all the way up to Maryland so you can go jump out of a perfectly good plane with me?
I've flown across the country for Grace like 6 times. Yeah.
Grace
I'll
is a
do it.
cutie, though.
She's my queen.
I'd fly across the country for Grace.
Why don't you collab with Gracie?
She does different types of content.
Not
Not anything that like intrigues me. It's good for her, but it wouldn't be for me.
You're good for me too. You're right. Yeah, let's make it happen.
No.
I'm insane.
Mhm.
I'll do anything for content. You won't believe me, but it's true.
I mean, yeah, if you want, I guess. I got a GoPro. We can strap a GoPro on your
We can go pro.
thing, and we can listen to you cry the whole way down.
That's what you want to think. All right.
I don't think you're gonna enjoy it.
While we're like falling down in the sky, be like, oh, $10 to boot Lalo from this fucking bungee cord.
All over the plane. And I get a picture of me with like my foot up in the air, like getting ready to kick you out?
Oh yeah.
That'd be glorious.
I'd love
That'd be
that.
glorious. Yeah, you would. You'd cry like a little bitch. I think you would back out. I don't even think you'd get on the plane.
I'm so down.
Have you ever done a tandem before?
Of course not. Which is why I'm so excited.
Oh my
Once you get me
God.
in the plane, it's gonna be too late anyway. Okay.
I'm gonna have to carry your ass into the plane. That's what's gonna end up happening. This
No,
is
it's
just gonna
not.
be embarrassing.
I'm
'Cause
fearless.
Then people are gonna think
I've been
you're
around
like,
the cartel. You can't make me come off like a pussy.
and they didn't shape you up.
Well, no, because you have to comply with their stuff. They kidnapped my cousin to do dental work at gunpoint in front of me. But anyway, the point being though is that I will do the plane thing. What?
They held your cousin at gunpoint to do dental work.
Yeah, it was a village I was at. My family comes from a small village in Sinaloa. And he was the only dentist in the area. So they literally kidnapped him in front of his kids and me. And they took him up to a mountain for like 3 days. And then they gave him back on the condition that he wouldn't snitch. But so...
They couldn't
anyway.
just ask him nicely.
No, they're
I mean,
fucking nuts.
a village out in the middle of nowhere. I feel like it could be pretty easy to say, "Hey, we need you right now."
They're insane, you know?
Okay.
Okay, so
All
are
right.
you down, Sarah? Are you down for a Skyfall?
I'll do
Like the Adele
Skyfall
song.
with you. If you need your hand held, I'll come mommy you onto the airplane and I'll talk you through it when you're up there while you're nut to butt with some other dude looking at me across the plane. And
That'll
you're
get me through it.
uh,
It's like the soldiers in D-Day. They had like the picture of their wives up from the helmet, and they're like, okay,
Yeah.
you can
The
make
dude's
me
not going to know if
make it
your
happen.
boner is from him being behind you, snuggled up close sitting in the back of the plane, or if the idea that I'm sitting across from you and about to jump out with you.
Well, that's for him to find out.
You're going to be bona fide the whole way down.
Oh, I'll have a bone.
Oh my goodness, Lalo. All right, well, your song's over now. All right, how do
Oh,
you
you're a
think
stripper
you
now?
did?
Damn, I hate this part.
I really
Oh,
want
your lap dance is over.
Bruh, would you actually do it, Lalo? Oh my
I
god.
would.
You have a flight pass.
Yeah, no,
Go
I will
tomorrow.
actually do. I'm excited.
We'll raise the
So,
money for it. All
We
Sarah has to
can
do is
meet
get
you
your
down there
fat ass on
as
the
soon
plane.
as the first of the month because we're homeless. So.
You will meet me down there.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, and we can do it
You
from the
guys
ground. We could stream it from the ground.
Yeah, you
Hmm.
could. They'll even let well, at least they were willing to do it when we did that one, but they were willing to let the cameraman go in the plane and ride up with us. But he actually got the ground shot. What you got from the air was like their little wrist GoPros that your tandem
So
jumper
money, no
wears.
money shot. Okay.
You
I
can't
wanna see-
live
I
it, though.
wanna
You
see
can't
Lalo
live stream it, right? 'Cause it
Screaming
would
on the
be-
way down.
You're not going to get Wi-Fi up that high.
On her GoPro.
Yeah, I got a GoPro. But yeah, it's I mean, you gotta, but you can have them. They'll film it for you, and you get the video like I don't know, an hour after your jump.
Oh, that'll be fun. We could we could pregame it, meet Lalo, bring him down, and have him talk shit, try to get out of it, force him back in the car, that routine, and then hand him over. He's compliant once he's around men who tell him what to do, or women
I
who tell him
do
what
want
to
to
do. He
see
does
Sarah,
whatever.
though, 'cause she's cute.
If they took the parachute off and said like you're still jumping, he'd be like, okay, I guess so. He doesn't care. So, and then on the ground we could have him change his clothes because he urinated, and then
I'm sure
move
he's gonna
on from
shit
there.
himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to change my diaper?
Ben and Grace, are you gonna RV it down to Maryland?
Yeah, we can do that because
Absolutely.
we've been meaning to meet up with our friend Jack Talcott. He's sort of a guru type.
Mhm.
He's trying to change the world by ending wars, and he wants to meet Donald Trump. So
We want to take
Lalo,
him to
we've
Washington.
been. He's in the Baltimore area, so I'm sure you're not in.
Oh
Baltimore
yeah,
itself.
yeah,
He's in the hood,
Yeah.
so that's always good content. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So because Lalo's part
there's-
black, he gets us in with the blacks.
Yeah, there's a skydive place maybe 20 minutes away from where I'm at. But
we know Hagerstown, Maryland.
that's west. That's
further
Western Maryland.
So you're not
Some
that
white
far
people
from
live there,
the city.
yeah.
I'm north of Baltimore. If you're coming down 95, I'm not far
perfect.
off there.
Yeah, it'll be fun. No, nothing heavy. You know, Lalo gets annoying. I can usually put up with them for like 24 hours, and then I have to put him on an airplane and tell him,
fuck you.
I want to
Well, fuck
fucking
you.
see him again.
You usually
Fuck
ditch
you.
him at
Speaking
an
of which,
airport.
Lalo, I would like for us just like during this panel, because we love you very much, and now you have a mommy and a daddy here and a sister. Like, I think we could work on the social skills.
I
a little
believe in
bit,
incest,
You know what I
so
mean? Like,
what?
I think you're shy. You're a good-looking guy, but like, maybe we could all like help you. Like, just take a moment when you do something stupid socially, like when you go ha 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 like that. Like, we can like maybe help, because like I know there was anti-bullying laws when you were in school, which means you didn't get checked into the locker by people.
Oh, no,
so
I had a
like you
rough
didn't learn
upbringing.
the lessons. So we can do that here. We can check you into the locker. That's my thought.
Jealous ass.
Or
how about
just
you
pick
go
a-
skydiving?
Or
No,
just
you
pick him
go
out of a
skydiving with
perfectly
me
good
and Sarah
plan.
Bear. Why not? Go ahead.
Okay, so what did you think of the Riz, Grace? What did you think of Lala's Riz?
Phenomenal.
I think comparing a woman to Tom Cruise, like right off the bat. Is
No, I'm
not
Tom Cruise.
really-
I'm the one jumping off the Mission Impossible. You missed the entire point.
Like, bitch, you
God
are making
damn.
me feel
Well,
like I'm
to
with
be
a
fair,
man.
Like my high school, like their future prophecy for Sarah in high school, my senior year was like the next G.I. Jane or whatever bullshit. So it makes sense why he would
yeah, I
say
can see
Tom
that.
Cruise.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sarah, I gotta ask you.
She's a good girl.
there have
Yeah,
been
no, that
allegations
makes sense.
Your nude cuckable shot
my
was
non-nude-
photoshopped. I want to know, is that photoshopped?
Grace Grace, your dad already asked this.
I know.
said-
AVG.
You said it was
AVG,
natural, but everyone's
AVG
like,
brought
"Oh,
this up and she
Sarah-
said,
Sarah
AVG
admitted
said,
it was
I'm gonna get my
Photoshopped.
cowboy hat.
Yeah.
This is gonna
You
make
stand
sense.
by it? I'm just
Well, speaking of cowboys, I have a phenomenal.
Can I
picture
verify
backstage.
in person?
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Can I rub your abs on stream? Just
Yeah.
yeah. There.
Oh, I could cuck Andrew Wilson, but we'll
You
have
are-
like a fake makeout session. You know what I mean?
Ben
And
cannot
you'll be
touch me
naked.
though. Ben cannot touch me.
But just to cuck Andrew Wilson, don't you think?
No, I have no need or want to.
What about me and Sarah? Then we cuck Rachel.
Yes.
I'll
make love to Lalo.
You always make it fucking weird. You always fucking.
Sarah,
make
wait.
it
Look
weird.
at my shared screen for a second.
Hold on. What is this?
This is Lalo on a miniature pony.
Holy shit! How did you even get up on that thing, Laylo? Did you need a step stool to hop up? Let me guess. You stood on Grace's, but no, Grace picked you up and put you up on the horse.
Look at this horse's face, man. That's 200 pounds of raw Mexican on top of it. Hey, man, give me a break.
Help, please. Help.
Yeah, so you guys can trade experiences. You can take him skydiving. You can take him to his Mexican fantasy.
Oh god,
And dude,
I'm okay. I'm okay with just showing him where the skydive place is, and I'll hold his hand to get on the plane. And
I don't
make
know
sure
why
he-
Mexicans are so into like horses on the beach. I don't. It's something they are into.
Because it's based in telenovela, and telenovela is the best form of entertainment ever. That's all I gotta say.
I've heard that.
What's up, Alan?
They're like, it's Fernando. He's the twin brother of Raul. Way, you know, it's amazing.
Other thoughts about the Riz? Sarah, how did you feel? Second date? Well, actually, you did make a second date.
Yeah, he
it's more of a
closed.
mommy date. But
Closed.
He had the
Close.
second date already before we had the first date. Come on, I already agreed to that before we went. But oh, sorry, Saint. Saint says you guys just proved you are all simps for Sarah except for old man Balderson. We don't want to see his old ass stand up and do a twirl. He might break a hip. Laylo, oh shit. I'm sorry, Saint. I just saw this. Laylo, enjoy 10 in the back. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, Laylo, to the back. And we got Dean coming up.
Hey.
Hello.
You know, last time I skydived, was actually when we dropped the bombs over Iran. I was the bunker buster. I hit the fucking thing. Boom! Baby, let's go.
Oh, this guy Dean's fascinating. Is this Mitch? Is you sometimes go by Mitch?
Yeah, no, but Dean's my real name.
So look at this, Sarah. Look at this guy's PFP. He looks like a ultimate buff guy, right? He's 21 years old. That's an actual picture of him.
No, I'm 25.
But he has no. Oh, you're 25. Okay. Now you are asexual, but sometimes guys want to have gay sex with you when you just want to be friends. Is that right?
Yeah.
And women, what's the deal with women again? You don't like them sexually?
I don't like anyone sexually.
And so that's interesting, right? Because he's got this buff body. You'd think that would be for some type of sex, but he doesn't like sex.
No, remember, I'm kind of like a prepper, I guess.
Preparing for the end times.
Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate. Hey, you guys see this guy's abs?
Well, that's supposedly is really him. He's incredibly fit.
Yeah, it's at my grandma's place.
And you're incredibly fit because you think the underworld is coming and that.
Hold up. Did your grandma take the picture?
Are you going to bodybuild your way out of it?
Yeah.
Did your grandma take the picture?
Yeah.
Aww.
I was trying to get a tan, and she just snapped the picture.
Do you take any type of supplementals?
No.
Good for you.
Then did you yell out, "This is Sparta"?
I don't think I don't think the end of the world is coming. I just think there's going to be a little bit of like a gradual decline into something new, and where.
Now, what do you folks think of a 25-year-old young man who has no sexual interest whatsoever?
And they're supportive.
Pro? You guys are pro that?
Who cares? Is what I think. Who cares?
I'll probably save him a lot of money.
It's
Do you
kind
think
of
that's an abnormality, or is that like just a different type of sexuality?
But it's not an abnormality because it's his own fucking choice.
It's a different kind of
freedom of
sexuality
speech?
for you.
Thank you.
Well, do you think there are sexual abnormalities, Husky?
Well, the only sexual abnormality is your fascination with him.
Well, so do you think pedophilia? So do you think that of pedophilia, Husky? Do you think that of pedophilia?
I don't like.
Wait, what? How's pedophilia got anything to do with it?
It's a sexual abnormality, you retard. Now you're making again the case that Australia is full of morons. Go have sex with a kangaroo. You shouldn't be talking with anyone ever.
Oh, do you need something to wipe the tears off?
Saint says, Ben Thorpe, it wasn't Photoshop. Trust me. What she did was all real and no AI involved.
I'm going to verify. Can I verify just visually?
Ask Sarah to play the horse video because she is in it. She will play it for you since she loves you so much.
No, I believed you, Sarah. It's just that people said, oh, Sarah admitted it was Photoshopped. And I was like,
when the fuck did I admit it was Photoshopped?
I don't know. They just, you know. It's
EVG said you did.
Who?
I'm just saying they said that you said it. And I was like,
Paige?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot her name.
She wants it to be Photoshop because, you know.
no, I can see you're very fit.
Are y'all talking about the pic we did?
This message is sponsored in part by.
Check, Ben.
Is that you? That's not you.
No, not me. They always.
I don't
like
find
to
those
say
type
that.
of images very, like those little videos, very sexually interesting.
Just because you're gay.
Well, I like other types of videos. Can I share some? But they're not porn.
No.
AI?
Not.
No, I mean they're just like pictures of
Of dudes? No, we don't want to see pictures.
I'm
of
okay
dudes.
with not. I'm okay with not seeing them.
No problem.
His favorite YouTube shorts.
Yeah, like I
you?
get shorts. You know what I mean? Sometimes.
Are they cutoffs?
I'm not. I guess I'm not into the like the big TNA thing as much.
Or women?
It's not like they're dudes. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, so you're not into women. You promote bestiality, and you're calling me sexually abnormal.
How did I promote bestiality?
Oh, you told me to go fuck a kangaroo. So.
Well, no, I think because
that
you're mentally equal.
That did happen. That is factually correct. What's your response?
I think that you would be good partners mentally. You and a
Two
kangaroo.
partners mentally, I think he'd be emotionally good with fucking a tree. So
You would be emotionally good with fucking a tree?
no, I said you.
I
You
would
and
be emotionally good with fucking a tree. Is that supposed to be some sort of comeback?
It's not a comeback at all. I just made a statement that doesn't make sense, like you did.
Oh,
Are you okay?
Well, I'm calling you stupid.
That's okay. You can call me stupid. That's an opinion. That's what.
What
a
is
debate
having sex
about.
with a tree? What's that calling me?
Who
It doesn't make any
Tree,
sense.
a tree humper?
fucker.
Arborist.
A tree fucker.
Arborality? Yeah, I don't know.
Environmentalist. A lefty.
Maybe it'd be like a phytosexual, like phyto, as in plants.
Is that a kink?
You might need to just ask Balderson if the tree consents. He'll know.
If it's Ben, nobody consents.
You might think you're
Well,
ground.
then, sorry, Ben, you're fucking
Dick
shit out of
to
luck.
the ground first.
Husky, your mother always consents, but I don't ask.
Husky, what are you drinking, mate?
Fucking.
Wait a minute. What did you say?
Oh
What
no,
did
he
you
said
say,
some-
Ben?
He said something
Ben?
about my mother. I don't know.
Are you rolling
No,
up?
no, no.
Sven?
What did you say, Ben?
I said that Husky's mother always consents, but I don't ask.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
Is that ableist? Is that ableist, Sven?
I
Sven,
mean,
I had
yeah,
a question.
she's,
I had a
she's quite
question.
disabled, I guess. Just
Sven, I
disabled,
had a
guess.
question. I was talking with Grace. We just happened to be thinking about you. And is it true that you severed your spine picking someone up? Like,
Really?
it would seem like you would pull your back, not
Already
like
have
sever
this
your spine.
conversation. Are you
Like I've
just-
seen people get paralyzed. Usually,
No,
it's
we
like
were just
violent. You know,
Spin came up as we were.
or-
No, just we had the question of actually how do you physically lift?
But you
a
already had
500
that
pound
conversation
person?
like
yeah.
3 weeks ago.
Well, he never explained it in detail though. Like, do you
But you
hoist
had
him
No, I
up?
was just curious. I was just
and
curious.
you're just shitting on him. It's
Clay,
It's
Clay.
What's
Spin
up,
has
Grace?
booted us at least 5 times from the panel. We
That's
deserve
fair.
to
That is
ask
true.
him
That is true. No,
the question
fair enough.
about how does one human being? Because imagine a morbidly obese person. You can't exactly just like
I can
grab a
understand pulling
chunk
Okay,
of
well,
them.
if you
Swing
want
him over
advice
your
on how to
back.
pick up a 500-pound person, Ben said that my mother consented, so he'll know.
Oh, is she 500?
That's pretty good. Then.
She told me she was of 15 stones. Is that too heavy?
Fuck, I don't know. You're the one that would know. You probably saw her fucking a lot less time ago than I did.
We do everything in the dark.
In the dark.
Fuck, with you, that doesn't surprise me.
I thought Aussies were good at banter. I mean, you're like the worst.
Yeah, I guess you're subject to your own opinion. Freedom of speech is.
Well, that's not banter. You're free to speak. Okay. I like everyone lacks social. I thought Lalo lacked social skills, but I mean, isn't that what you guys do in Australia? You like talk shit, like men talk shit with each other.
Yeah, but
You work in
probably
it like
wouldn't
a
get-
blue collar industry. The best response is like you're free to have your own opinion.
Oh no,
Someone
no, no!
insults
Just,
you.
you'd just unfortunately my normal banter would probably get this stream fucking shut down. So
Yeah.
What is your normal banter?
There you go. This is the original untouched. So the other one, if you notice, it's softer. And it actually like took away from the 6-pack.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
technically that person was right, but not in.
No, it's just soft. It's just softened.
Yeah.
When they soften your skin up, it takes away a lot of the shadows and stuff, but it's not AI at all.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, fuck them. Oh, Layla, you can come up now.
Oh, hey, big head. All right. All right, perfect.
See, like, do you guys think that saying "Hey, big head" is like a good idea?
I love
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know
how that
anything.
hat is like 30 times the size of your head.
I only have it because my even smaller friend got it, and he's like, it doesn't even fit my head.
Really?
So,
Damn.
yeah.
No, I love it. I love that though.
I got it in Fort Worth at the Sock Yards. But
Nice.
anyways.
I have a friend who used to film there all the time.
Where?
It's awesome.
Where?
Where?
What?
Oh, I was just asking where this. I was just asking where the stockyards.
Which
Lalo, so he asked you a question. So the thing to do now, socially, is like follow up. On
No,
that.
I got
respond to
I
that
got texted.
question.
I got
What's going
texted
on?
something. Hold on.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
I was at the stockyards, and what was the question?
I was just asking which.
You're saying where at the stockyards?
It was So there's PRs, and then it was like 2 blocks beneath that, or further down, and it was like. Shut the fuck
it's like
up.
Blocks are a horizontal.
No, there was like an open mall thing. It was an open mall thing, and there was a bunch of Indians there, and they were like, "Oh, let's all get hats," and I'm like, "Fuck you guys, I'm not gonna do that."
Wait
So
a second.
then
You
5 of
met
my
some
friends went there.
Indians who said, "Let's get hats."
No.
Okay, so
I
the
had
Indians
5
were not
friends,
the
they were
guys
all
who
white.
said, "Let's." So slow it down a little, Lalo. I'm just saying, give me yourself. Frame it. We got time. Like if you just say that there were these Indians, and then we're all like, "Let's get some hats," it doesn't make much sense. Okay, were they dot or feather Indians? Let's just slow it down.
All right. So I was
Make
with.
sure you explain it slowly for Ben.
This is at CPAC actually. After the event closed, and so we went to the stockyards at the bars, and then we were going through a lot of bars, and then we went 2 blocks down, and there was a open kind of air, kind of like outlets type thing, and there's a lot of antique stores and all that, and then I was with 5 of my friends there. All right, so then we walk in there, and they're like, "Oh my god, we should all get hats," and I'm like, "Fuck this, I hate the hats," because they don't fit me as well as the Joe hat that Grace had.
Okay, but they're
last
not
time
going to
I saw
understand
her.
the referent. Okay, but like so.
Shut the fuck up.
In other words, you need to explain it to Ben.
Don't
the
add
point
that.
being is that
Just
the
skip that.
hats didn't fit me as well as I would like, and so I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to spend $60 on a hat. And then
What
my
does that
friend
mean?
did-
They don't fit you.
They're shaped.
Like they have different sizes,
they're,
right?
they're not normal. Yeah, they're different sized hats, cowboy hats.
So your problem was you couldn't find one that fit you, or you just don't like the way they look.
He probably didn't
Well,
get
but-
measures.
no, it was both. It was like the attention span thing. I'm like, okay, oh my god, what the fuck?
What is the
We're gonna look
topic
at
right
hats.
now? Like the day in the life of a twink or something?
Yeah, it's all about me. It's always been about me. Their whole content has been
Okay,
about
Lalo.
me.
Like I would say, doubling down here, like trying to flex, doesn't make any sense. Just like
stuff.
All right, Garuda says, Sarah,
B+.
the issue is I never asked you outside of country, R&B or pop love poem. I'll say neither. Go for a haiku instead. Sarcastic Saint says, okay, Ben Thorpe, we know you are gay because you were flirting with Dean and you want to see Husky fuck a kangaroo. That's fair. That's
Who's
absolutely
Dean?
fair.
Mitch.
The guy that was just here.
Oh, I was sorry.
That is some sick crap. Enjoy 10 in the back and pull up your pants. Ben, say bye-bye. All right, I'll set a timer.
Ben!
I mean, you don't
and
need
then-
to fucking set a timer. You could just stay back there. Like, I wouldn't argue.
Good one, bro.
That's the rule. And then Force says, Aussie, don't banter. We seldom argue without laughing at the world. But if it's a constructive criticism, perspective, point of view, you desire to grow. Us Aussies do it better than all.
Fuck yeah.
I think an Aussie to an Aussie, that deserves a shoey.
Yeah, righto.
I know you're thirsty.
No, actually, Ben just drove me to alcoholism. That's actually probably the real thing.
Great Northern.
And yeah, FYI, Ben, if I wanted to come back, I'd scrape it from your mum's cunt.
Ooh.
Scrape.
I don't know. That took me back to like pap smear days. You know what I mean?
That was rough. That was rough.
That
Well
was
done.
rough. Yeah.
Hey, he brought mums in at first. Just saying.
Ugh. Y'all cringe. You guys just cringe me the fuck out sometimes. All right. Do we want to actually get back to the politics topic, or do we want to keep doing just random
Yeah,
trash?
I think so, because this has kind of gone to shit.
Well, I
It's
did.
really gone to
I
shit.
even did say earlier on, like when we first kicked off on the gauntlet, I'm like, it always gets more degenerate, as the time goes by. So, like, keep your expectations low for it getting any better.
To be fair, I don't know that. I think I might actually be at fault here for the mother's joke because somebody said something in the super chat about the fit, and I was like, oh yeah, I got this fit from your mama's bedroom after I got done smashed her. So I think that might be my fault. I'll take the mother's blame. Yeah,
That's
but yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, listen, it's called accountability. Something that the duplicitous Dems don't have, and it's outrageous that they're going to sit here and try to sit there and hit us with this hypocrisy that Trump. I can't believe it.
My goodness, it's absolutely unacceptable.
That made sense.
It's called a segue.
You're right on one. Yeah. So anyway, so the point being though, okay, you want to
think
talk
I can
about
ride on a
politics? I'll do
Segway?
it. I'll do it. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd.
Lalo, where are you on politics?
I'm a Republican. I actually have a cutout of Trump like right over here. Actually,
Do you fuck
like,
it?
I
Do you
am very
fuck it? Is
diehard.
there a hole in it?
No, just in you. No, I do love Trump though, for sure.
Can you elaborate?
I agree with pretty much everything he does, like 90% of it, for sure. The Iran war, everything. Oh, wow, you're a badass. Okay, amazing. So anyway, yeah, no, I approve of the Iran war. I spend like an hour a day just looking up everything about that, FPV, drones, the Straits of Hormuz, all that sort of thing. Yeah.
I also.
Lalo, I don't know why you're coming at me. I was interested in your hat story. I was over here like excited. I like Fort Worth. It's very
That is
fun.
true.
Yeah,
That is
you know,
true.
you're coming to be all cattywampus.
I fucking
Oh.
hate Fort Worth.
Oh, well, okay, that's fair. It's not the most fun place. It is
Everything
pretty
is
fucking
so
fun.
far apart. It's insane.
Oh, well, that's Texas. Are you not from Texas?
No, I'm from Arizona.
Okay, yeah, it is far apart. Yeah, but I don't have anything.
Everything. My friend's
You're
like,
right.
oh, pull up to the Airbnb. It's like 42 minutes away. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's
so
nothing.
anyway.
Someone said something the other day, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's just a 3-hour drive. That's like going to my hometown. They're like, what? And I'm like, well, you know, you're right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but once I get from that BWI airport, the whole skydiving thing won't be too far, huh?
Looking into flights.
Well, I
Yeah,
will-
he's real about this. He's real about this.
I don't know Lalo well, but what I know of Lalo, I know he's down to travel and go do crazy shit. So like, I think you like barked up the wrong tree.
For
on
a
this one.
white
He's
princess
ready.
like you, Sarah.
Oh my
He's probably gonna sit down at the bottom and wait for you to land. Like, yeah.
I totally would.
You know the irony?
Your teeth are perfect, by the way, Sarah.
I
I
went
consider
skydiving.
said a word for the first time in forever.
I went skydiving 2 years ago.
Awesome.
2 years ago.
Did they strap the chair or?
I was gonna say, beat me to it, Husky. I'm envisioning it.
I
Sorry,
said it to
Whit.
be funny, not to be disrespectful. just so you know,
Sorry,
sis.
Spin. Yeah, I just got this vision of like the wheelchair with the parachute hooked to it, like.
Oh no, that doesn't happen. No, that doesn't happen. But the irony is, I didn't scream.
You didn't?
Isn't it
Spin, so
how
you went
fun?
skydiving?
Yeah,
How?
the same way Sarah did.
Tandem.
I see. If I go skydiving, I'm just gonna run out before they give me the parachute. I'm like,
And
no.
what? So the difference was what Spin would do at the end of it versus I. Like me, when we hit the ground, we're like, I would be running with them.
No,
what they
that
would do
didn't
is
happen.
spin. What they would do is spin is his feet go up, and instead he like kind of floats in on his feet and sits on his ass.
Fortunately, the certified instructor, I had to basically sit on his lap.
Oh, do they like?
So
Real
you're
question,
right
do they like
in
strap
part.
your legs up
Sarah,
so that
you're
they can
right
do it?
in part. I was actually strapped to his legs,
Yeah.
and he had to go into a sitting position to land. But it was actually funny and fun all at the same time. What Lalo's problem is going to be is looking out that door and looking down.
Why is that?
You never look down.
He's going to make that mistake. And then he's
I
going
will
to
look down.
hold up like a little bitch, and he's not going to do it.
Fold up in my wheelchair and do what exactly? I will
Be
jump the fuck
careful.
off. I'll
Be
get
care-
shoved
be-
off.
be
I'm
careful.
landing on Normandy. I will do it.
Steve, I'd like to have this little bit of a conversation. Just because I have 4 wheels under me does not mean that I can't do exactly what you can.
I've never demeaned you at all. This
What
entire
you just
time.
did.
Did I?
Yeah.
I made a joke. You can make a joke about me.
Well, you
to
can
any
make a
extent,
joke.
and
That's
there's
fine.
no problem.
But
There's
be
no problem.
tasteful when you do it.
That sounds kind of gay. Be tasteful. Look, I'm trying to jump off a plane. If you say, "Oh, I went into this folding position and I trying to make a joke about it, and you're like salty about that. That's kind of bitch.
Oh, I'm not salty at all. Sarah would
You
know
sound
if
like
I
it.
was getting angry.
I'm emotionalist.
I
I
hope
guess
by
shit said like
now
I don't
she
take it
knows.
personal. Now you do, and maybe you're a different person. But
And it's funny because I still hold a private pilot's license.
well, how does that work? Flying a plane?
Fly the plane.
Oh, it works
and
when his
then
legs did. Okay, like
jump
the
out
legs
Do you
of
like
it.
breathe in the tube and stuff? I don't know. How do you do it?
They have handicap accessible airplanes where
Okay, but how does that work?
Fly. They have handbrakes. I can control the rudder from the aileron. I can do pretty much anything that you would think of.
Okay, I have a question.
Besides stand up.
Okay.
And I
well,
actually
obviously.
can stand up.
No, you couldn't. All right. So the point being, though, is that if you had to
Would
fly
you
in Normandy,
Would you like me to demonstrate?
to stand up,
I'd like to hear the question.
yeah, if you want to stand up on panel, you can go ahead and try. I don't know.
Ben?
However,
What's the proof that you can
I'll tell you
control
what.
any sort of
I'll tell you
aircraft?
what. You put $100
Why would I do that?
in a super chat to say.
Why would I do that?
I
see
will
if
show
you
you
stand
that
up,
I
so
can
it's
stand
To
up.
prove that you can fucking do something?
Wait. This is a grift. Somebody puts $100 in Sarah's chat. I will
In
prove to you
Sarah's,
that I can
put
stand up.
$100 in Sarah's G
What
string.
the fuck? Okay, then you're not disabled. Then what
Then
the
you're
fuck?
not
What are we
paralyzed.
talking
So
about?
you've been lying.
No, just because he can stand up does not mean he can walk. To be fair,
I
Well, then who gives a fuck?
I can
But it means
stand
he's not
up.
Standing up.
paralyzed.
well, just because
All
he's not
right,
completely
let's get
paralyzed
to
doesn't mean
the
he's down
super chat. Sarcastic Saint says, Husk, that was pretty weak. How about you do 5 minutes of insulting Ben or enjoy 10 in the back? Come on, Husk. We know you can do it. We believe in you. What do you say, Husk? Do you want your 5
All
minutes
right.
alone with Ben?
All right, get the guy in here. I just hope he doesn't try and molest me or some shit.
How am I going to molest you on the internet?
Well, I don't fucking know. You're the one that said I'd fuck a kangaroo. I don't know how you expect me to
I
do
suggested that you fuck a kangaroo.
You suggested I should. How do you suggest I do that?
Well, I would assume
Can you go
someone
step
like
by
you
step? Because you said
would
I was
know how to do
stupid. I need to be
kangaroos.
educated.
I'm not from
I
Australia.
need to be educated. I need to be educated.
I don't know how to make love to a kangaroo, but I assume it's an Australian.
Well, you know how
do.
to make love to my mum. That's probably harder. She's like 600 pounds and dead.
That's more difficult than making love to a kangaroo?
I would say so because kangaroos are fucking alive and they don't run too far. They usually come at you.
Your mother is 600 pounds and dead?
Well, I don't know if it was 600 pounds. Fuck it, probably now. It's probably integrated in dirt and shit. I don't know.
How'd she die?
Cancer.
What kind?
That's irrelevant. I'm not getting into that.
Okay. Well, you're the one who brought her up.
Yeah.
Well,
of
no,
course.
I'm the one who brought her up. Yeah,
So
she's
then-
not 600 pounds anymore. She's
Not anymore. Not
decayed
anymore.
significantly.
Weight reduction. Yeah.
But she's it's absolutely fantastic sexual partner. I
Yeah, I
promised
bet.
her
I bet. They
that
don't
even
fuck up
after
like
the
that.
cancer, no matter how things turned out, I would continue
Yeah.
fucking her up the ass. Because
100%.
you know, really, what she told me what the cancer was really about.
Yeah.
Her disappointment in you.
It disappointed me. That's
Yeah.
absolutely fucking valid.
It really
That's absolutely valid.
wasn't. It really wasn't like a disease. It was just like it was cancer of the heart. You know what I mean?
Cancer of the
Like,
heart.
just so disappointed by you. How ugly, stupid, fat, and idiotic you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty valid. Pretty valid.
I don't know
How
how,
about-
I feel about the mama jokes.
I
Husky,
thought Aussies were hardcore.
yeah, hardcore understood, but even I wouldn't want somebody talking about my mama like that, even if she was.
Well, Sarah,
with
if you
us
do a
still
mama
as
joke, he
children,
did a
not-
mama joke. Why were you defending my mother?
Yeah, I feel like we're like going beyond on this one, so I'm just stating my thoughts here. Okay.
Your mother's a wonderful woman. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Your lungs are dying.
Lungs
I
are
honestly don't know
organs.
where I was going with that. I just said it, to be honest.
Do you have low self-esteem?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Only because I'm with you. You're just a fine specimen of a man.
Do you know how to like articulate consonants fully, or do you have
No,
a
I'm
speech
100%
impediment?
incontinent. I fucking shit in my face all the time.
Do you know what do you know what I asked you?
Absolutely not. You said all Australians are stupid. I need to live up to the name.
Okay. I think you've succeeded.
Succeeded?
It's impossible to banter with someone who can't comprehend English.
That's probably right. That's probably right.
Did you have a lot of friends growing up?
Heaps.
And you never learned like basic social skills?
Basic social skills. Why would I learn those? People are gay.
People are gay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're antisocial?
Oh, only to people like you.
But you said people are gay. You didn't say people like me are gay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I should have said like random lizard people with big noses and silver hair.
I have a big nose?
Yeah, I have a big nose too. That's fine.
Well, so how's it an insult to say that I
It's
have
not
a
an
big nose
insult,
when
it's a
yours is
statement.
like...
It's a statement. It's a statement.
Oh, you're just being descriptive?
I'll be very descriptive. I said big nose, not big nose, neck beard.
Do you even
fucking-
know how banter basically works?
Oh, it depends. I actually find it a lot easier winding you up by doing, I guess, this anti-banter than anything else.
Anti-banter?
Well, it's more anti-Ben than anything else.
I don't even know. Like, you just seem sad,
Are
personally.
you having a stroke?
That doesn't make any sense.
Do you know what a stroke is?
I know what a stroke is. What does that have to do with what we're doing?
I don't know. What are we doing?
I thought
What
the
is the
idea
meaning
was
of
we
life,
were going to
Ben?
banter. I don't
What is
know.
the meaning of life, Ben?
So you don't know what banter is,
No, I don't know. I don't know.
but you're doing anti-banter, so that would mean
I'm
that
just-
you at least know
I'll
what
be
it
honest,
is, but
I'm
you're
just bored
choosing
and
not to
I
do it.
I actually am just bored.
Do you do anything for any particular reason, or are you just like sort of lost?
Yeah, 100% lost.
Oh, okay. Well, there's nothing to banter about then.
Yeah, probably.
If I poke fun of you, you'll may just wrap things up here on planet Earth. I don't want that.
No, absolutely fucking not. I love my life.
You just said you have no purpose or meaning in your life.
No, I disagreed with you.
Oh. You said your life was meaningless, didn't you?
No, I love my life. It's yeah, I live a good life. It's good.
Is it meaningful?
Yeah, I'd say it's meaningful.
Okay, well, banter is what men do with other men to celebrate life and also sort of poke fun of each other. Are you not aware of that?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know you well enough to properly banter with you, to be honest with you.
What level of intimacy is required to banter with another
Well, it's
man?
not really a level of intimacy. It's more of a level of like at least know you more than fucking 15 seconds.
Why would you need that?
Well, because fucking what's the point of bantering if you don't know anything to banter about the person?
Well, you pick on their obvious physical characteristics, make mama jokes, pick up on their accent.
We've already been told that mama jokes aren't allowed anymore.
Okay.
So that you see my point?
What point?
My point is, how can you banter with someone that you don't actually know parts about them to banter with? Like, you don't have key points to fucking point fun at them.
That's not true.
That's not true? Can you give me an example?
I already have, like several times.
No, I didn't ask. I didn't ask you to. If you have made an example, I asked you to make an example.
Well, my answer is no. You can suck my dick.
Okay, that's pretty gay. That's pretty gay.
That was
Okay.
We are all much better for having listened to that.
That's just like depressing.
Yeah, we're all smarter.
that was just yeah.
Yeah. Bro just took a big L and then fuck. What the fuck is going on right now?
I mean,
That was that was L and then like
I've started drinking. That's what's going on now. 'Cause,
yeah, but that doesn't make sense. You don't let fucking Ben take fucking W's. He's taking
It's like you're gonna
W's
get up
left, right,
going
and
like,
center. He's taking
hey, kid,
easy
let's wrestle a
W's.
little, and he's like, I want to die.
That was
Yeah, like Ben's taking W's left, right, and center. He's just
that was
like, what?
not,
Come on.
Kid, I feel
Hold on,
bad
hold
for
on.
you.
You're telling me
Like that was
Ben
easy.
wanted to
That was
fuck,
easy.
And then Husky saying no, I don't want to fuck for like I don't know 20 minutes.
What?
Is Ben getting a W?
What? No, like that was way earlier. You dummy.
We were all significantly.
That was
more
way
depressed.
earlier.
We all lost. That
That was way earlier.
Ben is probably getting a W for Woody.
Wait,
and
how?
then Husky going,
How?
Wait, what's Ben? Ben got a W from Woody.
Did I address those things? Come on, like no. Give me a break.
All
man.
right. Speaking of gay, we have 6 out of 10 on the donos, and we've got about 12 more minutes left. So I'll leave it up to the chat to figure out what they want to do. But in the meantime, you guys should be convincing them to who the fuck is typing angrily on their chat.
Well, that's me. I my destiny.
Clay. Mr. Pony. Oh, you.
I don't know if you guys know it. This is Lalo's pony. This is Lalo's pony. Check him out. This is great, huh? And we would not have known this if it wasn't for you, chat. We would not have been able to have this knowledge if it wasn't for you. Keep bringing us this knowledge by sending us donos. This is Lalo's pony.
Don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Ben, you're not done yet, are you?
Actually,
I'm actually a little depressed from that last experience.
Yeah, well, actually, the funny thing, I was agreeing
Really,
with
it's like
Ben, and then like the other guy's not fucking understanding, and then fucking Brick comes in, Clay comes in, he's like, comes in with something completely out of left field, with doesn't even make any sense. It's like, what the fuck's going on here?
I feel like it's
I don't
like,
even
sometimes you're like, what are you, retarded? And they're like, actually, I am. You know, it's like,
well, I'm actually fucking retarded. That's what the problem. Like Ben's
sorry,
actually
kid.
making sense, and Ben's retarded, but he's actually making sense, but not making sense because the other guy can't fucking make an actual argument, and then Clay's just trying to bark in every once in a while. Clay's just trying to bark in every once in a while and make himself fucking.
Voltaire, question for you: have your balls dropped yet, sir?
Have my balls dropped?
Yes. Have your balls dropped? You
Okay.
have an awfully squeaky little voice there, sir.
You know, I don't know. That's a problem. I hate my own voice.
Well, nobody has to hear it again because Saint says, okay, Voltaire, it's your turn. You get 5 minutes to insult Ben or Grace or both. Now, if you fail, you will forever be known as Ben's bitch.
I want to
Don't
see if I can
fail,
roast off.
Voltaire, and you get 10 minutes in the back. Enjoy. All right, Voltaire, the choice is yours. Ben, Grace, or both.
Fuck. Grace. Grace is easier.
All right, fucking pussy. All right.
What do you mean that I'm a pussy? Grace is easier to insult. Should I start?
Arguing with a wall. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Like Grace.
Do you need permission? Do you need permission from mommy? Yeah, go ahead.
Great.
Go ahead, good boy.
Grace, you cried in front of you cried live in front of everybody about your fucking problems at a bar or some sort of fucking place with goddamn fucking lady men. I mean, that alone is sad
I
as
talk to people
fuck.
about my problems. I'm not stuck alone crying into my pillow like you.
Yes, yes.
Problem?
That's what I do. Because
Thank you for
well,
admitting it. We already knew
you're
that.
the one.
but yeah.
The funny thing is, you're the one that has you have the evidence that you're a fucking loser in front of the whole fucking world, and you're trying to say that I cry in front of my pillow when I have a wife and everything else, which I have a great fucking
You have
life.
a wife and
So
you're on this channel at 3:39 a.m.
how are you going to
Sure,
how are
she's
you going
cheating
to
on
how
you.
are you going to how are you going to
She's
prove
cheating on you, sir.
that
What are you
I'm
doing
less
on a panel at
how
4
are you
a.m.
going
You
how
have a
are you going
wife?
to prove how are you going to prove anything that you say when you're the one that has exposed yourself as the dumbest retard on the fucking planet for crying in like at a bar by yourself when there's what was it, a holiday, Christmas or some shit? Like, come on.
I don't even know what
You
to
literally
say.
you literally
Crying at
cried
a
about your
bar on
family. You're like
Christmas.
you're like,
Crying at
oh,
a
my
bar on
family's
Christmas.
fucking my
Hey,
family's so
did you pay
bad
the
and all this
electricity bill?
stuff.
Did you
Oh
pay the
my
electricity
gosh.
bill? Turn a
Yes.
light on so I can see
Yes,
your
I
face.
did. Yes.
What are you hiding from? You're hiding from a woman?
You
Crying
give
at a
me- give
bar
me-
on Christmas Eve is pretty normal. A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Do you go outside? Do you go to bars? Do you talk to people?
Crying.
How are the holidays? Ooh.
Is it really normal? Is it really normal?
Pretty
Is
normal
it
to cry
that
on holidays.
normal?
Yep.
When you have no family?
You have a wife with that hair? Interesting.
I do. Yes.
What's her name?
Yes.
Frank?
It's literally you could like, come on.
Stop stuttering. You're supposed to be insulting me.
I didn't stutter. I literally was like, come on, like you're gonna question my hair like, what does it matter? What, are you gonna ad hom the whole time? I'm just saying it's so much easier. It's literally so much easier to make fun of you
This
than your
isn't a
dad because
debate.
because
Ad
it, because
hom?
you're your dad's daughter and that's the funny part because
point. I am my father's
you're
daughter.
so much. Yes, because you're so much
Sherlock over
lesser.
here.
You could put you have
They
so
should get
much.
you on the detective squad.
Y-
Hey,
y-
listen. You got a wife. You got a wife.
Your dad could
You got a
your
wife.
dad could
She's
actually
nowhere to be
argue
seen.
things
Your wife
properly.
is nowhere to be seen. But here's
you
the
need to
thing.
be around him the entire time. That's
Here's
the
the
funny
thing.
thing. Your dad can make
got a
arguments, you
wife.
can't. But you need to fucking tail around him the entire time so you can have some sort of fucking understanding with your life. You could be like,
You've
yeah,
got a wife.
you know, like
You've got a wife who you're not with at 4 a.m.
okay,
But
you're
do
gonna
you have
talk
any
about my
kids?
wife?
You got any kids?
No.
No kids with your wife? How long you been married?
Do you have any kids?
I'm not married. No.
Does that matter?
How long have you been married? Is this a sore spot?
No, does that matter?
Are you infertile?
Is that matter? No, obviously not. Is that matter though?
Well, generally married people have kids. Some kind of problem? She doesn't want to have your kids? What's up?
You're the
I
one
wouldn't
that
either, but then again, I'm
usually-
not married to you, so.
So am I? Do I have to have kids? Am I ought to have kids to make myself feel better about myself or some other thing?
Well, listen, if you don't want to reproduce yourself, I understand. I don't want you to reproduce either, but
Okay, so
generally
that's
married people
an
have
ad
kids,
hom,
yes.
and you're not actually making a good argument. So what else do you got?
Ad hom is not correct for this situation. We're not
Yes, it is
having a
because
debate.
yes, it is. Oh, really? You can't have an ad hom in a non-debate, you fucking retard. Come
No,
on.
an ad hom is a logical fallacy.
No, it's not.
Only
An ad hom is
appropriate within a
an ad
debate.
hom is a personal
if you
attack.
are
You stupid
being paid
fuck.
to insult me, that's literally all ad
Come
hom.
on, come
That's
on.
not a
Now you're
debate.
fucking. Now oh my gosh. Okay, I'm glad I chose Grace. Woo.
You could barely get that one out. Good try though. Listen,
Yeah, I'm glad I chose
why
Grace.
no kids? I'm asking that sincerely. What's the problem? Kids are great.
Do you have kids then?
I don't, but I raised like
Kids
three
are
of my
great.
six
Kids are,
siblings.
yes,
from birth.
you raised some other. Yes, you raised your own fucking siblings, right?
Yeah. To a
Yeah,
large
that's
extent.
not. That's
They're
a lie.
great.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Both my parents had a restaurant, and my mom had 2 or 3 of them while she was working.
So you didn't
basically
raise
I
them. You're
was
not your
caretaker.
mother, and you're actually a sister.
I know, but I held them like all day and babysitted them when they were babies.
That's great.
So
That's great.
I had a large part in it.
So yeah. So,
So
did
why
I
no
with
kids?
my
They're
sisters.
great. I'm asking sincerely.
Well,
Do you not like
don't have
kids?
kids? You don't have kids? You're asking why my wife isn't pregnant with my own kids?
I'm just asking why you guys haven't had kids. Kids are great. Do you not like kids? Are you poor?
Yeah.
Like what's
So
what's
the funny
problem?
thing is, like, when you're coming from a point of view of attack, how am I supposed to answer?
I'm
Heather.
asking you sincerely. I'm not insulting.
No, you're
you.
not. No, you're not.
I am asking you sincerely. If you've been married to a woman for a long time, why not have some kids? You'd probably enjoy it.
Well, it's not like we're
Make life better.
Obviously,
I don't
we're gonna have
know.
kids.
I don't know you.
Obviously, we're
Maybe
gonna
you
have
have a
kids.
reason.
Obviously, we're gonna have kids. This is why we're fucking interrogating you, critiquing you. You don't even have
Obviously,
a boyfriend. You don't have a fucking.
Well, how long have you been married for?
A year, almost 2 years.
Oh, okay. Well, still, it's a long time to get someone pregnant.
Oh, give me a break. See, you just had to think and question yourself.
Admiral, you look great.
Hey,
tonight.
first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to roast each other here because we're going to show them how it's done. Also, thank you, Musk. I appreciate it. I asked for it. We got it. I'm going to shotgun before we begin. And also, this beard is not a neck beard. If you can see, it's called getting that shit clean. Get a barber. All right, go ahead. You can start us off on shotgun.
I'm a little. I got to admit, I'm a little down from my last interaction, so I might need you to do more of the foreplay.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Listen, we're gonna start this off. Listen here. He talked about being homeless. Really.
Did you just drink a whole beer right then?
Yeah, it's called alcoholism. Now, listen, I actually was slow at the beginning for the shotguns. They speed up. This guy talked about being homeless. You know why he's homeless? Because he's currently living in a CSI crime scene right fucking now, boys. You see this behind him? It's because he killed. I don't know. He's divorced. He said he's divorced, but reality is probably he ate his wife. And
No, I'm not divorced. Divorcing.
Divorced.
Month 35.
God damn it! I thought we were bantering. Aren't you supposed to roast me?
Divorce.
Now it's your turn. Hit me with the roast.
What made you decide to shave the sides of your head and leave the top long?
Because I wanted to be a fat Dominic Mysterio. It's amazing. You should try it out sometime. It's called style. You take risks.
Now, you claim to be Mexican. Is that correct?
I am Mexican. My dad's illegal. He lives in Mexico, and I don't know him. You don't get more Mexican than that.
How many people out of 100 would check the box that you're Mexican looking at you?
I mean, listen, there's a lot of people that wouldn't check that box, but there's a lot of people that aren't successful. Just like you, my son, with that fucking roast. Come on, papa.
But you're saying someone came from Ireland and went to Mexico and no?
I'm like 98% Spanish. I guess I just got like.
But you're not really Spanish.
I'm 100% Spanish. Spain owns Mexico. This guy.
I know, but
about,
how do you have red hair in Spain?
Did you see Cortez? Cortez is red hair as fuck. Have you seen Canelo? Really? Canelo is red hair as fuck. But listen, Ireland's not the only one with red haired people. I'm not going back all the way back. I'm just better than you, and I know it. I don't want to say superiority, but I go all the way back to the Neanderthals.
It's not Celtic. It's not Celtic blood.
Nah, listen, I'm from the base conquistador lineage that killed the crazy, awesome Aztecs. The Celts are from people that got converted into Christianity, like Balderson. And now
where in Spain would I see a guy like you?
The Basque region.
North?
I don't fucking know. I just did a 23 in me. I don't know. I know geography. I don't know it that good. Come on, Papa.
Poppy, you're supposed to say.
Hey, no, that's if I'm like actually in Mexico. I'm in Texas. I embrace my Texas hair. Papa. Hey, Papa.
What do you mean? Texas was part of Spain, wasn't it?
Sure.
New Spain?
Yeah, it's New Spain. New Spain. Why are we doing a history lesson, motherfucker? What, you got a Roku behind you?
I'm depressed.
Need you to be stable. I can tell. This is the worst roast I've ever seen, man. Cook
I know.
me,
I felt bad. The last kid, I feel like he's going to end it,
Oh, he'll be fine. If he's not, leave me in your will. The point is that y'all are over here too worried about not roasting. You're sad. I'm so sad. Like the last two have been real bad, and you're really helping let me down. I need some fire. Give me a good roast right here.
You want me to attack you?
I do want you to attack me. Let's have a roast off. Like, we got some fun. It'll be some fun banter.
You're overweight. That's all I got.
Saint, I'm so sorry, Saint. I'm gonna somehow make this up to you. I don't know. This is fucking dead. Listen, I am overweight. I'm fat as fuck. Listen, you know why Ben's overweight? It's because he's been smoking too much. You thought those were cigarettes, but they're really ice cigarettes, boys. And they're not the ice that I'm talking about when they're arresting my people. They're the kind of ice that you find under a bridge with the hobos in Heisenberg. That's what we're talking about. That's why he's so scared. You thought it was the divorce that made him sad or husky, but it was really the meth.
No, the divorce is making me happy. It's the best part of my marriage, the end. No conversation,
Like a
no
boat.
sex. Love it.
That's tough.
No.
That's because you're having sex with somebody else.
Well, let's leave your mother out of this. How about that, huh? Come on.
My mom was a hoe. I bet she was good in the sack. You know, listen, I'm not gonna be sad.
So you never got to know your daddy?
I don't know my dad or my mom. I'm about as fucking illegal as they come. Except, you know what Spin's talking
Wait
about?
a second. You told me you come from an old ranching family. Oh, that's your adopted family.
I'm adopted. Yeah, now you're picking it up. Yeah, listen, the
You don't know your
cameras in the
mother or
outdoor-
your father?
Well, no, and I hired private eyes to find them, and they fucking didn't. That's how well they hid from me. They didn't want me. I'll roast myself. That's how badly they didn't want me. They hid this shit so good, even the private eyes couldn't find them. Well, we didn't find my dad. You know, yeah.
So you could meet your mother, have sex with her, not even know it's your mother.
Well, what would be really terrible is if she had a whole bunch of kids because she was a fucking crackho, and I was been fucking them the whole time because I like toxic women. Wouldn't that be some shit?
Do you know that a lot of times when people meet their adoptive parent of the opposite sex, they do fall in love and have sex?
You know, I believe that. Thank God, though, that I always go for more toxic women that could possibly come from my bloodline. You know what? And I make sure that they're more like Aztec.
Mom sounds pretty toxic.
Yeah, she's pretty toxic. Yeah.
Do you think
Well,
she?
we don't know.
Do you think she rejected you because you were ugly?
I probably, and I got to be honest, it might be because I'm ugly. It might be because you're secretly my daddy. That's what we call you, Papa, Papa. Hey, you know. She was like, we can't have Ben's lineage continuing.
Do you feel
But-
rejected by your parents?
Oh yeah, of course, it's all right. But you know what? I feed off the hate. Hold on, let me switch. I feed off the hate, and I let it flow through me like a Sith Lord, a noted bastard. And guess what? It's made me the man I am.
Could she have had an abortion? No. Mexico.
Man, if there was ever an example of why you should have an abortion, it's me existing today. But that's okay because public survives and thrives regardless. Papa. What's
But
your
at least if she could have had an abortion, she didn't. That's like better than just get like totally rejected.
How do you know that I just wasn't so giga chad that she tried and I popped out anyway?
Oh, you like she tried one of those saline abortions, but you like made it through.
She probably fucking had the cartel stab her 32 times, and I fucking came out anyway. Based, that's why we got the dents in my head. Why do you got dents in your head?
Yeah, you never. Do you banter with people? You're too nice of a guy.
No, bro, I actually come from like Halo, and then I started doing roast shows before I fucking switched over. So yeah, I like the roasting. That's actually how I met most of my people that are in my community.
Very well done. I feel like we saved some of the panel by doing that. I feel like that was a nice recovery. Fourth Wiseman says with the big 20. And by the way, chat, you got your goal. Congratulations. Kick Grace. This is a double down of a $10 kick. Grow up, girl. You're doing yourself or the world no favors spreading the hate. P.S. This is a male perspective. Grace, what say you, my darling?
I was literally I was supposed to roast, but like, okay, whatever.
Aw.
Don't play the violin music. Fuck you.
Can I help Grace?
Hey, Grace, as a proud Latino, I like the eyebrows. I don't know what they were talking about.
Thank you.
I like her
don't-
eyebrows.
Yeah,
They can say
shave off
maybe.
his
I like your
mom.
eyebrows.
They're big, I
Sarah.
guess, but yeah.
I don't think they're
Hi
that
guys.
big.
Am I 20? Do I have 20 now?
Yeah, unless somebody pays to
Brutal.
oppose it. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will pay opposite.
No, I'm responsible for those eyebrows because Grace started plucking them, and I said, no, it's the Brooke Shields thing. Plus, look, Daddy, blue, I got caterpillars.
I don't know. Maybe she should shave them off and draw it on like all the Latinas, you know?
All right, Grace,
Yeah.
As Lalo
plead,
does, you know?
plead to the chat for a little bit. Well, I'll set a timer, but they can buy you back up.
You're a fellow Latino. What do you think about drawing on eyebrows? Are you a fan or no?
Of course not. Old ladies.
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
don't they shave them off and just like
I
mascara
like
them on?
No, yeah, if they're like really bad. But no, I do know what Gibbs is talking about with the Latino thing. Now, Ben brought up a good point when it came to the Irish thing because actually the Iberians come from
Aw,
Celtic
Grace
Iberians.
looked
and
sad
they're Irish.
backstage. Ben,
Oh, is
you
that
see
right?
that? She
Yes.
looks like she's gonna cry back there.
Yeah, she gets sad.
bitch.
She has low self-esteem. Send Husky back there to cheer her up.
We're
He has
all on
low
a
self-esteem
panel.
too.
I almost want to
I feel like they
upgrade.
should bond together because
I almost want to upgrade so I can have the green room
Oh, is that a thing?
That way, yeah, it's really expensive though. I mean, if things didn't happen a few months ago, I probably would have already had it by now.
So you can
but
talk to people in the back room,
think
kind
so.
of?
Coming back to what Logan's talking about, though. That's good. Like,
You remember when Hormaxer for a little while? I thought this was like everyone has their own genius. He had this thing where people were in the back room furiously masturbating, and he was like rating their masturbation and penises like from his stream.
That's kind of based, honestly.
I remember Ashley
It was
and I
funny.
did
It's like
that. I'll never forget when Ashley and I, like, somebody came backstage and we were like, look, you gotta like cam up back there or whatever. And then they ended up showing their dick. And so we sat there, we rated it, and we're like, listen, send $10. We'll rate your dicks backstage.
yeah. That would be funny. Grace, you remember that guy Leigh Jeno who claims to have a huge weird penis or something? She was 19 and she's like, I just saw a man's penis. I was like, well, welcome to the internet.
Whatever happened to Ashley? I just remember she existed.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah, Ben failed to conscript her to the House of Wayward Hoes, you know.
Ashley was actually in this town at some point. She meet up with me to be a wayward hoe, but she was so wayward she didn't even text me the whole time she was here.
No, she came to see me.
What? Oh, she never came here?
No,
Wasn't she with that black guy?
He was our videographer.
Oh, you never made it to Rhode Island?
That's where we got the skydiving footage from.
Babe.
So no one ever came to Rhode
Come on.
Island?
Mm-mm.
I thought you rented a place down the road.
Oh, I think the videographer did, and he went and got his own footage up there. But she switched her, or I don't know I think she still flew into there, and then they both drove down or something like that.
Oh yeah. I felt bad about that, but I guess it was a time when the Wayward Hoe Project was
in its infancy.
Something was hard to convince
And you
people
wanted
of.
her to get on her knees while you did like Bible study and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a big audience for that.
Yeah.
He needs help with women. I need help with women, and you can.
The thing is, Sarah,
out.
The thing is, Sarah, I think a lot of women. Something I've noticed, but I know you have to be delicate about this, but like a lot of women, like you know how they say like, oh. I was exploited. People took pictures of me and sexually. Some women kind of, they like that. They like the attention. They
Not
don't
like
feel
that.
exploited. Maybe not you, but like a lot of women like to. I mean, what's with all the Instagram stuff?
The world
They
is
like
not the real
sexual attention.
they're in control of it
Well, women like to be objectified.
on their own. On their own.
You know, I showed Grace a short YouTube video that was sent to me for some reason. So this girl's in a pool, and then this man's hand pushes her under the water, and then they show her like struggling under the water. She eventually pops up. You know, it's just a YouTube thing. And I was like, "What do you think of that?" And she's like, "Hot."
Well,
is that not part of female sexuality? Is to be controlled?
Not nearly drowning. No.
But isn't it like for women? They like being put in boxes by men, and you know, like there is an element of fantasy there.
Ben, if you can't figure out why you got a divorce, let's start with you have no idea what women want.
No, you know why I got. You know what the problem was? She wanted more of that stuff, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not really into that.
Well, hold on. I do want to examine something what Ben said with the camera thing, right? So, like, all right, I do streaming, you do streaming, we all do streaming, right? You see these guys do these like IRL interviews and women say wild shit, like, and they're thinking nobody's see. I gotta be honest, I have a bunch of female friends, and I've had to like train them and like into like how to act with the stream. And like, don't look at chat. I'll do the chat. You respond, all shit, because they start acting completely different than any put on cam. Because like, oh my god, oh, I'm so pretty, you know, like. And
I think
like,
women like to be controlled by men. I think that's true.
Some do probably sure.
There's a degree though, right? Like, of course, I'd enjoy a hand around my neck, but I don't want him actually choking me.
No, I agree. Like the whole like grape fantasy is a fantasy, but it's also.
We don't actually want you to.
Do
hurt
women
us.
always like to be asked?
I don't think. No, I
for
don't think we
consent?
want you to actually hurt us, though.
No, I know,
Like-
but do women like it when a man sort of takes a chance
It's the
without
idea.
saying, "Is
Listen,
this okay?
it's
Is
the
this okay?"
idea. If there was a delicate little flower in my hand, right? Let's say I'm the delicate little flower, and he is the hand.
Mm-hmm.
He could crush that flower, It's sexy knowing you could crush that flower, but you take care of it and you're gentle with the flower.
Yeah, but you also jizz all over the flower, and
That's
the flower likes
fine.
it.
The jizz on the flower isn't going to hurt the flower.
Well, from my experience, a lot of people feel like that's offensive.
Especially if it's a red rose.
Then doesn't get the idea of pollination.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's some women like some things, some women like the others, but they'll never tell you because they're liars.
I know.
so-
I think there's a degree, like people tend to mix up that level of actually hurting us versus the idea that you could. It's sexy, the idea that you could hurt me, but you choose to be delicate with me.
Oh, I think
though-
some women like getting roughed up a little bit.
Again, hand
Genuinely
around the
roughed up.
neck, little squeeze, but like I don't want to be like right. Like
No, but
I
I'm
don't
saying,
wanna
but Sarah,
actually
you may be
choke me.
unusual, but I think there are more women who would like a controlling man than there are controlling men. I think some women like a guy who's like jealous because it makes them feel wanted. You know what I mean? Like where he's like, "Bitch, give me all your passwords. I want to know where
Give me
you
your
are at all
money,
times."
fool.
Like a lot of
No,
women respond to that.
That sounds more like attention, though.
Right, but I mean, I'm not saying these are healthy girls, but like there is
Yeah. I
at
don't
least
think
as many
that's the-
females as there are males. Because if you think about it, who tends to be controlling? Women. Where were you? I want to know everything you've done. You know what I mean? And like, it's got to work the other way.
I think you have
and still haven't
to.
figured it out yet.
I think you have to get her to a certain level of distrusting you before she starts going in control mode.
Well, I actually got to disagree. If you're just good in the sack, they're gonna immediately go to control mode. Like they're like, nobody's touching that dick but me, and then they fucking go crazy. Like that's how that works.
You know what's funny? Generationally, like if you look at the guy like Lalo, maybe Husky, I don't know. A lot of these Gen Z guys are bottoms. They want strong women. Like they
Bro,
want
what are
strong
you
women to
talking
dominate them,
about?
which is why they're so attracted to
How
older
is
women.
it that you go about your life judging what you should do with women by looking at other men? Can you not figure it out on your own?
What are you referring to?
I'm asking you why it is that you're looking at younger men going, ooh, should I do it like them? Bro, you're what, 50, 60, 90?
I'm not
He's
doing
54.
that.
I'm telling you now, my
I'm saying I
stay-at-home
would
partner
never
does
90 years
do
old,
it.
you
make all
haven't
the
figured it
decisions.
out yet, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Fuck
Clay,
them.
you're not making any sense.
Fuck the girl. Like, what do you? Fuck
Clay,
them
I'm trying to
doesn't
have a
make
conversation.
sense? What?
Clay, do
Fuck
you want me to
them.
have sex right now, or
Fuck
can I have a
her.
conversation?
Do you know how to fuck?
What?
Clay, why do you have long hair that's scraggly? You look bad.
He
Why
looks
not
like
cut it?
Jesus.
Why not cut
Sarah
it?
Bear, does he
It looks
really donate
bad.
that much?
Does
What
he
happened
what?
to Duck?
I don't know. Where was Duck tonight? I didn't see. He wasn't here.
Oh, he's another one. His thing
he's
is
on
like,
his
I want a
phone.
woman to stomp on my balls.
Yeah,
he does.
my friends like that.
So many
Yeah.
younger guys want to do that. I think it's
That-
really
that
funny.
one's true.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
But Ben, I'll say I'm not a bottom. My stay-at-home partner does not make all the decisions.
Partner.
Well, my girlfriend, yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah, it
baby.
may not be
Partner.
you. Yeah, you may not be
Yeah.
like that. I'm just saying it's
It
to
is
me,
common,
like-
however, I agree with you. It is common in
Clay,
people of my generation.
Did I
Very
shout
common.
out your?
Why do you think that is?
Hold on. Did I shout out your dono goal
I
play?
made
Your dono.
Well, let Sarah go.
I'm so sorry. I hit it and then I put my phone down. That's totally my fault. Clay with the big 20 shouting out, go. Thank you so much, Clay, with the tomatoes. And I'm not going to put any more goals down for the night because I think this might be our last round. I'm starting to get pooped out. The panel's starting to get timid. So just so you guys
really?
know. Oh, why?
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's fun stuff like that. Yeah.
Why? Why?
Timid.
Sarah has whips and chains in the basement. I'm locked in the basement. She practices on me. All right. I'm going to start with Grace. I'm going to bring you up just for this one, Grace. Okay. You guys get 2 minutes each to tell Sarah your best sexual fantasy, and she will rate it. Grace, I want you to give the best A game so that the guys have to try extra hard on their turns.
You want me to tell you my best sexual fantasy?
By the way,
Uh-huh.
Lalo is going to
In
try
front of her
this in
dad.
Maryland, so say something that you.
Oh yeah.
Although that's not socially.
Shut the fuck
appropriate.
up.
You know what I mean? It's a joke. You can laugh at a joke.
I know.
Okay, but going is like retarded.
Suffer.
I mean, one that I
antisocial.
return to very frequently is working at an office and having your boss and your coworker, well, my boss and my coworker, like sort of kidnap me and shove me into a closet and grape me.
What the fuck?
I think that's pretty hot.
Are they both male?
Oh yeah.
I thought you were becoming a lesbian.
Well, I mean, I haven't developed any lesbian sexual fantasies yet.
Well, she doesn't even have a
Except for
job,
the
so
mom
it's
who
not like it.
takes
Well, I don't
me
think
to
that's how it works.
She doesn't want to speak
cheerleading
to their friends,
practice.
though, and she
Do you
wants
think
to
Lalo
fish.
develops gay fantasies? No, they just happen.
I don't have any.
Uh,
You're gay.
No, I used to have one about a MILF like mom who would like pick me up from tennis practice or whatever, like one of my friends' moms. I didn't have anyone in particular, and like
wow,
talk to
Mommy-
me or whatever, and then
Those eyebrows
like
are tough.
introduce me to kissing and go from there.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So I think that's pretty good.
Grace. All right, so she's got corporate.
Wait, we're going to be
office.
judged?
She's
I'm
got-
not telling you my sexual fantasy if you're going
You
to
have to follow her. Okay. Well, I don't want you to directly follow her with
You're
yours.
supposed to
'cause
say
then that's
thank you
just
for
fucking
sharing,
weird.
not Jesus Christ.
Well, fucking.
Because like when we get to
Okay,
Lalo, I
here's
want to
what
hear the
we're-
spicy
Here's what we're
shit.
kicking off with. We got she's got an office with two coworkers doing bad things in closet. Okay. And
perfectly
then,
fine. It's a
And then
fantasy.
she's got the other one is her friend's mom picking her up from, was it tennis practice? So she's in that little tennis skirt, and then like giving her, like teaching her first kiss. What kind of traumas do you have, Grace?
I don't think she said anything about
Jesus
tennis.
Christ.
You imagine that.
Yeah,
I
your
think
attitude.
what
on
she
it.
said,
that.
she said tennis practice. I'm assuming
Yeah.
she's wearing the tennis uniform.
Wow. Oh, the uniform even. This is,
But I don't
is
think we
weird.
should judge others'
Oh,
fantasies, Sarah. I'm not trying to be.
I'm judging all y'all motherfuckers.
All right, then I'm gonna do a real
and that's
boring
what
one.
that's what the dono said, and she will rate it. Okay, so if that means that I can judge it.
Morally, you're gonna rate it, or like you're just gonna say like what your pussy thinks. How about you do
Where's-
it like you know in the old pornos they used to do like
This is
half,
exactly
like,
why she didn't want
half
to follow
erection,
Grace.
full erection.
Right.
How about you
All
do
right.
like wet,
Laylo,
dry,
clean
moist?
us up here. Clean us up here. Give us your, I guess, best fantasy.
No, I will clean it up because I don't have fantasies. In respect to the fact that I only imagine like realistic scenarios as like, okay, what if I did fuck this time? So it's a tricky place to be in this panel because it's like, okay, well, like what if I did this different?
Get
and
to
then
it.
this would happen?
Get to it.
I don't have a fantasy. That's the problem.
Make
I don't
one up.
have-
Make one up.
Okay.
Look
So
one
I'm
up
in
on
the villa.
Pornhub.
I'm looking at the. Shut the fuck up. We're at the beach.
Are you on the pony?
He is.
Why did this guy's crazy? That guy, 40 years old, is like, oh, I'm gonna look at this Discord for this 20-year-old's pony picture. That
All right, let me
grades
set
took
you
from
up. Your
art.
cousin's getting dental work by the narcos. You walk in,
And then I
tell
go
me
with
what
the other
happens
cousin.
next.
Okay. No, so
Hit him with
I
the gas.
finished. No, I finished skydiving with the princess. Okay, and she taught me the ropes, and then we went out, and we just got to know each other a little bit. And she's like, "Okay, well, let's go ahead and see what you're about." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm going to show you exactly what that is." And then I got to rage the tomato. Yeah,
Oh my god!
I'm all ready.
Rage the tomato. How cliche is that?
That was the
Husky?
worst, dude.
Do a
Yeah, 'cause I
shoey
don't get
and
fantasies.
Tell us about your shoey.
Why don't you say like
fantasies.
her perky breasts? You know what I mean? Like
Because I'm holding
that could have
for
been a
later,
dude.
you know.
Let me guess. Husky, your fantasy would be doing a shoey off
Depends
her
who you
ass
ask.
crack.
Depends who you ask, I guess.
I mean, I'm not asking your dad.
Safa.
Well, if you ask Ben, it's probably about a kangaroo. However, I'm not going to say any real fantasies because unfortunately my committed partner would probably not appreciate that.
Should have been the shoeies. Shoeies off the ass crack.
Yeah.
I would have rated that gold.
I would 100% do a shoey off Ben's ass crack though.
Clay's is
awesome.
Clay's like worst nightmare is a woman breastfeeding. So I could only imagine how
Did you see him that fucking TikTok I sent you to send it to Clay?
Was
Oh,
that the,
wait, I got something for your ass.
is it the meow guy? No,
You
wait,
sent it to
no,
me
it's
on
the
Discord,
barista. The barista.
Yeah, the barista.
Yeah.
Okay, for
oh my
me-
God! Stop like anger typing, Ben. Jesus.
Jesus, man. That shit
Uh,
going on in the other room is not a fantasy.
So
For real,
if
for real.
breastfeeding is your nightmare, then your fantasy would probably be.
So essentially, this is what
something-
happens. I come home from a hard day's work playing in the dirt, and I'm talking about I am fucking dirty. Because lawn maintenance, this shit is just not for the fucking weak of heart. For real, I'm dirty, I'm nasty, I'm gross. I come in, now she's peeking out the door. There he is, and I walk in and I go straight for the shower, and she follows me in there. And she's scrubbing, getting me all cleaned up, and then she dries me off. That part. And then I go in there and she's already got a beautiful meal cooked, casserole, mac and cheese, steak, all that's laid out on the table, and I'm eating and don't
Is
mind
she
what
laid
she's
out on the
doing.
table?
No, she's under the table.
Oh, touche.
And then I'm stuffed. I'm good. I'm done. But we're not done yet. We make our way to the couch. Things continue. We might make it to the bed. We probably won't. But either way, I'm passing out after all of this. I'm done. Toast. And then I wake up and there she is again, under the table, or under something, or there. I don't know, something like that.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. He had a whole full kit and caboodle. Spin Hot Wheels. I'd imagine yours involves doing wheelies somewhere.
Nope. I will defer to Husky's comment.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Mr. Gibbs.
Boys, you don't have to imagine.
Fat Latino bitches.
No, I don't like fat ones. I'll tell you what, you don't have to imagine. You know why you don't have to imagine? I actually wrote a major motion picture worthy novel series. There was originally a novel series called 50 Shades of Gibbs, but they said it wouldn't sell. They changed it to gray. And I'll tell you what, boys, you don't believe me. If anybody's been to my house, you can know we got the stocks above the bed. I'll be wilding out, fam. It's the secret. Also, I don't have to tell you about my fantasies because I live them every day. Woo! It's fun, boys.
I don't know if I want to know yours.
God, here we go.
Be mindful of your word. Oh, I muted you for your anger typing. By the way, you gotta unmute yourself. So yeah, sorry, I couldn't take it any. It was like tap 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 tap.
I know. I'm trying to do it. I do my impression of Stephen Bedell the second, otherwise known as Destiny. My wildest fantasy at this point in my life is that a woman is with me for an hour or two and doesn't become angry and is nice.
Are those strippers?
Back here?
No, I mean a woman that sits with you for an hour without getting angry. It's
Oh,
not a
beautiful,
stripper.
beautiful woman, not a fat one. Yeah, no, they're not getting paid. They do it because they want to be with me for a couple hours.
Yeah, strippers will sit with you for an hour, not getting paid.
Oh, all right.
If there's no one else in the club.
Money talks.
I think they want to get paid though.
Mr. Balderson, yours is sitting with your lovely Mrs. Balderson and playing with the kitty cats. I'm going to leave it right there. All right. All right, rating. You all suck.
Oh yeah, what's your fantasy, baby? Come on. Jumping out of a plane and then what?
Uh,
You land, you're kind of dizzy, and then
You sit there and you just shut the fuck up.
Yo,
You know what?
God,
that's the hardest
wild.
part. And I'll be hard, but I'll
I
shut up.
I push you out of the plane. There's no
Oh, yeah.
parachute. You're not
Barefoot?
on
Barefoot, though?
Yeah, barefoot. Bam! Right out the gate.
I'll be raging. Oh, yeah.
I thought he was already strapped up for the tandem. Sorry.
And when she says strapped up,
I
she's
like
not
that
talking
about
about
you.
for the parachute. She's talking about the book.
I don't know how to wash. I need some help.
What the fuck?
I was the only one who was honest. I just
I was
described
honest.
like what I would
I was
search
honest.
in
Story of your
Pornhub.
life, Gracie. Who cares?
I was
Well,
Now
first
Sarah's
of all,
winning.
I was 100% honest. If you think I was joking about my BDSM love, well,
Actually, no, I do
we
believe
were all
that.
mystified about it. Actually,
Why don't
I
we
actually do
why
believe you have
don't we
some
try it
soft
again? Except
porn.
this time we say other people's fantasies. Lalo, you're in a diaper. You poop your pants, and mommy comes in. You're crying, but she soothes you. and tells
This
you
is
you're a
actually
good little boy.
strangely believable. Why is it so believable?
I'm very safe for the skydiving thing. Yeah, no, Ben's helping me out. He's like my wingman
No,
with the wing breaks
Lalo was
off the
molested
plane.
by his mother for real, but he thinks it's
I was
fine. Well, she laughed. She knowingly had you in the back of her station wagon under like some sort of cover with a girl twice your age who was molesting you the entire time, and she thought it was hilarious for months
I
on
made out
end.
with a 12-year-old when I was 6. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh my God, cry.
I don't know if I would call that making out.
I was
I mean,
really
that's
into
kind of vaguely molesty that your mother knew it the entire time and thought it was hilarious.
No, but it is abuse.
Because she knew I was a fucking dog. Who cares?
Yeah, but she treated you like a toy, not like a human being.
Because she knew I wasn't, like traumatized by it, and I'm not. So it went really well.
I'm not sure the jury. Let's just say the jury's out on your sexual.
Wait. Laylo, you're not a toy.
He is a
Well,
toy
I'm
boy.
really fun, but I'm not a
Immediately
toy per
less
se.
interested in Sarah. You see that?
Do you think if you were a girl and your mother put you in the back under covers with a 12-year-old boy when you were a 6-year-old girl, that would be fine?
Well, no, I have sisters, and that never happened, so it was just me. And so my mom played it right. I was raised well, to be honest. I enjoyed it a lot.
Is that why you end up with women who are 40, 50, and 60 years old?
Well, because it's a
having
drought.
sex with you?
It's a drought.
But don't you see the parallel?
Of
Crack
course.
it, Gibbs.
Oh, it's
Crack
already
it.
back. I mean,
Yeah.
we're cracking
Just
it
bite
we're
into
gonna
it,
crack
son.
your back. Woo!
I love his woos. Best woos ever.
Well, hold on. They're not the best woos ever. I would like to take that title. Well, my name's Gibbs, not Ric Flair. But
Yeah, I was literally going to mention that. I was like, Ric Flair-esque, but not Ric Flair.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
I'm like-
Ben with
I'm
the
like-
typing.
Oh, sorry.
I'm like the fat Timu AliExpress version of Ric Flair, you know? He's like, I'm driving, I fly private jets, limousine riding. I'm a
Styling and profiling.
Yeah, you know, so listen, women, none of y'all can be first, but you can all be next. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
She doesn't know about Ric Flair. She doesn't know how good these one-liners are, Balderson.
Gibbs, are you going to come jump out of an airplane with us, too?
Yeah, except I won't use a parachute, and we gotta make sure we're over Iran because I'm bunker busting that shit. Yeah, call me Ayatollah. Call him Ayatollah.
Lalo, you're being antisocial again.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't have to laugh at a
Let me
joke,
cook.
but going, is
It's
antisocial.
even better that way.
It's-
It's even better that way.
It's
No,
also
it's not
nice,
better,
you know,
it's worse.
Y'all were all worried about being fat. Fat's wonderful. I'm just gonna bounce off that shit like Majin Buu, baby. Boom! You know what I'm saying? Y'all worried, you know.
Would they charge
Absolutely
extra for
worst
Gibbs,
Dragon Ball
Sarah?
Z
Would they charge
character
extra for
ever.
Gibbs?
Probably
know.
because I'm probably 3 people, you know.
Well, you have to have the person who's willing to take you, right? If you're going to do a tandem.
Gibbs, can I just ask you a question?
I'm gonna throw his ass out the plane first with the parachute. And I'm jumping after him. Going,
Gibbs, when you're on a plane, let's say on a plane, and like someone has to sit next to you, do you feel bad for them?
Nah, I'm actually not as big as I'm making it. I'm big, but I hold my weight well. Papa Gibbs is.
I hold my weight
Sexy.
well too. Yeah.
No,
Do
you
they
don't,
ever seem
Layla.
like they're not
you
happy
Come
about
on.
what they've been assigned?
I mean, listen. First of all, that's why you fly first class. Second of all, I mean, I don't know about all that. You know, even if they are sitting next to me, they're happy because I'm not talking to them.
Fourth
Oh.
wise man, are you on Discord, honey bun?
You don't talk on a plane?
Also, I mean, if they're talking to me, it's like a hot chick or something, maybe. But even then, I'm like, fuck off. I want to listen to my audiobook and go to sleep.
Really? You seem like the type of guy who would talk to you on a plane.
Bro, no. Actually, Ben, this is really good combo. I go to fucking HEB or Walmart. Everybody wants to talk to me. And I'm over here like meat mugging. And like on planes, same thing. Everybody want to talk to me. Listen, I'm good at people. I don't necessarily like people because we do this. And I do sales day to day. So like,
Oh yeah, right. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was a teacher, I was like, I do not like people. At the end of the
I
day.
also
Fuck
usually eat
you.
like 3 1,000 milligram edibles before I go on a plane and just like fucking like be like, and like listen to books.
What do you have,
and shit.
ADD?
Yeah. Of course.
He's like me for real.
Everyone
Actually,
everyone on YouTube has ADD or
I took edibles
ADHD
before
or
I got on a
autism.
plane and I blacked out.
Well, I don't take edibles because I want to black out. I like flying.
Wait, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lalo. He once he had a bag of his Adderall pills, but he was afraid that TSA would confiscate it. So he took 200 milligrams of Adderall before getting on the plane.
I had an ex had multiple DID, and apparently one of the ways they treat it is give them extreme amounts of Adderall so that they fucking lock their personality. And she took 2 90 milligram like doses a day to like lock that shit in. Like I'm like, damn, I like them crazy. You know?
Yeah, so with the Adderall,
Ugh.
I was kind of like staring at the floor. It was whatever. And then with the edibles, I blacked out. And then my friend is like, "Oh, I'm going on my plane." And we had 2 separate flights last year. And I'm like, "Okay, I have to go to the bathroom." And then I blacked out at that point. And then I woke up like at 6 a.m. I lost my phone. And then I had to talk to the cops. Apparently, I asked the cops where to go to the bathroom the night before. And then they helped me find everything. So I did not get arrested that time. So.
Well, TSA let you have weed. They won't, right? Because it's federal.
No, I took it right before.
No, they don't care anymore.
Oh, they don't.
No, I took it before I crossed
Lalo,
TSA. So
try to pay attention to who is talking to whom.
He was talking. Sorry.
Exactly. Thank you, Primo.
I
Primo,
was asking
cousin.
Gibbs a question and you kept answering it.
Husky
Sorry.
Fort Wiseman is not on Discord. I went to get an app for social thingy and it wanted my firstborn child. So I gave it my firstborn child and I had to reproduce another one. Damn.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I don't
get
blame
that
you
on
there.
YouTube, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
Open the mouth up a little more, you know. Yeah.
That would hurt. That actually made my eyes water.
I want chat to
Oh,
donate
baby.
a bunch of money right now and force Sarah to stay awake because we need
Oh,
the delirium.
Now, Sarah, can I ask you a question? It's a little bit
Want some
personal,
Adderall?
but I don't think you'll find it offensive. You can see how Lalo has.
If you don't got it, I do.
genuine- He has a genuine kind of like Zoomer boy to like mother figure thing with you.
You really
Do you
have
find
a-
that like you find that fine, right? You find.
It's typical. The young
You've
ones
seen it a
always-
lot. You've seen it a
Yeah.
lot with his age group. Yeah.
Look at what I deal with on panel. You all want mommy treatment.
Yeah, take that.
I think you
Take
do
that.
that.
Exactly.
I think you do that. You find it among like older men as well, or more of the younger?
The older men want to be daddy, right? They want
Yeah.
to take care of me. They want to princess me, kind of thing. I'm okay with that. But the younger ones, particularly, mostly the younger ones, want
a mommy. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of Zoomer girls want daddy. So I think it's weird because they won't want each other. Zoomer girls and Zoomer guys are like, they're not a good fit, which is odd. I think
Well,
it's-
even when I was Grace's age, I was dating. I mean, my husband is 16 years older than me.
Really?
Or ex-husband now, but yeah.
Oh, thank
But
God.
yeah, but I was in my.
But that'd be unusual for you.
I was worried. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh my
All
God.
right.
But yeah, when we got married, I was in my mid 20s, and he was 16 years older than me, and that was like when I was 16, I was dating. My boyfriend was 23, I think 24.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 years is normal. But that's a pretty big age gap. Was that the problem that it didn't work out?
No,
You don't
the
feel like
age
it
gap.
was-
Age gap always worked great for me. I couldn't stand men my own age. I'm still
Good.
I'm still not okay with men my own age right now. Like I just want that little nudge older now. Now I've got like a 5-year gap.
Yeah,
versus
that's
like a
normal.
10-year gap. But
You don't feel like with the age gap, it creates a little bit of like a father-daughter dynamic in that can become...
No, I think I always hung out with older people, even when I was younger, not in a weird way, but I always...
Yeah, you get along with your dad, so it's like natural, right?
Yeah, I get along with older people and I can have the conversation. People my own age always just bored me with what they wanted to talk about and what they wanted to do. And it was like, that's your child, it's too childy for me.
Yeah, Grace had that same experience.
I could imagine.
Did you ever, by any chance, like a rough experience with your mother, or was that fine? Oh, okay, so maybe it's just.
No, I think it's just how
But you were a daddy's girl.
I was a daddy's girl, but
Yeah,
there's also, like, for instance, growing up, there was a couple that lived right across the street from us, an older couple, right? Like grandparent, old. I would go over there because they would sit out on their back patio, and I'd go over there and sit there for hours just talking to them. I like learning. Yeah, I like learning. So when you surround yourself by people that have information to offer.
Did people tell you when you were younger that you had like an old soul? You ever heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grace is like that too.
Did you ever have people tell you that you would make a great lawyer someday?
Yeah.
That's just a nice way to tell a little girl that she's a bitch.
She's an argumentative little cunt. Yeah. No, actually, my dad swore to me. He was like, please go be a lawyer, please. Because I beat the shit out of this girl. And, but it was self-defense at school. And,
well, that's that Yankee attribute. If they were texting, they'd be like, beat her ass again.
Yeah, probably. But they, like she started it, she touched me, but there had been like 3 years worth of her bullying me and bothering me and like just fucking with me. She never touched me. And I always told the counselors, the principals, I was like, look, she can talk all the shit she wants. I'm informing you. It's up to you to do something about it. But if she touches me, I'm taking care of this myself. Well, one day she fucking touched me and she ended up on the ground with her face pounded in. Principal took me in. Principal took me in, and he was trying to give me the same punishment as her. It was like 5 days of in-school suspension. I was like, the fuck, I ain't gonna do the fucking like same ass shit as her. Like, hell no.
Right, yeah.
And I sat there, and he was like, well, I need to call your father. And I said, fucking call him. Call him. We'll have this conversation together. We can also go to the school board and let them know all of that file worth of bullying and complaints and this and that you haven't handled, obviously, because I had to handle this shit myself. She ended up putting her hands on me, blah, 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 blah. Needless to say, I called my dad after I got home from school that day to inform him that I lowered my sentence, right? And only had to do a few days in ISS. And even at that, the ISS that I had to do, like, I didn't have to do it. I was free to kind of roam and do what I needed to do. They just had to have some things on paper, but I said, it's not going on my record. It's not going to do this, and I'm not going to do the same amount of time as her. And I called my dad and told him everything, and he's like, please go be a lawyer. Please. So, yeah.
Yeah, they used to do that when I was teaching. They would be like, both kids, because we have a no tolerance policy, and it's like, well, if one kid hit first, it's different. I just was like,
exactly. And
you can't always know, but sometimes it is one kid.
But
the other kids just defending themselves.
If I sat there and I had been picked on and bullied for 3 fucking years straight, right? And then I told them every time, if she touches me, problems have been a problem.
Right? They go, violence
been
is never the
warned.
answer, and that's not true.
Well,
Violence
it is if you
sometimes
touch me.
the answer.
If you touch me, and that's what my dad always said. He said, you're not going to start a fight, but you're certainly going to fucking end it. And I ended it. That bitch was so scared of me. It was like I think it was like 2 years later, my younger brother and I ran into her in a gas station. She was like clerking behind the counter or whatever. We walked in the door. She straight up dropped everything and ran to the back and didn't come out until after we left.
Yeah, sometimes violence is the answer. I'm sorry.
It is in that case. And but I sure as fuck wasn't going to do the same amount of, I wasn't going to get in trouble for defending myself. Fuck no. All right, Clay v. Ben.
You're feisty.
Uh-oh.
What's up, angry typing man?
Clay, what is your beef with me? Do I remind you of someone who like checked you into a locker when you were younger? Or
Not at all. That
was
never
it
happened.
Daddy? Daddy
Bro,
was an
I'm 6
abuser.
foot, 220 pounds. You would have never touched me. You would have never touched me.
Well,
Trust
there
me
are a
on
lot
that
of
one.
there are a lot of people who
Bro,
are 6'2"
I'm
get
literally
checked into
lawn
lockers.
maintenance. You'd have never touched me. Bro, I do the shit that you don't want to do. Okay?
So because you're a menial laborer and do jobs
I'm
that
actually
Mexicans
the guy.
do,
Yeah, I'm that guy. Yeah.
but
You
what does
call
that
me
mean?
when you need your lawn cut.
You're
Oh,
saying
wait,
because
don't
you
even
mow
have-
lawns for a living,
You
all
don't
you've
even have a
learned how
lawn.
to
That's
do
right.
in
I
your
forgot
life
about that. Oh,
is
that's
run
right.
a
You live in a
lawnmower like a
fucking
Mexican
apartment,
that
right?
I like that you're a
Yeah.
badass motherfucker. You're a loser, right? Doesn't that make you a loser?
What?
You do work that like unskilled laborers who have
Well, not anymore.
no
but I am
English
lawn-
skills.
Listen, Ben. You
But
don't.
now what do you do?
understand.
Prune?
You're an idiot, right? You already know that I'm a First Amendment auditor. I'm press, but I'm talking about what I used to do. I'm lawn maintenance by trade, right?
So your thing is like, I'm
Actually
lawn
do
maintenance,
what you don't wanna
motherfucker.
do.
Step off. Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? Well, so
So-
if you were a
so in
maid,
my
would that be?
retirement,
Were you,
what
if
I
you were a
chose
toilet
to
cleaner and I didn't want to do that, would
was
that
to
be
film
like,
the
yo,
cops.
man, I clean
But
toilets.
what you chose to do in
I'm a
your,
garbage collector, yo.
in your HUD housing was to sit around on the fucking computer.
HUD
Bro,
housing?
I still work. Yeah, I still work in my retirement. Yeah, this is what I do. Yep.
What? You're retired? How old are you?
41.
Retired from what? Lawn maintenance?
Yep, that's right.
So
Right
is
now,
there
I
a
hold the government
retirement
job.
program for lawn maintenance workers? Or did you
Yeah.
just
And
run
you work
yourself
really
over
hard,
with a lawnmower?
And you do your shit, and then you get the fuck out. That's how it works.
So you work as a lawn mower for how 10 years?
However the fuck long you want to do it. If you want to
How
drive
long
an
did
excavator,
you
if you're
how
really
long
good
did
at
you
it, do that
grace
part.
our lawns
I'm a
with your
ditch digger.
presence?
You know, ditch diggers make a whole lot more money than you expect.
Oh, you mean you earned enough money running a lawn maintenance business
I
that
earned
you
enough
don't have to work
respect.
anymore?
I earned enough respect from people who care about this fucking country and where it's going. And
Well,
that's
I'm
why
saying a
retired.
retire. Usually, when
And
someone
now
says
I'm
say
retired.
retirement, it means like I don't have to work any longer. So you're
Well, no,
saying
that doesn't mean I
your
don't have to
lawn
work.
maintenance
I still have
client
to
said
work.
to you,
No,
"No more
I still
working
have
for
to
you.
work.
We're
As
going to
a
take care
man,
of you because we
it's in me.
respect
As a
the
man,
way that
it's
you're just
in
talking
me
over me." All
to
right.
work, right? In me is being a man, going to work, doing shit. Like, I'm not a woman. I don't just sit on the internet and talk all day fucking long. Like, at night, yeah, it's fun. It's great. Love it. Love coming around great people like Sarah and some other folks on here, Ben. You know, these folks who actually enjoy these conversations and want to make sure that the country is on the right track. But you've been, on the other hand, the fuck do you do?
Are you done now?
What do you do?
Are you done?
What do you do?
Are you done? Are you going to start
What do you
talking
do
as
for
soon as
work?
I talk?
Do you work?
Are you going to start talking as soon
Do
as I
you
talk?
do anything? Do you have a job?
No. Am I a wage slave? No, of course not.
So you don't work?
I've never been when I was a kid, I was a wage slave.
Mm-hmm. But you don't work. You don't actually do anything to progress what's happening in your community, in your nation.
Like mowing lawns? No.
Anything?
yeah.
Nothing.
You make the world better one blade of
You
grass
just
at
sit
a
around the
time.
house and do fucking and smoke cigarettes on your welfare check. It's great. It's great.
Do I mow lawns? No, I don't.
Have you ever dug a ditch? Do something? I don't know. Fix a fucking pipe? I don't know. Jesus, dude. Do something with your life. 54 years old? What have you done?
Well, I would like to understand. You're retired from lawn mowing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
What
doesn't
does
mean
the
I can't
term
come out of it.
retired mean?
It means I don't do it anymore.
Well, so someone who works at Wendy's for a week and gets fired can say, "I retired from
I
my
never got
fast food
fired.
career."
I have my own business. What are you talking about?
You're saying if you had a job and you
Bro,
no longer
the
have it, that
manager
term for that
of
is
Wendy's
retirement.
is still
It's
not
not
even
Clay.
owner.
You're a moron.
What are you talking about? Do
Clay.
you understand what owning a business means? That means you don't actually have to work.
I asked you in
stop
what
doing
sense
that
you're
job anymore.
I asked you in what sense you're retired. You say I don't do it anymore.
It means I don't have to do
Correct.
it anymore.
Well, no one has to do a particular job. They can
No,
do a
everybody
different
does
job.
have to work, man. That is not correct. No, everybody has to do something.
No,
except for unless you're
you don't
brain-
even under.
You know what? Right, you're right, Ben. Not everybody has to do something because essentially, yeah, we have brain dead folks in our nation, but you know what? We have welfare for them.
Do you
They-
understand the
they-
English
brain
language?
dead.
I can understand why you did lawn mowing. Do you? Maybe you're not a native speaker. Do you understand how the English language
I
works?
do just fine, bro. I do just fine.
But you didn't even understand what I just said to you.
No, I did.
I said you can do one job, then you can do another job. No one has to do any particular job. And then you told me that some people work these days and other people don't. I'm asking you what the term, you think the term retirement means.
Brain dead.
And I'm giving you an opportunity
Bro, you
to
failed-
revise
you
your
failed
previous
fifth grade.
definition.
It's your fault,
You
not
said
mine.
something that I do any longer. I'm retired.
Bro, it's clear you failed fifth grade. That's fine. I get it. It's not my fault, though. It's yours. It's not your teacher's fault. It's not your brother's fault. It's not your mama's, not your daddy's. It's your fault. You didn't study.
I graduated at the top of my class. What are you talking about?
But you failed.
Fell from what? Fell into lawn mowing? No, I didn't.
Failed. Miserable.
I failed
At
to become a
54 years
lawn
old,
mower? A lawn maintenance homeboy?
You don't understand what retirement means, obviously.
I do. It's when your working career is over.
Are you retired?
So that you are.
Are you retired?
I'm not retired, no.
Okay, so you have no fucking clue. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You have to be retired to understand what the term retirement
See,
means?
at 54 years old, I mean, okay, so essentially, yeah, 65.
I think retirement is for
retirement age
losers.
where you would receive Social Security, but you can retire before 65. Now, you haven't retired, and I get that, but you're also not working, which means that you don't have a base for income at all.
Do you know what a career is?
What?
Do you know the difference between a career and a job?
Yeah.
What do
Isn't
you
that
think
what
it
the
is?
fuck we're talking about when we're talking about retirement?
What's the difference between a career and a job?
Well, a career is a lifelong commitment. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a
Whereas
marriage?
a job is just whatever the fuck I want to do today as far as work goes. Like
No, a job is working
that's
for
literally
someone
it.
else.
Difference. Literally,
A job-
it's at will. Career is lifelong.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So you have no retirement.
I don't think your brain works.
Are you just hoping to make it to 65 so that you can draw Social Security?
I'm sorry. I don't think
you don't
this-
know how my brain works because I work like every other American out here that's actually doing something with their lives. You, on the other hand, don't understand that part. It's not my fault.
W. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever, bro. It is whatever. I'm sorry.
There's only so many times I can attempt to like.
Some of us like to work. It's not my fault.
There's only so many times I can attempt rationality with someone before.
It's man shit, bro. I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's the same thing with fucking. You don't understand why women like to fuck. You've been saying it all night long. It's not my fault. I get it. I understand it, but you don't. At 54 years old, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I do man shit. You don't. You ask little boys how the fucking works. You've been doing it all fucking night. It's crazy. It's crazy. At 54 years old.
It must be amazing to be you.
And you need to ask little men how to do that. Little boys how to do that. How to do that
It
part.
seems like everything you say is a way of saying like I'm a man, which only someone who doesn't feel like a man would say.
Is that how you getting that? Is that how you taking that? It's not my fault. Wow.
Why are you so insecure?
Bro, are you kidding me?
No.
No insecurities here, bro. Doing just fine.
You don't think that's fun? You didn't think that was
Doing
funny?
just fine. Doing great, bro.
You really lack like a sense of security.
No, bro, I lay it out on the table. Bro, I don't have any
I'm sure
problem
you do.
telling you, bro. The only issue is that you're not getting it. I told you.
Have you ever sucked a dick?
Or when you fuck, you just fuck the bitch. That's all you
Have you ever
to
sucked
do.
a man's dick just like accidentally by any chance?
Bro, are you really being gay right now? Bro,
I'm just wondering,
talking
have you
man
ever like
shit,
accidentally
go get
sucked a
some
dick?
Bitches to fuck, right? Oh, let's go fuck the bitches, bro.
Just
for real,
curious.
how do you not get this? That whenever
Like
you,
maybe it was late at night and you didn't mean to,
Let's
but
imagine we're at the bar. Let's
You
imagine
did.
we're at the bar. Okay, we've both ordered our drinks. I'm not paying for your drink, okay? But there's a couple of girls down the way looking over at us, right? Okay. Now you are gonna bring up dick. I'm gonna bring up the excavator. Who do you think the bitches want to talk to? You're gonna bring up some gay shit, okay?
What's
gonna
the
bring up
excavator?
all
Is that what you
cool
call
shit
your
I did at
genitals?
work today.
Is that what you call your genitals, like nickname, the excavator?
Sure, yeah. Bro, I'm not going to talk to you about your dick. You're not going to talk to me about my dick.
What is the I don't know what are you referring to?
We
The
are going to talk
excavator?
about. And this is why I would never go to the bar with you. This is why I would never.
Oh, you
go
mean an actual
go out and
excavator?
hang out, and you would never be my wingman. Because you would sit there and
Well, I'm
bring up
okay with
gay
that.
shit. You'd be like, "Oh, look at my hair, everybody! Look at me."
You're gonna talk to women about
Nails, just
construction
beat 'em
equipment?
up. Bro, I'm fucking dirty in there, bro. I'm like for real fucking like still dirt on me. Going, yeah, bro, I like that fucking excavator, bro. The motherfucker, bro, it pissed me off today. The goddamn button, I can't, blah, blah, all
Is an
that.
excavator a human
I'm-
being? Isn't
I'm
it a piece of
talking about
machine,
that
like
shit,
construction
right?
equipment?
While you're sitting there going on about your fucking hair and nails. It's fucking.
Isn't an excavator? You're saying the excavator? Is this some like superhero? The excavator?
Bro, do you not know what the fuck a shovel is?
So why do you call it he?
Do you know what a shovel is?
Why did you refer to it as he?
Do you know what a shovel is, Ben?
I know what an excavator is.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you talking about?
Why did you call it
literally
he?
bringing fucking weird gay shit to the fucking table.
Do you talk to
It's the
construction
wildest
equipment?
shit to me. Bro, we're at the fucking bar. Remember that.
I get it, and you're dirty.
Yeah, I'm dirty as fuck, right? I'm fucking covered to head to toe in dirt and fucking slime and grease and all
Why
that.
wouldn't you take a shower before going to the bar?
Because I want to fucking drink. God damn it. I just got off. And
And you're going to
in,
talk about
you're
construction
supposed to
equipment
be
with
my
me?
wingman, and I come in and you're going, look at my hair, look at my nails. Oh. What the fuck, bro?
What? Where
I'm
do
like,
you?
no, bro, I'm not sitting with you, bro. I'm really not going to sit with you.
Okay, what happens next in our fantasy? So I'm doing my hair and nails.
It's not
You're covered in dirt.
Bro, it's
You want to
it's
talk about an
normal
excavator,
everyday
but there's two
scenario.
beautiful women down on the other
Do
side of the
shit like
bar.
what I do.
But you come there to drink? Okay, what happens next?
Yeah, I came there to get a drink. I want a fucking beer.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, beer is also known as Budweiser, so you could just say Bud, right? And they'll get it. They'll understand. I want a beer. They'll bring you a fucking Bud, right?
Budweiser is a brand of beer.
No, that's beer. That is beer. This is America.
Oh, for real men like you.
Exactly.
Is
You
it
don't get
gay
it.
to order?
You've never been to a fucking bar with a guy hanging out, being his fucking wingman.
I don't
and
think
yeah,
I've been to the
you might
bar
fuck
you
with
go
this
to.
when we
No,
go home.
yeah, no. I don't go to those type of bars.
I will. You'll hang still at the bar trying to find some trainee guy. Hey, it's cool.
So you go to a bar to drink. What was the women part?
Bro, the women are sitting down on the other side and they're hanging out too.
Yeah.
They're doing their thing. You know, they might have even just got off of work from Wendy's, like you said, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. You know, they're middle aged.
That's it? That's where this gay
they're
fantasy
still kind of
ends?
hot, you know, and it sucks. But they've got little greasies on them, and you know what? They're dirty like us, but not you. Well, us, I say.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? How many other men on this panel know what the fuck I'm talking about?
I don't think you understand. What,
I want you to know,
what
I don't have the
masculinity
foggiest
is.
idea of what.
I want to hereby say under oath I was not listening. I was preoccupied.
So that's two. You're over two on that one. Husky said you don't know.
Husky knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
I might.
It
I
sounded
might
like
not.
some sort of
I
bizarre
actually, I'll
gay
be honest. I was
fantasy. I
not
don't
listening at all.
Never. No. Husky doesn't know. Never mind.
I feel like you might have converted Husky to Ben's side somehow. Like that's crazy. Like I didn't think that was going to happen
tonight.
tonight.
About how it is. Look, you guys.
Sarah, how
sit
hot
there
do you think that
and, like,
fantasy
you don't
was?
do this shit.
Can you rate it 1 to 10?
Hold on, I gotta say
That was
something.
like
I don't know. I have nails and hair. He's
17 years old.
dirty.
I've been going.
He tells
Hold on,
me that the only brand of beer is Bud.
Literally how it works. Okay.
That was wild.
Then
statement,
on
too.
the other
I
hand,
When do
wanna
the
go on
girls
record,
get
though.
involved?
Oh, my nails.
I want to go on record.
My nails.
My chat is very concerned.
That sounds like an LGBT bar. Everyone's there with a partner of the same sex, and they're just going to drink beer.
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest.
When they
Chat.
take
My
the little
chat.
nails and they cut it this way. That's Ben.
I gotta
So
be honest.
yeah, I'm
I
the
gotta be honest.
femme. You're the butch, or I'm
No,
the bottom.
No,
You're the top.
you never even fucking made it.
Are
in
you
the
sure
bar
you've
at
never
all.
sucked a dick?
I gotta be honest.
Some asshole outside saw you and kicked your ass, Ben. That's the truth.
Would you want to suck a dick,
What the fuck, bro? Stop.
or have
making
your
this
dick sucked by a man?
gay.
Have you
I just
adjusted
wanna throw
any of
this
your
out-
language since your daughter came out? I mean, shouldn't you start taking more of an anti-realist position about your own feelings about homosexuality?
Thank you.
An anti-realist position?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
Dad.
saying be
What does that
Catholic.
mean?
No, I'm
Not
not.
Now we go
being
from
an ally
now
right
we
now.
go from
Be upfront
like
and
Venus, like we
forthcoming
go
about
from the
money
moon
you
to
spend on-
Mars with this.
Yeah,
thing.
gay
All right,
prostitutes,
what's
man.
up? An anti-realist position about homosexuality?
Not even.
What
for
would
you,
that
just reality.
mean?
Just reality now at this point.
Okay, I'm going to take an anti-realist
Don't worry,
position
Rippin, I got
about reality.
Yeah. This stuff
that
you
make
didn't tell the
sense,
priest.
Duck?
Yes, of course, Father Ben. You know, I mean,
Listen, I Duck.
we've
I
all
don't
been there. We've all been there.
Hey, Duck. Hey, wait, Duck. I got an idea. You go to the bar with Clay this time. I didn't know what was going on, but I would suggest you go to the bar with him because maybe you'd know what he's doing. He's
Listen,
dirty.
Duck, I don't want to cut you off.
He's
I
talking
just
to
wanna
an
throw-
excavator. You know, take it away.
I just want to throw this out there before Duck goes off because Duck's actually hitting spitting right now. My chat over here, Clay. I love you, Clay, as a person. My chat's saying, Clay, you kind of have a rep here. Every time we talk about any kind of LGBT issue, you're the first to start talking about penis, and they're a little concerned for you because you talk about all this Christianity and you be very like judgmental, but at the same time it seems very repressed. All right, and that's where I want Duck. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I need a little space. Gibbs has been going now for 7 hours, Ben, and he still has the wherewithal to speak some sense into you. We've both all consensually as well as illicitly or sort of gray market hired prostitutes before. And so I'm not saying that you are wrong for it. I'm just saying that if you're going to accuse Clay of being gay in a derogatory sense,
I think he may
there's
be
a reality
repressed.
in front of you.
I think he may be repressed. I'd like him to explore. I do think sometimes.
Have you seen me talk about Clay's cock for like Clay's penis for like 15 minutes straight?
No.
I've done it.
Okay. Why?
Clay's cock? I don't know. Is that what's wrong? What's with the why even, right? I would.
Well, I mean, you seem to think I would be interested in the fact that you've talked about his penis for 15 minutes straight. I just
no, because
follow up on
there's a huge
show
okay.
interest.
So no, because you and I might, okay. So maybe here's this. You and I might be really dramatic about our own sexual tension between each other. I'm a former Catholic. You are a scholar of Catholicism.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I'll admit that, but I don't think we've actually leveled about our sexual mores, sexual values. We've also haven't actually leveled about our own sort of religious upbringings and where we put morality into human relationships.
Mm-hmm. We haven't leveled. What will you mean? We've been sort of dancing around the issue.
Yeah, of course. So
All right, let's level about it. What do you want to level about?
I want you to know. I want you to say one nice thing about why it's good to be gay, so everyone here hears you say it.
Super easy. Gays are very honest.
Gays
about sexual things. Like they're generally frank I would be gay for the communication.
Okay. We don't. So, okay. So gays are very communicative. But
They're
do you
very
think-
forthright. They don't like say no but mean yes. They will just say, let's do whatever. I
yeah,
love that.
or not. Yeah, and okay, or not, or none of it, right? Like obviously, there's different, but yeah, it feels really weird to be up here because you're a domineering, morally judgmental, and also very erudite sort of person. And
I don't think I'm very morally.
Hey.
Oh, perfect. Hey, big
Hey,
head.
what's up, Lalo? ¿Qué ondas?
Yeah. Nada loco. La neta es que ando vistas hablando con Benjamín y la neta es que muchas personas estaban criticando toda la plática aquí. Entonces, yeah, so Sarah's doing this whole thing for only $10, by the way. Throwing off the whole panel. And by the way, Duck,
I did this for free.
You do anything for free, sweetheart. So the point being, though, is that, Duck, you are someone who is well put together in as much as you are not well dressed, but you look relatively normal, but you are this person that's like on drugs and stuff. So I find that kind of like immensely interesting. Okay, not really, but still. So can we just start by explaining what are the shoes behind you?
Yeah, these are the only things I own in this world. They're things that sometimes remind me of my own suffering, but not always. And so these are the limited edition Metcon gym training shoes, some Nikes, and then those are trail running shoes right there.
Oh.
Trail running shoes. Yeah, very nice set of sneakers if I say so myself, and yeah, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Why'd you get into sneakers if you're white?
I don't know. They bring me comfort, joy. They bring me all types of, all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I like them.
If you had to rate your
Nice.
top 3 attributes, Sarah the Raging Tomato, as to like what makes her so attractive to all of us, what would you say they are?
Yeah, Sarah's big sis, right? So she has a patient and calm demeanor.
Okay.
She's capable of communicating her emotions and feelings without wearing her emotions on her sleeve.
Agreed.
Yeah, and yeah, and I mean the way you asked the question, you kind of made it sound like Sarah's a perv, and I don't think anyone would say that, right?
She's not. No.
How would you?
She's very regal, very.
So okay, so
professional.
what's the sense in which you meant that she's attractive or whatever? What do you mean by attractive in that sense?
Well, she's in great shape. She's very pretty, beautiful eyes, and
So
she
you
does
think if
run
you're
a
in great
tight
shape, you're
ship.
getting laid all the time or something? Like anyone in great shape?
I
is
never
getting
called
laid?
her a whore. No, of course not.
Okay. Well, then who gets laid in your point of view?
Who gets laid?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like in the women, like in regards to women?
Yeah, like yeah, and just like as a baseline, a person you imagine, or you go up to a girl and you say "fuck me till I'm dead," right? And then so what happens next? Like who actually pulls that one off?
I don't know. My point being is that Sarah is amazing, and I'm just trying to get what you have because you of course have been around her longer than I have, and I am kind of scared of skydiving, and I'm like saying, okay, well, I know about her in so much as like she's beautiful and has a great show, and so I'm like, okay, well then, like what do you have to say about that?
Yeah. So I logged off my own live stream and I saw Sarah was still live on the Gauntlet. And the only thing I wanted to do was come say what's up to the Maters. The only thing I wanted to do was come say what's up to Sarah. I mean, you guys are fucking awesome. A bunch of clown shit up here, but yeah, you guys are awesome. Yeah, and the other thing is obviously Grace was up here. I really like Grace. I really like Ben. I've mentioned your giant dingus before, like in passing. These are all things that bring me back up.
My giant dingus?
Yeah, you said once, you mentioned it one time, and that stuck with me.
Well, that makes sense. No, it's a good 7 inches, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to collaborate with Sarah in a platonic way because I'm not the best with women, and you resonate with that a little bit, and so you get where I'm coming from with that. Yeah, I'm coming in there as a 22-year-old with a, I won't say 40-year-old woman, but someone who has years on me, experience, years of streaming.
How do you
have.
but how do you justify this if you've accepted that you bring no value to panels except for being really nice? You're really nice. You have these great leadership traits, and you have like CPAC level knowledge and stuff. But where do you actually go from there? Where, like, I don't know. Jim said duck versus Lalo, but he didn't say it in the super chat. It's not a grift.
Yeah.
I do apologize, Fourth Wiseman. I know this came in earlier, but I was letting the speed dates play out. It says, never allow a societal perception guide you in choices you do foreign income earnings.
I know lots of wealthy
for
people who
income earnings.
persisted in the non-cool paradigms of acceptance. Just get good at what you do. Thumbs up emoji.
Thank you, Laylo. Do I look
Okay.
tired? I'm very tired. Speaking of being
it's like for
tired,
all of
we
us.
got 5. No, I look like a crack whore right now. 5
do
more
it.
minutes. 5 more minutes, and then we're out of here, ladies and gentlemen. So, and enjoy your fun for the last 5 minutes. Or we can all just sit here quietly.
In reference to what Gibbs was saying, yes, I absolutely am 100% homophobic. I am. I admit this. Just like I'm incestophobic. Yes.
I don't know.
am.
I don't know,
I'm
Clay.
homophobic.
Clay, my chat thinks you're like homoerotic, not homophobic. They think you might have like some kind of confusion or repression happening.
Interesting. I mean, I mean,
I didn't say it. The chat said it.
Okay.
Sports Illustrated said it.
No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame the chat either.
Duck would be unable to sing through a kazoo. Fourth wise man. He stole the money that Sarah gave him to get the kazoo. He never got the kazoo. So sorry. Although it would be funny and absolutely hilarious, that wouldn't happen.
Do I not carry? I don't carry my own weight on the panel. I thought I did.
Duck,
In which panel, in which lifetime?
There was the one time I helped. I was repulsive and disgusting enough that someone sent in $700 towards Sarah, for Sarah, in order to have me not show up for that show for several.
Oh,
several
Doug,
months.
I had a question. Would you go skydiving with Sarah if she offered?
Husky.
Would I go skydiving with Sarah if she offered? Probably not. Yeah. I mean, Sarah's like an internet person, right? She's still like an internet person, obviously. Yeah. I think that bears a remembrance, of course. Yeah, remembrance.
I will tell you too, Lalo, I am not going skydiving with Sarah or you or anyone ever. That's a perfectly good airplane. There's no need to jump out of it.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I got a better question. Why would y'all use the parachute for skydiving? We're talking about fucking wild out, boys. Let's fucking get lit. Don't be scared.
Triple X style.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You got to do that. What, didn't he use the air suit? I don't know.
That would be
It was
fun though. I
spoken
do like that stuff. I'm just starting to realize that like my personality of taking if I could taking control of broken situations and turning them into an opportunity that's about redemption, salvation. It's about celebration, and so when we find reasons to celebrate, the main thing that those are about people. Admiral Gibbs is still standing vertically. It appears after 7.5 hours. Husky is only slumping. Scott shaking hand with the president.
I mean,
Lalo
no, I woke
still
up
have a
like 2
7.
hours
Still
ago,
has a
like 3 hours
7-incher. Clay looks handsome. Sarah's authentically smiling, and so that's something we all like.
She could use some
one of the best things that
chapstick,
we've ever
but
seen.
She is holding up well. Now,
You
I will
would
say,
be the last person I would ask to intervene in anything.
Who?
Those are my values. That's actually my values, as it turns out.
Maybe get another set.
What? Set of legs?
Ah,
What the?
No, another set of values.
I will say this though,
Yawn.
Doug. Yes, I do see that. Just do consider yourself in all of that as well.
Oh yeah, Duck. I had a last question here, parting question, if you want to put it that way. What would you do to the Power Dusty if you were to see him in person?
I'm not aware of any discrepancies or beefs between us. I'm not aware of any long-standing discrepancies or beefs that I have with anyone.
What
I
about
also
Big
like
Sis?
it that way.
What about Big Sis? Come on.
What? Yeah, I would probably I would offer in a very respectful way to give him a short writing lesson so he could write
Short
Queen
right hook.
KT, he could write Lady KT a poem that he was himself personally proud of. It's something they could put in the junk drawer, hold on to.
Oh,
That's what I would do.
so you would help him write a poem that they would throw in their junk drawer. That's the most moronic and the most absurd thing that I have heard.
It's not that absurd. It's not that absurd. If you use conjunctives properly and independent clauses, you can create in a short paragraph an entire world. This is how John Steinbeck did it.
Go back to
A lot of people did it.
Encyclopedia
So
Britannica.
a lot of
and
times
get
it's
some
not
more
that you're
big
dumb
words,
or you
buddy.
don't have the knowledge. It's a lot of times it's just, well, you have to if you reframe the skills you already have and you're humble in that, then it's like, okay, cool. Well, now you're like a professional writer. Congratulations.
Duck's actually speaking facts here.
Congratulations. And I'm an internet perv. I'm an internet perv. I'm a drug addict. I talked on.
Yeah.
Never mind, right, Gibbs?
Go twin.
Hold on, hold on.
I talked about, and the reality of this world is that I can be the guy who doesn't have Lalo 7-inch
You forgot
Jengas.
trust fund,
I can
baby.
be the person who, in
You
reality,
won't have his 100-inch
is
waist
Sarah's
either.
biggest fan. Is Sarah's biggest fan on the internet. And I went out. I bought $100 microphone so I could sound better for Sarah. And at the end of the day,
like that.
at the end of the day, some people are honest. Some people are fucking liars.
Hold up, stop. You went and bought $100 microphone, but I sent you $20 to go get a fucking kazoo, and you didn't do that.
I did not hold the money and then gave it back to you when you lost money.
I do want to throw something out, though, that Duck said about people not reading. I think this is actually important. I'm going to be honest. I'm a piece of shit. And I definitely use some terms.
I agree.
Thank you. Achilles once said, I could recognize him talking about his like not gay lover totally. I could recognize him, so you just replace him with her by their touch alone, by smell. I would know her blind by the way she breathes came and her feet struck the earth. I would know her in death and at the end of the world. Guess what? I've used that line. I just wrote that down, fucking typed it my shit, and used that line. Guess what? Women don't read the Iliad, and guess what? This shit works. So Duck's absolutely right. If you just know how to read, you could use these haikus, you could use the Art of War, you could use the Iliad, and you can hit him with the Riz because nobody reads anymore. And so and then
Speaking of reading, you all can read my fucking lips when I say fuck off.
That's good.